I don't even know what to expect from that match because they seem unbeatable.
1v1 in the open.
We're kind of used to being the team that's not expected to win. I think G2 might underestimate us.
Sonner picks up the last 2 kills.
We have everything to prove still. A grand final spot does not mean anything if you don't win it. And we're here to do that.
The gap's gonna be Mel. Only with the Gordon, and she gets it! And G2 are just winning round after round confidently.
G2 goes in, they may be Titans, but we beat a Titan before.
My goal is just to prove to myself that I can just do whatever I want to do and become the best I can be.
I just want to be the best. It's Sondering time. G2, your era ends here.
Shopify Rebellion.
Wow, oh wow, we have just 2 teams left in this tournament. As you can probably notice, Juby's voice sounds a little bit different. Hi everybody, we are getting straight into map. Vito's, I've got Koukáme, Athena and Potter here with me. And Koukáme, G2, they have 2 bans today.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they look kind of easy for them in this case. Haven, we expected that one. And I think the other clear one is Fracture, but probably the desk already touched this.
Yeah, I mean, just straight up looking at this veto off the rip, it's looking like G2. Certainly they have those 2 vetoes, but either way, this map pool is looking so comfortable for them. Pearl to start things off, and Giuliano on that Yoru was looking so spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl is just like, personally, if I was G2, I would keep picking this map over and over again because they just looked so clean. Then Shopify coming in with the bind pick.
Yeah, I think that it makes a lot of sense for them. We were talking about yesterday how they were playing with the minds of C9 White, not picking this bind and forcing them to go into Breeze or Icebox. Also, Ascent seen as the 3rd map. Many people would expect that probably that should have been picked as the first one, but with all the experience that they had on that Pearl, we understand that this is the order that the maps go.
Yeah, I like this G2 pick for bind. Or rather for Shopify, it should be somewhat of a punish pick. It's looking like the strongest pick for Shopify at least. The composition for G2 on that map raises a lot of questions for me.
Yeah, I think Bind is definitely one of those maps that Shopify can use kind of what G2 doesn't necessarily have, which is that zooming, unstoppable force of a power. I think G2 is definitely a lot more tactical with their quick decisions, but with Shopify, it's like they can just go full force and like fully commit to the things that they want.
Yeah, and Bosa said in the temperature that he doesn't want to see G2 lean to the Ascent. He wanted to see the Breeze, but we are going to get the Ascent. Do you think that's a mistake, or do you feel like...
Oh, no. It's definitely, I think that especially knowing that Shopify has been dodging it as much as possible, and G2 has already got that practice, and maybe they surprised us with even something new, because Petra was saying the other day in the interview, hey, you still haven't seen everything.
Also, hi, by the way.
Hello.
You guys going to hear a lot from them as we go on, but for now, we have to step away for a moment, but when we return, we're going to bring on G2 Goes and the Shopify Rebellion to the stage. This is it. It's time to welcome to the stage the two squads that stepped up when it mattered the most, who entered the stage in peak form and are just one series away from etching their name in history. Please give it up for G2 Gozen and Shopify Rebellion.
Flower full. Benito. KP. Glory. Soldier. Queen.
No mercy shown. Bastardo wants in and doesn't get it. Petra this time. Big denial.
Let's go. G2 just flipping the script. Mimi is there to trade everything on through.
G2 goes in. Look incredible.
What a start for this team. Another day at the office.
And G2 make it to the grand finals, feeling destined for it.
Harry. Petra. Giuliano. Mimi. Glob. Carcass.
Shopify, they already took down Cloud9 White and Team Liquid to get here. Only G2 stands in the way of that trophy, but let's not forget, we are in the house of Gozen. G2, they're still very much the favorite coming into this one, Koukáme, with a 2-map ban. That is huge.
It's not only that, it's the entire performance that we've seen during the tournament. We've seen very little of G2 because it's only been a couple of days, and now the finals, of course, they have performed all the way through here, but for Shopify, they've been cloyed there, and they've shown the resilience that it takes to take the trophy home.
Yeah, a complete stark difference when you see the path that it took for both squads to get here. Yesterday, G2 Gozen, they were sat back in their practice rooms, watching, spectating, writing down the notes, and figuring it out exactly how they're just going to cruise through this grand finals. And for Shopify, all that warming up, all those intense close matches, clutch after clutch for these individuals, certainly has prepared them for this moment.
Yeah, and both these teams definitely equally matched in terms of skill. I mean, every single one of these players has the time and the skill to multi-kill, multi-frag on multiple rounds, and all of them can turn the tides for the rounds that their teams need. And I'm just really excited to see this play out, especially, you know, Shopify with their eco rounds. Like, I want to see if they're going to be able to convert that, and if G2 has come up with some sort of answer for that already.
Let's talk about Pearl, because every other team, we would either expect them to ban it, or we expect them to maybe leave it until the last one. Obviously, with the way the veto has gone, G2 are going to first pick it, but Shopify, they're no strangers to Pearl. They played it before, and Sonda has time and time again been that a beat.
Čau, ahoj, zdravím vás. Tak co už hraju?
Now the question is, that Euro peak coming in from G2, is it going to be enough? How much can you stretch it? Do you still
Čau Darkness.
do you still have something
Ona je taky naživu, jo. Ani nenapíše Obluda 1. Jak nenapíšu?
Yeah, exactly. The Pearl, you know, my biggest question is because that
Tak. Doufám, že jsem slyšet, že je všechno vidět, že to je všechno v pořádku.
Works so well. I think Shopify, we've seen their prep coming through huge for them. They should be definitely ready this time around for this Euro.
Mám tady polívku.
Gaming agents select Athena. It might not be the Euro because they also have a Reynacom in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have an answer for this Shopify, Sonder, Neon going crazy.
Tak dneska se hraje velký finále, poslední dva týmy bojují o první a druhý místo. Já jsem koukala na nějaký zápasy během těch pár dní, co byly, do posledních dní. Ale tady ty dva týmy jsem zrovna neviděla teda. Jsem zvědavá, jak budou hrát.
That's when it starts, the paranoia starts to creep in and the communications get really wonky. Everyone's confused in the server. For Shopify, they need to make sure that their comms are super clear.
Na EG ani nenapíšeš, když ti napíšu? To ani nevím. Jestli jsem věděla, že jsi mi psal teda. A jsem ti odepisovala, ne?
Thank you so much, and the crowd is already hyped up. We can hear them from here. The energy is electric, right, Mike? But we've got a long series in front of us, but we're starting on Pearl. Talk to me, how much of a barometer is this map for the rest of the
Tak ať už hrajou. Já jdu zatím jíst polívku.
Given obviously the track record so far, what we've seen from G2, absolutely dominant performance versus C9 White on this. Shopify have been stretched a little bit. Yes, X10. You know, a couple of individuals were standing up, but this for me is probably the biggest test for one of my highlight players from Shopify yesterday, which is Flowerful.
Yeah, Flowerful, unsung hero. At times we've had moments from Laurie as well, of course.
Oh,
Sonda,
Perl, to mám ráda.
some mines throughout. But they have to face off against G2, who, as said, were forged in these grand finals. This is their home territory, let alone in Berlin, let alone on Pearl. Let's get it underway. G2 on the attack. Shopify Rebellion on the defending side. Let's see what they can do with a grand final in front of them.
Stacked up with 5 here, looking as if it's going to be a contact play here. Potentially Petra almost considering the Prowler. Bonita does get the information early enough here. No rotation coming through just yet, and I think actually, yeah, there with a couple more members of G2 spotted. I might pull, but it looks like Shopify might even just commit to a little bit of a retake here.
Jo, já bych se podívala, ale na ten Instagram, ale já používám mobil jako kameru teďkon, takže...
But Mary's just dug out 2 kills. From where has Mary just got this? How dare us keep our eyes on anyone but Mary? As now KP and Flowerful just a little baffled.
Dík Mirku, že jsi mi šernul stream.
Slower retake style, but now better get going. Giuliano gets the contact. The swing comes out. They're waiting for that next step. KP puts one on the board, looks for another, doesn't get it. Flowerful though does find Petra, and now Mary. Are you seriously gonna get the end started? No, and it will be down to the last 2 to add security, and they do just that. G2 off to a good start.
Like I said, it looked like Shopify were sitting a little deeper there, waiting for somebody to overstep the mark, maybe push towards backside or towards elbow, but Mary just rips 2 kills. I think actually towards Link.
It must have been, because I'm pretty sure Benito was playing pretty safe here. Let's have a little watch of this.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, Mary's looking dangerous.
Přijde mi to, nebo mají roztažený ten display?
Being now propped up, it's ridiculous.
Almost deserved the ace.
Yeah, honestly, scary at that point.
Would have been the second for her. Remember what happened the other day on Ascent. So around Flowerful, potentially going to be tested early on here. Going to pick up this close angle. Mary spotted out.
Ty jsi roztažená. Ale ne všichni, ale měl tam, jedna z nich měla, to se dělalo v CS-ku, ne? Že to máš na malý rozlišení, aby si líp viděl nepřátele. Taková náhodička. Pěkný. Jo. Tak ty jim dali teďkon.
Could rattle them. It wasn't a big round. This is the one that matters.
Yeah, Marriott's 2 away from the tour de force already, so options here.
To mají všichni stejný, prosím tě, jsi slepá už, prosím tě. Až tam bude, jak ti to ukážu.
Shopify to do, but waterfall out from heaven. Problem being, this early presence shown towards B has actually drawn 3 members of Shopify to that side of the map. Flowerful to pick up the slack in mid, but Benita.
Dostávají na prdel docela.
It feels like Benita has been having all the attention so far drawn her way when she was soloing towards B, for example, at the very start, and everything else. So a lot of pressure put on Benita's shoulders.
No a jak se máš jinak, jaký jsi měl víkend?
G2 working up that 3-2 split towards A.
Juliano making use of the TP there, actually split through up, but Glance just swings onto Benita.
Yeah, confidence. And this is what's scary about G2 is that they start getting more and more confident. That is now a rifle removed. They're down to 4 remaining.
Mám na něco chuť.
That I'm sure G2 would love to get. And they're happy to take a couple of fights here. It's all
tak si něco dej.
Through from CT, 2 towards pit, 2 towards the alley. Lovely response. Flowerful going to do some damage. Waiting on the next piece of utility. Mary does not care. Could not stop if she wanted to. Just seems bound for greatness as KP. Might be time to
dostávaj.
that rifle, Mike.
Again, considering holding on to it, 3 runs to G10. G2 still standing. Actually, with those kills, Mary gonna have the tour de force available, so an opportunity to really.
Přemýšlím, jestli se dá broskav nebo buchtičky.
Problem being again with this setup,
to je těžké rozhodnutí.
long controls I was alluding to earlier on in the round, but Benita's got to play her life there.
Yeah.
If the commitment is to that retake and prioritizing B long, need to make sure that that controller available for the retake. Fantastic stuff. 8 and 2 so far.
Christ.
Just farming.
And do you know what? I think a lot of us, if you watch G2 come to this point, you saw when Zaz stepped away from the roster. Obviously, there were question marks of who the hell can ever fit that role. Zaz brought so much to the team. She looked fantastically suited to Valorant as well. And then they somehow found someone like Mary. I don't know where they find someone like Mary, but they did, and it's paid off. It's unreal. And hearing that ring through, you'll know how well she is doing in round 4 already. Tour de force coming through.
Another lineup for Juliano as well with the TP. We'll see where this ends up. Is that the sound it makes?
Yep. Benita
again. No, co navrhuješ?
Or a really harsh game.
No, záleží na co máš chuť asi. Ale nejlepší je si dát obojí samozřejmě.
And again, look at the buy here. We do have the sheriff, so this isn't a full purchase or anything of the such. And now the pressure comes through, and Glance just so cool under it. There's the trade for KP. Needs a lot more though. Tagged up, 12 HP. Horn goes up, but Mary unafraid. Yeah, KP's being warded away again.
I think there's going to be any option for KP to find value with this. Flowerful though. They come through. Not a consolation onto Mimi, but 3 members of G2 still standing. Mary should be able to retrieve one.
Buchtičky s tvarohem. Ideálka.
And KP with 12 HP.
A na to ještě broskev.
Hold on to this rifle once again for G2. Because if they want to establish themselves very early on here on Pearl, I like what I saw in the first buy round.
To už máš ráda?
That full consideration, the bigger picture, not really considered, makes it so much more difficult.
Nevím, no. Já jsem buchtičky neměla strašně dlouho. Možná naposled u mojí babičky, to už je třeba, nevím, strašně dlouho, třeba rok, 2 zpátky. A jako sama si to neuvařím, ale jako když to někdo uvaří, tak si dám, no.
Getting a grip on the game, because so far they have been truly just dictated to. They've had very little say in the outcome of the vast majority of these rounds. We are seeing aggression, and actually could work out well this time. Sonda, though, left in, I guess, a questionable commitment. How far do we hold this? That triple stack up long has actually held some value this time.
Petrol stop just on the other side of this trap. Difference being Flowerful here actually to try and hold down the fort with Benita. This tour de force.
Look who's behind them. They turn around in time. Sonda does deal with Giuliano. There's pressure throughout the map, but they're not really overcommitting. The spike is still by spawn, but it's going to be on Benita. Let's play around the smoke this time. Keeps cool, keeps composed. Needs to keep her life, and she does.
Ty dostávají nějak.
Away towards Pit. Looking for the follow-up on Petra. Just biding time, buying precious seconds for support, and they are here now. Finally, she's not alone.
Yeah.
Shot for Flowerful as well. Mary eventually coming through with that operator headhunter in hand now. Going to try and challenge with Flowerful. Good for another shot with that tour de force. Benita standing her ground this time. Again, not afraid to challenge. Maybe slight overstep into that smoke. Again, I'm liking the adjustment already. Whether or not I'm going to see this pyro. Giuliano just trying to TP into the back lines. Again, not really paying respect to that triple stack. Maybe thinking that on the back of no contact, just a little trade-off of utility that Shopify would peel away from that position, maybe leave one posted up deep.
That's exactly it. Let's find out if they can find that again, replicating some of these successes from that previous round. I also want to see how G2 respond in kind. Is that lovely evolution here? And Flowerful.
Got to be careful here.
There's a swing. Giuliano is closing in on this. But now it's Flowerful.
Yeah.
Gonna dip away. Doesn't decide to stick around. Petra in the meantime took so much play and so much space through middle as they were kind of working through art and in similar scenes. So a bit of an exchange there, but a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, very quickly traded out. G2 actually have to try and recover the spike here. Look at the minimap, seeing a TP being sent all the way to spawn. Giuliano actually commits to it. I think we did see a fake earlier on, maybe round 2, or the pistol for this.
Benny could be so
yeah, Benita is going to be completely caught off guard here.
Yeah, no idea.
Máme úplně horkostý polívky.
Patience. Giuliano waiting to see if you could maybe even find more, but no. That one victim more than enough, and sadly, it falls down to the two who are kind of tucked towards Art, looking for that play back in. KP one of them, and Sonda the other.
Jo, jinak zase to jo. Hodně fouká, takže se asi hejbem trochu. Slodí. Takže se kejve jakoby i ta kamera.
Back up to superior numbers by a substantial margin. And the last two players don't really have much of a say in this.
What?
Come on, Flowerful, as if you do that.
I was about to say, that's such an awkward angle to have to crouch through with the operator. Still lands the shot though. Again, with KP down to 21 HP, might just be the decision to hold on to these weapons. Giuliano again. I said that early conditioning with TP, and I believe it was round 2. All the way into the spawn. A couple of people checked it, but didn't pay too much mind to it this time around. Gets right into the back lines, punishes Benita. No real recovery factor there. Like you said, 2 members stacked over towards Art. There's just nothing you can do in that scenario.
Jinak teda vůbec se neumím jako odhadnout, kdo vyhraje, protože ani jeden tým jsem neviděla, jak hrajou. A upřímně jako ani nikomu nefandím prostě. A ani jeden tým neznám, ale baví mě se dívat, jak hrajou.
Yeah, these are all learning lessons. I feel like they're starting to really paint a picture. That shot, very nice from Flowerful. Really, at least getting that kept in the hands. But when we talk about the fact that, yes, they know what Giuliano can potentially achieve on this, you talk about preparation time. They are, out of the fire yesterday and straight back into it today. There is very little rest for the Wicked for Shopify Rebellion, so their prep time may be somewhat limited here, but we'll have to see what they've been able to learn during the moments past. Giuliano doesn't actually check on this. Doesn't know of that third player. Yeah, I think Sonda's still unchecked, but she's committed to this.
Škoda, že si daleko, dal bys mi bochtičky s varhem.
Lori deals with the backline, Juliano gone. Lori somehow found the second two, and Sonda went absolutely mad on that one. Lori is still holding this together by the finest of margins. She needs to get the hell out of there.
KP actually very quickly behind this. As soon as Mary's fallen that trap, not going to pause any pressure here for her. Lori though actually able to reset, still actually on 100 HP, gets the fourth on the round here.
Yeah, Lori is having a tear. This is a fantastic round, and isn't going to get. Oh my God, Mimi! That's two in this round. One more to find. KP has full utility, everything that she needs. This is now going to reveal Mimi's position. Decay down, Prowler in, the gap closing. KP holds her nerve. Diffuse going to come in, but that got so dangerous.
Again, we noted it as well. Giuliano able to get right behind the setup outside A, not noting the third player, but it's Lori to dig her heels.
Tak dobrou chuť.
Stand her ground here. Pick apart G2 ahead of that execute. So KP, no hesitation there with the flank, and it just so happens Mary falls at just about the right time for it.
Ahoj, Luky, čau.
It's still possibilities. I mean, Sonda, yeah, popping the ultimate, but Shopify now. Couple of ultimates online. G2, yes, as well. The Cosmic Divide.
Cool. Or could have had even
Beautiful,
more there if she had just a couple bullets in the mag. What a bailout round there at the end.
Even the awareness from Mimi to plant backside there. Best possible shot of that one, even with the C's coming through.
Once he's behind it, we do have a timeout coming through here, it seems. Having a little conversation.
Všem přeji klidný podvečer. Děkujeme, taky ti přejem. A jaký Luky? No, to je z Facebooku. No, protože já streamuju i na Twitch, na Facebook a na YouTube. A já vidím jakože zprávy pro všechny, jakože. Na všechny platformy.
Risky to kind of commit somebody towards that backline, right? Making sure that Giuliano's not going to TP all the way into spawn and cause these problems, but what I want to see is Shopify kind of carry on what we've seen towards B-Long, right? The commitment towards taking that space.
No, já jsem si říkala, že nebyl dlouho timeout. Že jim to trvalo dlouho.
At the minute, we haven't really seen any focus towards mid. Petra's punished from there previously. The problem being, we've already seen one example of kind of Benita falling when she's on that hard anchor position, right? Okay. I'm not even talking about the kill to Giuliano. Previously, where actually G2 swing through onto A.
Jedna tě je málo, jo? Jako platforma, myslíš?
Kind of prioritize one side of the map, one area of the map. I don't want to see them kind of giving away that numbers advantage.
Okay, but okay, so how is this hitting on your expectation overall? Because we came into this saying that this could be a barometer of if this could be a close series or not. Because
jakoby nevidím důvod, proč se omezovat jenom na Twitch, nebo na jinou platformu jednu, když můžu streamovat všude, protože ne každý má Twitch, nebo Facebook, nebo YouTube, prostě každému vyhovuje něco jiného. To je jakoby za prvý a za druhý, ten Twitch je takovej, nevím, no, jako nelíbí se mi, že jako ohledně těch, jak se to řekne v češtině, prostě payouts, jakože vykořisťuje ty tvůrce. Zbytečně. Mary was on her own exploration mission. She wasn't really joined by anyone, and has been able to find Flowerful. And now you can see the commitment there. This is a problem. Twitch je mrtka. Jo, no.
That wall timing is everything, and they might just miss each other. Sonda, Cesaro!
A třeba se to změní časem, oni hodně velký streameři přešli třeba na YouTube a oni jakoby vidí, že mají nějakou konkurenci, že jo, tak s tím třeba začnou něco dělat.
need to clear sight pretty quick so they can address that deeper.
Nezměníme to uprdele. A nebo no. Ale podle mě budou muset.
Now she may be dead to rights, but she buys a couple of seconds, and now we look towards that deeper post plant.
Těžko říct, no.
Coming down from Sonda, that's not a bad idea. They're getting more than half. They ain't stopping. They've got to deny it, and they can't.
The no command, the catalyst here. Again, Petra just left out on an island. No real chance of a trade coming through there.
Mám pocit, že to furt padá. Dneska fouká fakt hodně, celý den pršelo.
Again, this is the sort of diligence it requires. You have to come and hard check. This is on the back of Mary.
Mé i fouklo tak, že se ta loď naklonila, no mé tady bylo opřený prkno, protože máme rozdělanou loď a mé to prkno spadlo, ne, jak prostě to byl jako velký náraz. Když nejsou schopni ani zabanovat pedofilní hovna, tak na co by dělali? Tak na co by dělali něco pro jiné? Nevím, no. Budem doufat.
Want to commit to it just yet though. Look at the collapse from Shopify, desperate to try and find this kill on the weaker side of the setup from G2. But good progress towards B site here, and Juliana once again commits to the TP.
Yeah, let's see if she can make mayhem out of it already. Laurie has been just blunted on the site. There it is, Petra still playing towards middle. We're down to 3, Benita, Flowerful and Sonda. And Juliana's position is a problem because Benny looks right into it, unawares. And the follow-up should be a trade. Good. Flowerful at least gets us back to a 2v2, but it's still these deeper positions, and Sonda's HP is so low. So little to play with in this, but wants to try and get it going. Mary's still standing, and she is terrifying. All goes through for Sonda. They should note some of this. How close can she get? The crossfire's decent for this. Glance should take contact. Actually, able to find the 1v1, and now it's Flowerful. With enough time to defuse, I thought the crossfire
to bude ještě napínavý určitě.
Yeah, committing pretty deep on that hold. But once again, though, Sonda with the fast lane, off those sight lines, and then just almost running bait for Flowerful, who closes it out comfortably. You see the commitment though from Sonda in terms of that mid hold. It's a perfect bait. The Guardian, the worst possible weapon to have in that scenario, even though Sonda is 5 HP.
Yeah, just puts herself out for trade, no problem there. 4 to 5, we've now got 3 in a row, right? This is starting to look much better.
I mean, we had that conversation in the timeout. Now, actually, it's within touching distance for Shopify to come back, tie things up, potentially put G2 in an awkward position in terms of the finances. Not even sure that Mary had caught a little bit of a flash. Spike not committed either way, so G2 looking to probe on both extremities. Very, very deep hold from Flowerful as well. Doesn't want to entertain anything. Gotta be careful of that TP though. Won't be in audio range here.
Look at Sonda. They're already starting to work through middle just. So I think it was Petra fell off this. They are quickly clearing, so they were aware they're starting to lead towards the site. Flowerful ready for one, but a quick trade from Mary.
Mimi in spawn.
Absolutely, Mike's the spike's been left here. Mimi completely none the wiser. How would you ever expect that? 2 players now have the spike in spawn, and all of that progress towards B now might as well go in the bin.
To udělali jako schválně, že jste nechali ten spike, jo, takhle.
Want to tie things up. They know they can break the money of G2. Glance on the backstab. This isn't going to be considered whatsoever. Laurie will fall to that.
35 seconds though, Mike. They've got to go fast here.
That was really on Mary and Petra to get something done here. Benita going to catch Glance here in astral form. Makes it even harder here. Mary's found the opener though.
Yeah.
Better get ready. They're going to go for the fight on this. 18 seconds pops out.
Jsou v prdeli prostě, omega, oni si to nechají spike.
Rebellion bringing the scoreline back in the most unorthodox round.
And this is exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. As soon as Shopify feel a little bit of commitment from G2 on one side of the map, they explore mid. absolutely shutting that down. Even catching, like I
Další
said, Spike
timeout.
not at all. Mimi has to run all the way back into spawn. Unfortunately, close enough there for the audio cue to be given away. Another example, though, Mary, seemingly, I guess in terms of this head-to-head, question the value, yes, but coming out on top of Flowerful a couple of times here, even though Flowerful is leading the charge here, 11 and 7. Actually, Mary for G2 is on 14 and 7.
Yeah, Mary's still doing her damage, right? She's still doing her work. I don't think we can look towards that. I think it's the collective approach from G2 that we're starting to look at here, that validity of having, you know, the Euro to this. It feels
pěkný
like
ten
so far
pohár.
have a good read on it after that little timeout.
Well, this is why I mentioned before this map, though. Flowerful's going to put up a good performance here. It enables Flowerful to become the anchor, right? To become the one to hold down one extremity, maybe post up a little deeper, and that should put Shopify in a position to capitalize on this space in mid, potentially towards A, where G2 haven't lent too often just yet.
Say the one thing as well is, though, G2, even in their best of games, I still think they never won as clean as like your Cloud9 White, right? They never had that clean game. But this is a little bit more of a brawl, actually a little bit more of a battle than I expected. Like, these rounds are looking good. It's not just the usual G2, like, hey, they've just gambled a couple of fights here and there. No. This is actually a bit of a fight back.
We haven't seen G2 actually resorting to brute forcing onto sites yet.
Not yet. It's you know it's in the bag of tricks. They're waiting to pull it out. We saw like one dry swing on like Benita, but beyond that, it is just kind of business as usual.
Yeah.
And it looks like
flash na
a bit
svoje.
of a
Teda ona.
working towards that B site, at least for now.
Shopify feel as if this is something they can play their way, though. Another.
No je vlastně on jakože ta postava, že jo.
Don't see anybody on B
typek.
overstepping up just yet, though. Lori puts out the knife, and that's actually a big indicator that G2 is still kind of funneled towards long here. No presence elsewhere, it's just the trap. Big kill from Mary.
Takes out Lori, but the trade is there for Benita, so they haven't got the player advantage yet. Rifle recover too. Mary taking a lot of space here. Could try and secure the site to allow that plant to come in. Spike going to be going down. So time's on their side, but keep in mind there's still two sheriffs, Mimi and Glance, both with those. It's not ideal, so you do need Mary and Giuliano to be doing the damage here. Backline now being pressured. Sonda, the one to hit the flank here. Divide goes up, Benita finds Mimi. Starting to work him down, but line him up. And Giuliano will knock them down. Pops the ult, drifts away. Now the last two working in unison off long. Mary going to be relayed the information and the readjust from Giuliano towards short.
Commits to the TP as well.
This is bold play, but it's actually worked out, giving them the player advantage and a really nasty angle to have to clear for Sonda if she gets past Mary. And the follow-up needs to be quick. Sonda, knock it out.
To už by nestihla stejně defiznout.
Brilliance between her and Mary here.
Huge round. Giuliano just creating so much chaos and playing so reactively around that Cosmic Divide to send the TP back behind Shopify. Fantastic stuff with the ultimate. And Mary just holding down the fort from elbow. And this is, I believe, actually only off the two weapons to come into this. And Benita, a couple of other members of Shopify.
No a teď tady tato má roztaženou tu obrazovku.
Fantastic round from G2.
You do see a little bit of the difference, don't you? That, you know, the young Lion Mary just loving it, coming alive in these rounds. The others very focused. And now we see what Shopify Rebellion can do. Similar test, a little bit of a different look, but the timing great from Flowerful. She'll be loving that. Finds Mary for free of all players.
I was talking about Flowerful in this round is the solo anchor. Need to see Shopify achieve something elsewhere on the map. That trap going to be back up, so Benita and Sonda could be revealed pretty early on. Need to get their skates on. A million miles away from this execute right now.
Didn't spot Flowerful with the Prowler. So this could be an unknown angle to potentially worry about. Flowerful, okay, wall goes up, so loses a little bit of the danger from that position, but actually still, twice this round now takes down Mary. Spike's got down, Flowerful! What the hell was that? Finds Petra.
Se to radši nechám, ať
but still
to nespadne.
Looking for a follow-up. Okay, finally dealt with. Big trade. Yeah, Giuliano lifted a 1v4. It's done for. Shopify Rebellion holding on to this game.
Looking deadly on that retake. Again, Flowerful just having a massive round. Talking about that 1v1 coming out. Mary, I guess numerically feels like coming out on top of it, but when it matters, Flowerful finding the impactful kills in this round.
And And I can't believe how close this game got. I was worried at the start. I think a lot of us were looking like might have had a blowout on map one.
This is the map that you feel G2 will probably want to try and stretch the legs, right? Start this series off as they mean to carry on a set of precedent. But it looks like yesterday Shopify came to play.
I can't believe we're seeing it again, potentially. This is quite something. I do want to wait till we get into the depths of this entire game. Of course, it is a longer series. But Analyst Desk, first glance towards this, what are your thoughts?
Lukáš, ahoj. Ahoj, zdravím tě.
6-6 at the half, Koukáme. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than that after the first few rounds.
Oh yeah, completely. Especially since G2 was able to get that 4 in a row, practically unpunished by Shopify. And I wanted to take a look at something that we expected it to happen, which is Juliano with the cheeky picks, you know, with the cheeky TPs, having that control over the map. This is round 6, and the way that they, as I said, work around the map. Look at the position from Juliano. This is something that we saw happening against C9 over and over again, and something that Shopify actually adapted to later in the game.
Yeah, and I think that's such an important point, right? Being able to adapt like that and still put 6 on the board. Look, we've been talking about it all week long. Shopify have had a slow start, but the fact that they're able to stay in the game and come back into the second clutch after clutch is going to be huge. I'm looking straight at Sonder into the second half. Specifically on Pearl and on that Neon. Her pathing on this map is spectacular. I think with the flashes, with those long-range pop flashes in KO, Lori in tandem, it should be Sonder who's going to be able to party in the backlines and create that havoc and pressure onto G2.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with the Neon and the Yoru here is that the Neon can kind of do the same job as Yoru, but completely on an aggressive note. Like, she can go in with the execute with her team, whereas it feels like with Yoru, Juliano is definitely trying to, you know, kind of sneak her way back there. And I think going forward, like, it's kind of becoming somewhat predictable, it looks like, for Shopify, and they've kind of learned how to play around it. And so I really agree. I think Sonder's Neon is going to be doing work, for sure.
Watch out, because the last time that we saw Shopify playing on this map, we talked about how
ten pohár je tak krásný.
Against a double controller composition. That differs a lot from what we see here on our screens. I think that also the Sage has been playing a crucial part into how the map has been worked out. So watch out, it's not going to be as easy as the other day.
I have no idea how the second half is going to go, and I can't wait to find out. Let's jump back into game with Pansy and Hypok.
Let's go for it again. We are now just learning if Shopify Rebellion really have that dog in them, because how the hell are they pushing on this map? Mike, we looked at the veto, we went, okay, map 1, G2. I think it's a reasonable thing to assume. They've come out swinging today.
They have indeed. And actually just want to touch on something Athena mentioned, which is that support system around Sonder. Compositionally, this feels like actually coming into the attacking half. If we see that same sort of support for Sonder, I might even get it here in the pistol round. There's 3 members of G2 to stand off, but put her in a position to really do damage to G2. Juliano actually getting ahead of this. Deal with Lori. Sonder kind of forced away from that opening engagement.
Actually, players here now.
Yeah, pause for thought actually as the rotation comes through. Mimi's here already. Flowerful and Benita really achieved much in mid, yeah, maybe just trying to catch up a rotation, but that wall in Link definitely going to make things more difficult.
It's just been broken, but you can see already that Mimi has gone back over there to check on anyone trying to make a little bit of room happen. They're looking back towards Art here. Flowerful. Waiting. You know, just around the
Protože zmizeli. Už tam nebyli vidět za tu
zdí. Maybe 3. Petra had nowhere to go. Sonder waiting for the fall back towards site, gets that punish. There are still 2 players here.
To jo, to dostane.
To the left. You've still got Juliano around this corner. And the smokes.
Nedostala ani moc. Nic nedostala. Jo, možná. Na štíte si měla. To si neměla.
Sonder and Flowerful tagged up a little bit down to about 40 HP, but Benita already looking to pressure the backline. Mary wise to it though. Takes a ton of damage. Can't find this kill.
Benita by brute force will take down 1. Glance did win her fight though, so it is a 3v2. It's not out of realms of possibility. Need a couple of shots and Flowerful ain't letting it slip. Mimi's gone. Now just Glance alive. And everyone's sitting tough. Everyone playing patiently until then. Glance needs a quick kill here, and no one has given her options. She's only got 2, and there's only so much she can do. KP fancies the chances. Benita gets to the site, and they are buying time. And now there is none left. Shopify Rebellion take the lead.
Just a fantastic recovery. Potter's starting to talk about these sorts of things on the desk as well. Shopify's ability to really sit back and respond to some of the aggressive plays G2 are making. Giuliano had that first kill completely unscathed.
Yes.
As 3, they're able to back up onto site. And the slow burn from Shopify. Great isolation on Petra as well. There's very little that Petra can do in this scenario. I think actually this is...
Takový výraz.
Actually on the back of Mimi obviously rotating to double check that wall in Link. Steps here, I was going to say, KP's got to be a little bit careful. She does have the spike. It's just a little bit of a probe towards A. G2 very quickly walking mid here.
This. And another,
Yeah.
oh, okay, Petra.
Great trade.
Really nice. Didn't expect that with the classic. This round shouldn't amount to much, but you never know. We have to wait and see. These steps should be heard by the remainders, so they might be able to try and, you know, cause a little bit more damage. But at the very least, it will be relayed to Mary.
Look at this weapon, yeah, Mary's...
Smaller, 4
Teď dostane.
shots. Needs
Tak
them
ne.
clean. Not going to happen. Does get the Spectre back into hand. That's with
No
Lance
trap
now. Okay, one more shot.
Pěkný.
Does land one on Benita. Could do with a little more here. The flank's still coming in. Mary, what do you do with this one? Do you keep that cool? And she's out of it. Now no more headhunter, but Glance finds Flowerful. We're down to a 2v2. Still with that Bulldog in KP's hands. And Mary playing the time well, playing the position well. Oh, and KP really good understanding of that repositioning.
Tak teď se ale pěkně netrefila teda.
Spectre not
To hraje
quite
jak já.
situated well enough yet, but closing the gap. Laurie can check on it, but Glance wants on the site. Surely finds KP. Safe hands in the end, but it got very close there.
It did. As soon as they're able to retrieve this weapon as well, like I said, the trap positioned over towards window. So no real confirmation that flank was coming through. Mary desperately trying to play her life. Force Shopify out to the right side of sight. Conscious here again, G2 planting the seed that not afraid to play aggressively here on the defense. Great awareness from KP as he find that kill onto a low HP Mary behind the box. We'll see if that does continue through some of the buy rounds for G2. Shopify actually come through. I mean, rifles across the board, yes, Sonder and Laurie. The Vandal. Mary has to respect that knife. Deep wall here on B. You know, only one member of Shopify shooting it, so not too much information confirmed on the back of it.
To pěkný skin tady to.
A little antsy here. So maybe swing off that reveal.
Could have been, but now they've lost that
Jsou tam.
edge towards it, I guess you could say, but...
Flowerful's got a very defensive TP set up here. You want to hold on to this angle. Will actually punish Mimi.
What a shot. Glance. Up for the challenge too. Petra now put to the step. Two looks for a third. Can't find it, but gave it a damn good go. KP still moving forward. But his Glance revealed, noted, falls away. Can they slip away safely? No.
KP's got the spike
to
though.
stand and fight. Yeah, you're right. KP could be in so much danger, but the bailout team's on the way here. No idea that was coming. Benita gets there so quickly to find Glance and alleviate the pressure on KP.
Great awareness from Flowerful as well, destroying the TP Giuliano, trying to get into the
Desky
back.
otevřela a...
It's just Mary and Giuliano to try and make this work on the retake. A deep hold here from 2 members of Shopify.
Something quiet about this. KP retaking that space
So
back up
proactive.
towards Art. Giuliano, a 1v3. This would be a lot to ask. Decides to clear towards Art, sees nothing.
Shopify just giving nothing away to G2.
Giuliano knows that this one not looking like it's going to happen. No, indeed. Denied by Flowerful. 9 now. That big rifle round now done. And again, they came in that with what? Two rifles and 3 Bulldogs?
Effectively call it the bonus with what they brought into that, right? Again, able to get rifles across the board with the 2 Bulldogs included, but round 3 converted here. This is after actually fantastic hold from Petra. Great support actually from Glance as well to get that gravity well off. Like I said, exposing KP as the solo member of Shopify towards Art there with the spike. But the def and just too strong for Glance. Didn't know which way to really commit to hold on.
At 10 rounds, we do start talking about the upset potential here between these two. Which is looking very likely. Mimi doesn't like that narrative, wants to turn it, and they try and make something of it, but Flowerful and Laurie way too sharp with it, way too quick with it today. Not going to come in. The last two players, Petra and Mary, not given much of a look into this round.
The timing on this execute as well. Able to get the plant down before the smokes even expire. Petra and Mary try and find something on the way back through here, but damage almost doesn't matter in this round. Flowerful 21 and 11 now. Let's get the half defuse here. Well, actually, no, Flowerful going to come through. Flowerful tucked all the way into secret.
To nějak to dávají najednou.
Make a stand in the second half, and it needs to come now. Let's look at them losing this buy round, and it feels like Shopify reached 12.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much depth coming out from G2 yet on this side either, so I'd be surprised if they don't pull the timeout plug just for a conversation's sake.
Flowerful starting to run away with this though.
Yeah, I mean, considering you made Mary look quiet, who's been one of the highlight players,
Začali...
that's saying a lot.
Ne, počkej, tady ty hráli vlastně.
And G2 willing to try and take themselves back into the fight once again. It's a heavy lean towards the A side here coming out from Shopify, dealing with the wall almost instantaneously.
Forced out so early as well. Sonder able to get ahead of that slow walk from Mimi. And almost hitting the panic button here just to make sure they can avoid this execute, but on the back of the information, Giuliano actually heads towards Mary on B side. Shopify haven't exactly given it up just yet. Maybe considering the possibility of a flank coming through. But G2 looking a little rattled. Like I said, it's very deep hold. This is uncharacteristic for G2, particularly from what we've seen on Pearl previously.
It certainly is. And destroying that horn now may give you the idea there's still more dedication towards this A site than there actually is. They're leaving one here, that being Sonder. The rest are slowly heading towards B. You have that curious double stack on the other side of things. Giuliano and Mary. Contact will be had.
Sonder's trying to play. It's drawn the rotation.
Well. Oh my god. They've all gone for it. And surely you're
hook line
panicking. You're panicking now because suddenly there was only one. And all that attention, all of that work, all that time you played patiently is now gone to nothing. Surely 11 from this spike is down there in the post pod. Giuliano, where did you just find that on KP? Flowerful waiting on that contact as soon as they commit towards the site. Nothing really revealed just yet, Giuliano. Maybe looking to flash in. I think Flowerful seen so much extra. Faster to it. Laurie though, just playing the corner. Falls back. I have never seen anything so clean. Giuliano lifting the 1v1 against the two classics here. Giuliano and Benita rolling back the years. Giuliano filthy with the aim, but Benita needs to play this cool, calm, and collected, and she does. Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
Truly rebels in this do not care they are facing the Titans. It's 11 now.
I said G2 walking the tightrope in terms of the economy here. They're so desperate to rotate and get ahead, almost prevent a site hit coming through once again. And Sonder to just plant, well, create enough chaos here on A site. Popping the ultimate, draws Mary and Giuliano. So clean from Laurie though. Benita, cool, calm and collected to close things out.
Timeout now coming in for G2. It breaks a little.
Už se bojí asi.
Like I said though, that was the round that almost gives Shopify, you feel like it gives Shopify access to 12 and then it's...
Jsem zvědavá, jestli to teďko ještě dorovnají, nebo jestli to prostě proserou. Jako zatím to vypadá spíš tak, že to prostě dohrajou 13-6 a bude další mapa.
Got them to 11 is that gateway round as well, because it does get you the money on your side. The ult's still sitting pretty nicely for them as well. They have a lot working in their favor here.
Concern B, and Mary's had a quiet couple of rounds, which has struggled to get that tour de force online, which is a massive tool when you are kind of struggling financially. To throw that in, have a buy in hand, and also stupid OP in the hands of Mary as well. But this is going to be one they're going to have to play through with Sheriff's Headhunter loaded up, yes, but some of the individual prowess now from these Shopify individuals starting to shine through.
What a surprise it is. I mean, you know, Shopify Rebellion had lived in the shadow of Cloud9 for so long. You know, constantly.
Like that, in the blink of an eye, become the Titan Slayers, the Miracle Makers. Like, this is... I mean, how crazy would it be to day before come through and then
Jo, to je technická pauza. Protože oni už nemají pauzy určitě. Tam je nějaký limit a tak si dali technickou pauzu, víš co, místo toho. Vypni si klávesnice a dělej, že ti nefunguje, víš co. A dej si technickou pauzu. Zhasni si klávesnici.
Did see a pop up earlier. Yes, Shopify 2-0 here so far. G2 are 4-0 as well in terms of track record. So it's something that's definitely a big surprise to me. I would have said this almost felt a little front-loaded bind if you park. Right? This veto feels like it's front-loaded for G2.
It could be, and if you are wondering, there is a tech timeout coming in here, so hopefully will be resolved nice and quick. Why have you got to say it, man? I got to say it. We're having a nice day. So yeah, tech pause is coming in, but hopefully it will be resolved nice and quickly, and there won't be too many issues.
Moc nevěřím tomu, že to je fakt technická pauza teda.
I want to know how much this. Let's say they do win this map, right? Let's say Shopify Rebellion do win it. I wonder how much pressure that removes, how much confidence they gain. I mean, Mary doesn't look fast yet. Mary's big chilling, big chilling in that chair. Yeah, as I said, I think this map is the start of it. Right? I think that's all we can say. It is truly just the start.
Sonda's fallen asleep. She's doing this with her eyes closed, apparently.
Yeah, hype it up a bit here. You know, it's grand finals. But no, we do need to see what this does to both teams, because as you said, Bind then coming up next. Where would you say that traditionally would sit? In your mind,
I think it's a difficult one to really sit one side of the fence or not. All I'm kind of thinking, it's a strong map for Shopify.
Sure.
We've already seen very solid performances so far here in Berlin. I think that's one that, when I talk about being front-loaded, that's the one that you can almost kind of split down the middle, right?
Okay.
But that comes in with the expectation that you'd expect G2 to kind of.
Tady to taky vypadá docela jako týpek.
Hold on, crowd, we might need you to help us out here. I think it's KP though.
KP's dominating.
Yeah, KP. Cameraman, we need both POVs.
Teď to taky vypadá lehce jako týpek. Tam v těch ostatních týmech, co jsem koukala, tak tam taky prostě vypadaly dvě teda jako z různých týmů a vypadaly jako týpek.
It doesn't make sense.
We are not far away from getting back underway.
Who's told you that?
I just got a feeling players are sitting up. They're not lounging back anymore. So I was right.
Mystic Mike. There he is, coming back again. Thank you for your patience.
Somebody find the Mystic Mike image.
Please don't.
A classic.
11-6. Now, again, focus up, folks, because it could be 12 here. And looking at the money, it looks likely. This could be Shopify Rebellion on the map.
To byl zajímavý skin, ten jsem ještě vůbec neviděla.
Mary trying to probe towards A main here, immediately punished. Sonda and Flowerful blow the site wide open.
Ty to dávají prostě, to vyhrajou. Teď dají 2 kola, vyhrajou určitě.
There's no lurking threat here. You probably just want to get this one over and done with. 3 to try and retake here. 2 sheriffs, the headhunter from Mary. No real pressure to even, follow up on here.
It's looking like a Prime Gaming flawless at this rate.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Mary, can you do any damage on the way out?
Doesn't even matter. I mean, yes,
really.
the old progress great, but it's a buy round coming back through anyway. Not even going to find the consolation.
See what that's not the tech one, obviously, but the actual tactical one that G2 went for. They have the operator coming out and a couple other bits and pieces to work in. They have the ults, they have the res, they've got a lot.
Yeah, teď jsem cykla do mikrofonu, pardon.
Because so far it has been genuinely flawless this entire half for Shopify. It's been what, 6 back-to-back now.
Yes.
Dávají úplně.
Again, these haven't even really felt that close, right? G2 haven't really even been testing. Other than the bonus round that came down to the wire. Well, I say bonus round, there was rifles in the anyway. This is a flawless second half here for Shopify. Once again, looking to
Oh no.
Oh my god, the flash and the nightfall was beautiful to try and find that opener.
Glance is just on the run, needs to get away, and the timing on this is everything. Benita.
Yeah.
Give it away a little bit here. Juliano.
To mě vždycky taky nachytá, ten Klonioru.
So confident to take these fights towards pit. And isn't falling away for it either yet. Spike's down. Ooh, that time might now be forced to fall away here. Challenge, no. Sonda does not deny.
Maybe with Tudo and the Reds. This could be huge for G2.
Okay. Maybe there's still a chance here. KP turns the flash well, but it's a quick trade out. Flowerful and Benita standing. And look at Benny's position. That slow flank coming on in. The Prowler.
To už dá. Teda daj.
To get this defuse, Petra's got one, and the defuse can be started. Benny, can you get there in time? Tries to break the wall. They're standing there on the other side.
Budou protahovat teď konečně.
Holding on just.
Ještě to budou protahovat.
If that wall got committed one way or the other, but it's actually very defensive. Great awareness here from Mimi of the possibility a flank comes back through Art. But Sonda, like I said, beautiful setup here with a flash over the top. KP sending that ultimate through. Massive res coming through from Mimi. A crucial round win for G2. Come out of this though, licking their wounds just a little bit. Bulldog, light armor for Glance. That operator in hand, the tour de force available for Mary now.
They're doing the triple stack as well. Oh, it's not triple. Even I fell for it. That's what I get for looking at the mini map. But Mary does have a little bit of wiggle room here, still within the TP. There's a little bit of a...
Might even hear some of these steps actually.
Could have.
Yeah,
definitely
no
now.
secrets about this on the way in.
Yeah, not subtle by any means. I don't think they care about being subtle anymore. Rinse,
Se s tím neserou už teďko.
Clears sight, clears close, sees nothing. Slow gets triggered, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Again, CT postured up Sonda.
Ty vole, ona tam kouká celou dobu. Oh my god.
Just turned away. Looks away and Juliano will take your life. And now with the player advantage, what do they do with this? Juliano waiting for it. We do his little pop flash ready to go for Laurie there, but actually just a straight up challenge. Takes out Glance, but a quick trade. And now let's look at these post plants. Deep positioning. This is dangerous territory now.
Flowerful on the flank back through Art though.
Yeah.
It's going check though. Petra's not going to be looking away for it. No, Petra finds Flowerful, and now the defuse going to be started. There's anything to stop it. Juliano just being the bodyguard, body blocking if they have to. Mary stands there for them. Comes in. Just about holding on for another round here. They are desperate to hunt the weapons down, and they walk away with a rifle each.
I mean, even so, two in response, but they do not
Teď to budou protahovat prostě.
Whatsoever, right down to the wire there. Ability now to get that tour de force into round 21. I said the timing for Sonda. I think she's expected. Yeah, you know, I've got away with murder in Spawn.
Yeah, got that god timing.
And there's just nobody's going to challenge me again here. Juliano.
Takový pohled.
Mary lost for words after that one. Big opener.
Yeah, action speaking louder than words there for Mary finding Sonda.
Who's been causing so many problems in the last few rounds.
Even just with the space she's been taking. It's not even just the frags, which she's getting plenty of, but that deeper, you know, CT play pushing through pit. Now let's see what the options are for Shopify. Eyeing up middle potentially, but we know that that wall's in place. That's not going to be an access point for them. Where else do they go now?
Stacking up another 20 seconds or so on the wall if they're going to wait for that to decay. All the way down. G2 happy to hold on to it. See the slow orb on the backside of it as well. So diligence shown here from Mimi, just in case there was going to be a pop flash as it fell. But no utility left. And the last two rounds have been down to Mimi's wall alone.
First counter utility noted really from Shopify after they've hit the brakes after Sonda got picked. So noting presence towards Art, but it is going to be that readdress here. Nice entry from Laurie. They clear for Juliano though, working through B-Link, surely. They look towards it, Glance gets all the attention so far. Juliano set up for success. Makes a bit of a meal of the first, but does get it done. Laurie goes down, but it's KP with the trade. So still, they have two players alive here, but they have no real space or access points towards these sites. Actually, 14 seconds, I don't think they can even make it.
I was going to say, Cosmic is quite committed.
10 seconds left.
Ty to nestihne. Máte fate. Nestíhá.
Alright, ain't over yet, that's 9 now, Mike. G2 clinging on to life.
Clawing their way back.
Ty jo, tak to je ještě napínavý teďkon.
Here, if we don't find that opening engagement going in favor of Mary and Sonda doesn't fall, potential here for Shopify to continue. I mean, here with the suppress as well, Juliana couldn't even TP out here, so it's lucky actually the second kill comes through just to bail her out.
There's still financial
support
here for Shopify. They're still in a good enough position to get these buys going. Look at the odds as well. Sonda's still got hers, KP as well. Hers online. Other side, Petra's maybe got theirs here, but Mary just burnt theirs. So you are starting to see them really grind it down. And I'm looking at this early challenge towards double doors here. Quick pressure, and the answer maybe from G2 is to look towards the extremities. Postured up, posted up on both sides.
Yeah, G2 effectively now just putting it down to either the wall or the trap in R or Link.
Face your fear!
Wow. Trying to take space elsewhere. A very, very early nightfall here, but at least the information is clear. Sonda already looking to hit this execute.
Wow, but Benny also finding value on the other side of the
map. Už nepušujou, ne? Čekají
Mary, lovely
prostě.
positioning though. This crossfire could be nasty. There's the trade out though. Good work from Flower. All encompassing towards this A site. Look towards Glance. Not noted, has not been seen yet. Now we'll have to give away the game. They know of the position. Glance could be coming in, nothing to deny that for now. Laurie tucked on the site, pops the ult, and we look at what's remaining. 3, Petra, Giuliano, and Glance. They keep them humbled to the site for now, looking for that bailout, which would be Petra potentially. What else do they have to work through here? Looking for maybe the trade. Petra's got 1. Still need to clear this back line. KP, Benita, Flowerful, all sitting this side. That's massive. That should at least catch 2, maybe not the 3rd. And Glance pushed up at the same time. Flowerful holding the line. Diffuse started. Giuliano needs support here. And where was Petra in this? She wasn't alive anymore. Benita's got her dead, and Shopify Rebellion. That's map 1, and one we would have put with G2 here.
Absolutely. And no shame in saying Shopify played a fantastic game here on Pearl. Almost catching G2 off guard. That second half was so one-sided. And running away with things, G2 unable to get a steady footing in terms of the economy to really enable them to play I guess in the style they like to.
Yeah.
Constantly on the back foot, constantly trying to rely on Mary to find value with either the Tour de Force or that Headhunter. Unfortunately, Shopify just playing a better macro game.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair assessment, and it's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call for G2, I think, and they normally respond pretty well to them. They're happy to rise to those challenges, so looking forward to seeing that. But I have to, again, just give credit here to Shopify Rebellion for somehow not being exhausted, somehow being prepared for this. Because even mechanically, like, you don't get easy games against G2.
Hey, even building on that confidence from yesterday, where you can see it in the gameplay here. Sonda not afraid to, be on that island, be the solo mission, selling a couple of fakes here and there. Like you said, it's not necessarily the value from kills, but the amount of pressure and space that she's able to clear single-handedly for Shopify.
Tak teď bude asi nějaká pauza zase.
Fantastic map 1.
To se budu vycikat.
Give us that full map run. No, that's what everyone would love to see. The crowd happy to see this.
We might be in a world here where Shopify start 2-0 up.
That is a reality that I wasn't ready to face, but it actually seems very, very real.
I'm
actually quite happy to see this because we don't often see G2 challenged.
I'm here for it.
I'm absolutely here for it. It's going to be a journey. Do not go anywhere. This game is just starting to heat up.
Určitě. Tak já se jdu vycikat. Dělám si asi čaj. Tak máme asi chvíli pauzičku, než se začnou hrát. Tak já si dám pauzu na cikačku. Jo, nedám. Tam není vidět tata, moment. Tohle udělám. Dobrý. Tak jsem tu za chvilku.
Go beyond the frame. The new Instax SquareLink printer.
The win streak continues for Shopify Rebellion. There is nothing that is standing in their way right now, it feels like. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Koukáme, Potter, and Athena. And Athena, oh my goodness, who would have thought that the map that Shopify was going to take off of G2 was going to be Pearl?
Yeah, I mean, that was super, super surprising for me. I genuinely thought that this was going to be G2's map. Like, I thought that the way they were playing the other day was just like super, super cool. But I mean, it kind of looks like Shopify must have done their homework, and they really capitalized on things that I didn't think were gonna be that important, like abusing the Yoru, knowing the kind of playstyle that they're going for, and it just went super, super well, and Shopify just went really, really crazy on
I think in so many occasions they like outsmarted what G2 was putting into the table. So many 5-woman pushes that we saw, so many rounds just going for that mid control, making G2 very insecure. We're talking about the first time ever that G2 has lost on this map.
Yeah, and you know, it was the way in which Shopify was doing it, right? Flowerful on this chamber. As soon as we switched sides to the attack, she was winning clutch after clutch, multi-kill after multi-kill, and all those openings. And it's so exciting if you're Flowerful, right? I mean, I remember casting back just a couple days ago and just missing those clutches by 1 kill, those impossible scenarios, 1v3s. But now Flowerful, she's looking like a completely different player. She's so poised in these high-pressure moments, and I just have so much faith that she's going to be able to convert.
I mean, we knew that the attack was going to be explosive coming in from Shopify Rebellion, but to me, this amount of greatness, let's call it, even Lori that had such a slow start was having such brilliant plays.
Yeah, just in general, everything that Shopify did seemed to work, even in the post plants, even in the retakes, all these macro plays. Even Sonder at some point just had the confidence to just walk up mid and clear it, like on defense side. And I think that is something that's super, super important, that confidence coming into it, and just knowing your opponent, it seems like, for Shopify just made them like really, really grab this win.
And I think that's the key point, right? Knowing your opponent. We talked about G2's composition. This is now, we've had 4 days or so to kind of digest all these wonky Yoru plays coming out across the board. So I think especially switching off to the second half, Yoru on defense, it's a little bit tricky, right? You've got to have so many different clever set pieces to be able to have those retakes come out and be successful. So I think Shopify absolutely punished the Yoru on the defense.
But also, there were some uncharacteristic mistakes we saw from G2. It's giving me, Koukáme, the guild final PTSD a little bit there.
Yeah, totally, because we're seeing them, as you were saying, making some mistakes into, like, for example, Petra using her ult and then checking her bag when she has the trails in front of her, being like, they're here, and it's the nerves that we did not see in G2 just yet.
Yeah, but one player I feel like has been stone cold despite being on the losing side is Mary. Here she is in the AIM Lab shoot-around. Of course, only 16 years of age, but Potter doesn't really play like she's a 16-year-old here on land. She's really carrying her team.
Oh, absolutely. So mature in the server. And, you know, when I say mature, I'm talking about the experience of being able to react off the information your teammates give you and what's in front of you on the map, right? And Mary, again, the confidence that she has whenever she's looking at those duels. I mean, of course she's got the youth on her side, but she's just so good for the shot every time.
Yeah, Mary really, like, just to touch up on the maturity point there, like, she will take initiative for herself as a player, and I think that that is something that, yes, can be taught, but it takes a long, long time to teach that, and I think Mary has done just a great job at absolutely holding her own, taking her own duels, her own initiatives, and asking for the help of her team to put her in positions that are really, really good, and I think that Juliano is an amazing IGL for sure, but Mary's kind of also putting herself into spots that is helping her entire team.
It's going to be interesting to see if she can keep that up as well. Of course, Bind is the next map. Losing on Pearl for G2, I feel like Koukáme changes a lot of the narratives we had.
Yeah, listen, I know that we have 2 people from NA here on the desk. I know that you girls are in charge of the script. So if there's something that you know that we don't, this will be the perfect moment to change it, to share it. Because, of course, I think that the story for Shopify here on Bind, we were all here the other day. We saw that Seeker. We saw how close it was. They didn't manage to get the map against Team Liquid. But then when we look at the side of G2, everything takes a switch and changes. And bringing the changes is what has made G2 special in this tournament. If you look at your screen right now, you can see on the top the composition that they played against Skill Dex on that final. And the previous one was a long time ago against 10-Star Nova. Even Zaz was on the team. You see that they're very different. But what if I tell you that we've seen Glance moving from the Brimstone to the Omen? We've seen Mary having a complete different pathing into her agents, just picking on that chamber. And so what can we expect, and how does Shopify prepare for this bind?
Yeah, I think they prepare with the breach, right? I mean, we've been seeing Sonder have so much success now. We should be seeing Sonder switching off from the Neon over to the Raze, and the breach on bind, it's not quite as meta. You know, you don't see it as often, but being able to have that fault line provided for the back line as Raze is just satcheling across the map and just creating havoc in the back lines really helps out those executes. And even so many questions. I have so many questions running through my mind. That Cypher pick on Mimi as well. Are G2 still gonna run the Cypher on bind? It's not quite as meta either.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, it's like expect the unexpected, but at this point, it's like I have no idea what even the unexpected is with this team. Like the Yoru on Pearl, like who knows what's going to come out. But I mean, for me, if I saw Cypher, I would kind of be upset because I think Mary needs to stick to that chamber because she is just doing such a wonderful job this entire tournament so far for her team. But I agree, like Bind is really, like for Shopify, they have not seen G2 play Bind in this tournament ever. They have not seen their comp. They have not seen them play in a very like a month now. So it's really more of an advantage for G2, I think, at this point because Shopify just played it super recently.
Yeah, but we also need to talk about, of course, G2 had those two bans. The ground that Shopify has decided to be the test ground on their side is this bind. So, you know, it doesn't get better than this. And especially coming after that map win on Pearl, they have to be over the top right now and into confidence and everything that they bring in. If they have a plan, I know that they're going to be able to execute it. On the side of G2, are they going to go full in with the changes? We expect so, but of course they knew that this bind was not even a possibility. It was compulsory to be played today.
I mean, this is the pick that made sense because, like you said, G2 had two bans. The only map that I think all of us could have agreed on that Shopify would have gone first was the bind.
Yes.
Both teams probably know that as well. And as you all said, as we head into Prime Gaming Agent Select, we want to see Mary double down on her role change. Her going back to the breach, for me, would just make zero sense going into this.
Yeah, of course. And I think they will want to avoid that, right? We heard in the interviews they don't want a mini Zaz anymore. They want Mary to just blossom and come into her own.
Už jsem tady zase. Místo čaje jsem si dala pivíko. Tak na zdraví. Na čaje mi moc teplo po té polívce. Že pivíko je takový fajn. Ale proč dneska se cítím nějak unavená taková? Ale na koukání je to v pohodě asi. Už budou hrát nebo co?
No Sky on this time, but it is Mimi's debut on Breach here in the
Sky tam bude, jo?
Of all places of Game Changers. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, and yeah, we kind of have our expectations changed, right? Map 1 went the way of Shopify Rebellion. A little surprising when we had Pearl coming up first. That kind of changed the dynamic here. Mike now, though, Bind sits a little towards Shopify Rebellion. This is a map that could have been the lifeline for them.
Yes, it does, but I feel much better about this switch.
Oh, Koukáme,
you really want Mary to shine in this chamber role, right? And
tak kdyby...
Mimi's look fantastic as that second, third layer of some.
Kdybych plachtila už někde.
Even coming into this almost kind of drifts a little back into maybe
a
level playing field. Yeah, great point.
Už hrajou skoro.
The composition, Laurie is the only fact finder here, right? Other than the boombot, that's literally it. So maybe concerns that. We'll see the difference being Petra over on the fade as well.
see what we make of it. As we waste no time to get this started.
Já mám židli na kolečkách a jak se hejbe ta loď, tak úplně mě to přimáčklo ke stolu teďko.
Just trying to play her life as best she can over towards the A site, still keeping 2 players present, but Glance, stunner of a start. Mimi denying that pressure Sonder wanted to have. Story now, last one alive. And would need miracles here to make anything happen. Flawless beginnings from G2. Prime Gaming flawless.
And not biting whatsoever, committing to this triple hold on each side.
Prime Gaming flawless.
Shut down with the volley as well on the hookah. Shopify just desperate to try and get out of that smoke and find it over. I think probably anticipating.
Ahoj Romčo, ahoj, zdravím tě. Jak se vede?
That's even with, like I said, Sonder once again creating so much pressure getting into lamps almost off the rip.
A díky za like.
Figuring out as well key information actually that Mary's TP is positioned over there. Potential to punish that obviously with the breach and the raise. Force that TP out.
Ty. Kdyby to dala přes ten smoke. Vede se dobře, co ty? Že se vede dobře. No, mně se vede krásně, akorát jsem dneska taková lehce jako unavenější. A to je možná kvůli tomu počasí, protože dneska celý den pršelo a fouká strašně, jak jsem taková jako unavenější, jinak se mám krásně.
It's down to 2. This was classics, Mike. This should never have been this way. And now Giuliano and Petra.
A v Česku už snad i sněžilo, ne? Jsem viděla fotky nějaký na Facebooku. To teď to nějak dávaj.
Sonder has that second blast back and can close the distance a little bit. Giuliano with the judge though, you got to almost give that one to her.
Benita and Giuliano, no strangers to each other in grand finals. And if you were a fan back in the day, you probably knew that Giuliano won, I'd say more often than losing in those. Held supremacy throughout her prior career. Benita, I'm sure this would be quite the sweet victory if...
Se si potom budu muset zahrát ten Valorant, když to vidím.
I'm liking the fact that Shopify are prioritizing long here, knowing that judge was present in the previous round. Actually, Petra here to try and bait just a little bit with a different weapon sound. Glance early on the smoke and the molly. So Shopify have drawn out a little bit of utility. Whether or not Sonder actually tries to commit to this.
Super rozradila.
Petra out, still gets the kill though.
Wow. Finding Sonder there, that was almost kind of teed up to punish that little pinch coming in, and that would have been maybe the go signal towards the B site. Now they're going to have to do a little bit, I guess, more uphill, a little bit more of a struggle here. That double stack to Atuka still standing. You can see Shopify Rebellion already taken over elbow. Those rifles going to be keeping Mimi at bay. Glance though, steps away. And they're still
zase mě to přimáčklo k tomu stolu. Jak se hejbe ta loď.
See, a Glance has been waiting, only a ghost though, but still going to take Benita with her.
Probably Giuliano's now stuck with that judge. And she swapped out to the Spectre here.
Ooh, what a shot. That's the rifle gone. Petra was the one who had it.
Yep.
That's been removed.
Stun comes through. It's perfect here to set Giuliano up. That's going to swing through. Not find the second though. Mimi does.
Yeah, but Flowerfall's only 10 HP. How much can one player do in a 1v2 now? Flashed up. Flowerfall, this is such a tall task.
Málo života.
Mary and Mimi up against you. Mimi on guard duty. Mary taken down, no trade. Flowerfall, are you kidding me?
Ty jo, pěkný.
Almost getting away with murder. But across
To
the line,
stihne,
Pokus
ale.
converted.
To
G2
stihne.
carry on forward.
Flowerfall just about isolating that first kill with Mimi swinging wide onto long. The third on the board for G2. It's a beautiful setup here, and even actually with the fault line coming through on the back of that. It's unfortunate for Shop to find both kills there, but very low HP. It's difficult for Flowerfall to really feel comfortable about that clutch. A lot of pressure being applied towards B though.
Yep. artificially long. We've seen a lot of priority put towards it by maybe the fact that the judge was noted before.
Protože hraje Lori, hraje Sky. Sky je mé main. A občas hraju i Sage. Ale Sky se mi líbí jako umí healovat. Jakože rychle a všechny. Ale někde je fajn Sage kvůli té vole, no. Hrajou opatrně. Vůbec nepušujou. Ty jo, oni se tam nepodívají. Ty vole, takový noobs, ne? Se podívám i já, víš co? Se prostě nepodívají.
Does have that molly available. As a lineup from spawn, she's got set up and prepped, and no pressure coming towards the back line, so you almost can rely on this.
Time is of the essence. They've got to get a move on. That's quick. There's a lineup for Benny. Gonna commit it now.
Ooh, dobrý lineup.
Be able to get it to half here. Still gonna be sitting it, and actually gonna be. Oh, Benita comes around back in time, and that should be the denial defuse. It'll be brutal to try and get back to Mary. You'll have to make something of this one. And an attempt here, gonna be going for this 28 seconds. A smoke to Benita with the clutch.
Time to perfection there with the molly as well. So lucky to get that kill. You see initially the spray into the smoke doesn't really find the mark, but Benita with the sheriff making it work.
Line-up.
Flip back around the, you'd argue actually on paper shouldn't have been favoured for them. Great diligence shown with the flash onto Mary as well to clear that, and then actually the fault line committed onto Petra as well.
Že to je týpek tohle, ale není holka.
Shopify want to switch things up a little bit now. That's around actually a G2 revert back towards this three-site hold on B.
Jo.
All the pressure and showers.
Ty vole, zrovna si dával kartičku.
Quick damage done. They're going to take over part of the map though. The site should be under Shopify control, but Giuliano fancying her chances here. Benita will be the one on the other side to watch that, make sure no one slips the smoke, but actually the timing's unfavorable. Looks
too pěkný.
Oh, the adjust would have been everything. Can't quite get it to snap towards Benita, who is that backline presence. And now Mary put in a 1v3 again. Sunder on site, KP.
Možná by to mohla savenout třeba. To je pěkný. Je, nevadí. Pěkný ale. To jo, tady to je takový napínavější docela. Jak je to takový vyrovnaný.
Petra's gonna get that kill unless there's a little utility put out there.
Ani nevím teda komu fandíme vlastně. A já se fandím tomu, kdo vyhraje. Těm, co vyhrajou teda. Fouká hodně. Nevím, jestli je slyšet v tom mikrofonu, jak... Ona tam je ta přední plachta, Genoa se tomu říká, nebo chip, myslím, ale já nevím, jakou máme my. Ona tam je nějak jako rozdíl podle tvaru, tak prostě ta Genoa, ta přední plachta, tak ona tam jakoby pořád je a máme tam jakože obal na ní. A ono jak fouká, tak ten obal jakože vibruje prostě a dělá takový zvuky, tak je možný, že to tam uslyšíte v tom mikrofonu, jo. Tak se omlouvám, je to kvůli tomu větru. Ono, jakoby některý lidi dávají dolů na zimu, ale my bychom měli hned nějak v lednu a se začít učit plachtit, takže jako úplně nemá cenu to dávat pryč, nebo sundávat to a pak to tam znova dávat, ještě vzhledem k tomu, že jakoby to neumíme. Tak jsme se rozhodli to tam radši nechat.
Juliano off the back didn't quite make it where she wanted to. Now Flowerful gets the opportunity to do some damage. Big trade. 6 seconds now. Another attempt at the blow. Juliano. 3 kills and a 4th round for G2.
Almost looks like the Rolling Thunder a little bit off there as well. Didn't catch Flowerful. And then Juliano almost fumbling that satchel towards the top of truck. Doesn't matter though. Quickly finds that trade. And cleans up sight. Think here whether or not there's an opportunity for Laurie to reset just a little bit. Lisa's just desperate to hold on to that cross. Juliano landing the shots when it matters.
Shopify Rebellion pumping the brakes here as well. Maybe that Red Bull clutch enough to shake him up a little. Taking a moment. Shopify to talk it through. So the money was getting a little tight on both sides, but there will still be a purchase here for G2. On the other side, we have to see what they can muster together.
Yeah, problem being as well, some key ultimates burnt up here by Shopify. Something you might even want to see employed in this round.
Je to napínavý.
Outside of G2.
Mě by zajímalo, odkud jsou. Protože ty jako Petra je docela takový... jak se jmenuje? Valorant Game Changers.
They've got to kind of address this presence from Benita. There's a couple of times she's been able to slip behind this execute and cause real problems for G2.
Podíváme se na internet.
On the Brimstone with that Molly lineup, if they can keep finding these plants on A, it's definitely a concern.
It's consistency you can depend upon a little. Sonda, quick space taken and no real challenge this time.
Doufám, že to není seknutý.
Playing from the side itself. Decent information garnered. Juliano could be challenged here.
Už koukám na to.
Mary goes exploring the other way. Might even catch the spike here on the minimap.
Gozen.
KP is drifting back this direction.
G2 Gozen.
Yeah, you can see the calls being made. Oh no, Mary has no idea. Mary needs to run and gets to keep herself breathing, standing. But it's a scramble back towards that B side. She's got an early idea, an early concept.
Oni jsou z různých zemí, tady je Bahrajn, Rusko, Nizozemsko, Dánsko a Švédsko, takže oni jsou takhle jako, je to prostě braný jako Evropa, no. Okay. Zajímavý. Zajímavý.
KP unfortunately not to catch off Mary. Outside hookah. By the finest of margins she's able to get away. Mimi and Juliano holding down the fort here.
Wow, really nice.
Beautiful cleanup. Juliano even getting a freebie there behind her.
Moment.
Truly is a changing of the times. We see Mary being the loud one here. Juliano going to take some space instantaneously. And this is a push up across the map. Shopify Rebellion will be back in spawn. Aggression shown. See what the answer is. KP trying to clear. There's a lot of utility lane. Juliano is going to dip out of here. Going to burn up a fair amount of this utility though. It looks like Shopify trying to head this way. Flowerful, the quick progress through showers pays dividends. 2 quick kills. Mimi and Juliano had no idea that was vulnerable.
Just a lack of consideration here that somebody would be so quick to punish from showers, and that's going to give Shopify the plant here on 8. And a 5v3 presented. Peter already playing that backline. Mary, potential to find that kill though.
Okay, that's one of the problems addressed, but there's so many bodies in the way here. Petra would need heroics, and I don't think she's got it in her in this round.
Možná by to mohla savenout, ne?
I mean, it was a little all in, and again, we've seen, at least bear in mind, Benita lurking through shower quite often.
Yeah, savuje to.
Surprised they didn't address that at some point.
And that's why it's a shame to not see that considered at all. Flowerful makes absolutely the right decision to very quickly pressure towards
Jak už jdou po ní, ne?
area of the map. Unfortunately, actually, I mean, Sonda just about gets away from that showstopper. Half a second either way. I think Giuliano potential to catch her and mark it. Like I said, G2 look as if they wanted to start exploring, and this is the round we see it with the showstopper. But she should be able to come through here. Actually, operator in hand from Mary as well.
I don't mind the attempt though. They still have a buy-in pocket, so again, I don't think it's the worst idea to try and do that, but
this is what we kind of alluded to on Pearl, right? When G2 are ahead, they like to keep applying the pressure, right? It's when they struggle to get a footing in terms of the finances that they maybe go inside their shell just a little bit, play a little bit safer. So it's a positive that G2 are still looking to take control of some of these rounds. A lot of variation in terms of the setups here from G2 on defense. Shopify continue to go through the motions, these early round protocols, to get some sort of feel.
Yeah, probably paying a little bit more attention to detail, especially after that last round now. You're really very much aware that there could be a push, there could be presence.
Mary drifted. And Laurie's got a very deep angle.
It's time. Laurie, the face. Give him the face just like that.
Even surprised by that one herself.
With the opposite of that timing as well, that was delayed in comparison to that initial aggression we saw in the prior round, so already rewarded for that diligence.
That's two though. G2 going to re-clear through showers. They want to address the backline. If this plant comes up to A, I think they're going to try and hunt Benita, knowing the orbital.
Jak oni jim nechali prázdný site?
Going to come through, but you can see Shopify Rebellion trying to get a little bit of presence on CT. Giuliano challenge, but here's that backline fight that we're looking for. Benita now under pressure, needs some support here. Petra's found Sonda. You can see all of the cavalry being called over. Guards goes down. Great work from KP. Keeping Benita safe for the post plant here. Now it's an uphill struggle. Benny called to attention. Petra's got to move. And Mimi makes it safe. It's down to 3. KP, Benita, and Flowerful, but time is still on their side. Molly coming in. They are buying so much time here. And you can see that late lurk again coming in through shower. Benita taking down Petra. Benita
A defuzuje, ne? Jo, nedefuzuje.
And a great adaptation from G2, but a better hold back from Shopify.
Fantastic awareness for G2 to almost give up the site there and look to challenge the backline. But Benita's put up under so much pressure. Just so happens KP swings through, finds that kill, and able to stabilize that post plant. Even looking here, I think it's only Glance to come through and challenge. I think Giuliano was considering it. She satchels back onto site here. Benita really digs her heels in.
Huge work between Benita and KP there. That was massive.
This is a great round to watch from the minimap and just see exactly what, and the decision making from G2, like I said, was on point.
Yeah, lovely stuff between these teams. Exactly what we want for a grand final. And again, the patience paying off. KP being rewarded with a kill towards Mary.
So on this round, not as much of a concern, but second time Mary's been caught off guard, posting up on these deep angles. Obviously, headhunter here will a little bit of an allowance for it. Already 2 members sent back across towards A, a third in the form of Giuliano.
Možná bychom mohli dělat nějakou anketu, ale nevím, jak se to dělá úplně. Jo. Já myslím, že jsem ji dělala.
Gives it up regardless.
Yeah, this is great work. They need that. They don't need, but it'd be nice to have 5 standing. Keep that economy booming. There it is. Shopify Rebellion. Prime Gaming flawless now. This game is starting to look a little more favored to them.
Same sort of thing that Potter was talking about, alluding to on the desk, right? Shopify's ability to stabilize. Just sit back and receive some of the aggression G2 throw out and adjust their plan accordingly. Very early on, Shopify showed so much presence towards B as well. So even winning out on some of these, you know, spin the wheel sort of rounds where G2 have got 3 towards A, still coming out on top. It's got to feel good to even come back here and, yeah, we're tied up 5 apiece, but firmly in control of this first half. If they win this, actually G2 going to be on
timeout zase. Tak já tady setupnu pole nějak.
G2 again, we don't often see them winning those clean games. They are normally a brawl and they normally win out, but Gotta give credit here to Shopify Rebellion. It has been wonderful to watch. Oh, the drinks are out, are we? We're already on beers. Nice work. Jess, easy now.
Kdo se to jako nastavuje?
I like the just generic sign, women. Nice work, Jess. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we do need to kind of look towards the actual reality that if Shopify keep this up, there is a chance they go 2-0 up here. Like, it's a genuine reality that I wasn't actually ready for at the start of the day, and I think most of us who are realists will look at this and go, okay, Shopify, yeah, okay, maybe beating the NA counterpart. They've done that before, right? Oh, they've bested Cloud9.
They're embracing the Titan Slayer.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah. Because the Cloud9 game I chalk up to, you know, a common enemy, you've known them so well, but this is a whole different beast.
We saw a C9 white wobble early on. I think we said earlier before this game started, G2, it was slow, but they barely kind of put a foot wrong, right? There's been very few mistakes, even with Giuliano having a quiet couple of series here and there.
Yeah, recovered well on the Reyna. Yeah.
Exactly.
We go back in. Mary this time does connect towards Benita. That is a different start. That could change these post plants that have been paying off for Shopify.
Actually removes the smokes as well ahead of this execution. And there's a window of opportunity for Shopify to still commit to this, but you see the hesitation here from KP. Finally does commit, but actually a fantastic nade from Sondo. The response in kind with the orbital strike.
Yeah, no stone unturned here. Gonna have the ult potentially committed. Yep, gonna go for it, Mary.
Okay.
Has to give away presence, as does Glance now. Hit towards the side, Shopify making the most of it, and the shot goes astray. Mary, now under pressure, has to fall off this angle again. She's not having as much freedom as she used to. And they've made a plan out of this, and they brought it back down to 3v3. Powerful, getting ahead of herself there. Trying to pressure towards CT and gets denied by Giuliano. A quick bit of presence shown, and now Giuliano starting to let loose here. Mary gonna find it in the end. But the veteran coming online when they need her most.
A crucial timing for the reveal, actually, from Petra to come up, enable Giuliano to find that kill from the smoke.
Já nevím, jak to mám vypnout.
This, like I said, there's a window of opportunity when Benita falls, you have no smokes, and Shopify almost need to, within like, you know, a second or two, commit to this execution.
Jako really?
A little bit of hesitation, but Sondo with a nade.
Já tady mám teďkom přes celou druhou obrazovku tu.
Almost given a life up in that regard, and it pays off for G2.
6-5 now. Favor to G2, but not by a large margin.
Much needed win though, that round.
Was. Yeah, that could have been 4 on the trot, and then you break the money, and you start looking real good to close out with a decent lead.
Let's play.
Order force committed.
Nevím, jak se to dělá.
We look towards that A site. Don't worry, we're back.
We're back.
And straight in we go. Sonda gonna clear close. And Petra has to respect it, the Prowler.
Ok, asi to byl blbej nápad, protože nevím, jak se to dělá. Tak nebude žádná ta...
Anketa. The fight back towards the site, but they don't have these kind of extremity control. They don't have shower, they don't have heaven. The site feels small.
As well.
Oh my god, they're taking the TP. Mary's ready and waiting. Greets one with a smile and backs away. Flash goes in, but I think she can dodge that well enough. Yes, tips away to the corner. And now gets spotted, KP. Gonna chip her down to 90 before her off the angle. Laurie now noted too, they need support here. Mary needs support, and fast. She cannot die in this position. She needs to stay alive for the others to get over in time. Now, I think I'm already seeing it. KP trying to slip through towards CT. Potentially two, no, dips away to side. Giuliano dives on it, Laurie fell on. Laurie's got another! This is unthinkable! Laurie now overwhelmed as Mimi. Stepping up as well, we're seeing the veterans. Giuliano, Mimi doing big damage now.
And just like that, when it feels like Shopify might come away with this half, with a 2-round advantage, G2 close the door. Sonder almost being thrown into the blender in lamps here. Great utility from Mimi.
Wow.
Oh, Laurie's just looking so sharp.
What a turn of events. We are really starting to see it. And the watch party's grown around the world just for Mary.
Yeah.
And it's a grand finals, I don't blame you, but it's 7-5. It is not a huge lead here for G2. It is a slight lead, but it could all change on the half.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypox. 7-5 at the half for G2.
No.
And if we think about that thrifty
Shopify won as well. Maybe it could have been a little bit better for G2 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking pretty lackluster. They looked like they couldn't get a hold of what they really wanted to do, but then they ended up winning this one eco. So I do want to jump back into round 4 really quick, where Shopify actually manages to win this eco. Firefly actually had the hero Phantom, and then we have the trades coming up on short. And so what's really, really cool about this is that I just talked about Shopify always converting their ecos earlier on, and they just kind of proved that they could do it again. This was so sick from Benita as well.
Jo, to byl dobrý line-up, no.
Actually, off of this round, the reason why it was so important, because they kind of, it catalysted into them having their breach ult for the next round and their brim ult. They converted their round 4 eco, and like, really off of that, they started getting their momentum, and it felt like they started getting their footing. And after that round, we saw them, yes, go back and forth with G2, but it really felt like that was the time where they started finally feeling the momentum together as a team. And like, again, it's always off of the ecos for them, for me.
I think it's surprising because even though we had a 7-5 half, it doesn't look that dominant coming in from G2. I still think that Shopify had very good rounds. Now looking ahead, if you're in the crowd, if you're at home, if you're cheering for G2, you have to be looking at Giuliano. It was actually her, I think, 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to hear. And converting and actually, you know, stepping up for the team. We talk about how experienced she is, everything that she brings into the team. Now if she's going to be playing in this duelist, we need to keep seeing, especially on the attack, how explosive she can be.
Nefandím nikomu, prostě kdo vyhraje.
On that, the multi out of that top B, it seemed like anytime Shopify were trying to slow down the round, it was Giuliano that was finding those mid-round impact frags. So certainly.
Yeah, well, the sides are swapping as well. G2, they have a lot of work to do here. Still, it's not just over yet. So let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, Analyst Asking. Yes, it's certainly far from over. 7-5, it is still damn close. A couple of answers finally coming through for G2. As Shopify Rebellion were leading that for a little while.
Yeah, concern being we come into this half, and I think G2 this year have a 65% attacking round success rate, which is terrifying to come into this now, even with a 2-round advantage, right? Very little margin for error for Shopify.
Bim steaking down, they're going fast on this one. And yeah, instant pressure. Giuliano's straight on the side, you have to. At this point, they've circumnavigated anything that was actually in place. The TP was already taken, so they took the way out. Lori finds a roaming Giuliano.
Yeah, overstepping the mark.
Big pick. Yeah, a little overzealous to push that smoke there, but maybe trying to be aggressive, but still. But the team are play disadvantage now.
Powerful back on this angle pretty early on. The flash might set her in motion, but catches it just a little bit herself.
Oh, it's messy, but it's working out.
Lori's found another.
It's working out for Shopify, though.
Mimi's dead.
Mimi's down to nothing. And will fall, glance overwhelmed. Shopify.
To mě vždycky taky zabije od té rejsky granátek.
Scrappy. Usually rounds that you see G2 excelling.
To by ale asi mohli vědět, ne, že to zabije.
Things like Giuliano going exploring so deep here, but it's a massive overstep.
Watch on this again.
It's a little bit of a reality check here in the pistol.
Yep.
Again, great respect shown by Lori. Not even backing up towards Elbow, backing deep into spawn, making sure they can maintain these numbers for the retake on the pistol. Alex, it was so chaotic at that point.
Weird round. Weird pistol round. And now we're going to have the classics coming out for G2, and of course the Pudge on the other side, 3 Spectres, 1 Judge, and the Bulldog. So pretty well situated for this. He'd need something quite spectacular for G2 to work this out. And no pocket play in mind just yet. See if Mary can potentially find something here. 4 shots to play with.
It spots Lori over the corner of that smoke. Not really feasible to commit to it. G2 not really subtle about this. We'll draw out a smoke at least from Benita. Maybe try and commit towards holding short here. Respect shown once again from Sonda as well. Backs away from playing close contact.
And it looks like they will give up a flaw.
Oh
my god, Giuliano runs through 2 with just a frenzy. KP just about quells all of that danger, but could have been potentially consumed if the others had swung that corner. For now, they've at least got themselves a plant here, and Judge recovered for Mimi. What else do you have, KP? Ridiculous ridiculous impact already. Stopping any danger here and the spike no longer planted. It's all very favorable now for Shopify.
Desperate to try and find the heal.
To bych asi save'la.
I'm not even sure if that's a fault line from Mimi deep on short to enable Giuliano to find.
To bylo asi zbytečný, ne, tam mít s tou ganou. Ale když...
Put Giuliano in motion. But KP shuts it down.
Ona měla asi jenom shotgunu, ale stejně.
It wasn't even a stun.
Just went for a run. Oh my word. Yeah, KP fortunately had a fantastic round here, taking a little bit more of that initiative really in their face and... Oh, tip of the hat.
Where's his fedora?
Oh! Synergy! Synergy! It's right there. Flash down long will show that someone is in attendance.
G2 again come in behind this. The flash actually forced out. Benita stuck out of position with his judge, but still finds Giuliano. Another time, a little bit of an overcommitment once again. Flowerful challenged here on site, but already the damage going in favor of Shopify. Double down here by Benita and Flowerful.
The damage is almost insurmountable at this point, unless some fortunate timing comes through here. Petra with the first, would she expect the second? Yes, she does! Clean clear, and the spike is on the way. A site now open for business, and the other two players are pretty far off from this. Laurie still has two flashes though, still has the heal, can do everything to get themselves ready for this.
Shock available for Mimi as well. I'm going to try and set up a semi-crossfire here, but an opportunity for Mimi to be isolated.
Yeah, Shopify. Taky tam jdou, ne?
Mimi, timing. Oh my god, Mimi, this is perfect! Oh my, and Laurie still gets that! Now, last flash used, Laurie all alone.
Show?
Up against Petra, still has the power, still has the seize.
Děkuji za follow. Děkuji moc.
Petra's patience gets tested. Steps
Ty
hurdle.
vole.
Goes out for it, it's 30 HP,
Ty vole.
Petra! The veteran stands the ground. We'll get them to 8. These are ridiculously hard 4-4 rounds, Mike.
2 massive kills from Petra to flip that round on his head. Showing patience here on A short after things almost falling apart for G2 on B side. I mean, how is Flowerful ahead of that?
I don't know.
Mimi's been robbed. There's still even Laurie that's stunned up that finds the kill.
Yeah. And what a weird buy we're in.
Watch party.
To the stress in this game, certainly a different atmosphere to the
Máme taky watch party tady.
More than we've seen, which is quite surprising. A lot of us seeing it as potentially a game for G2 to flex a little. They are being held for now, 8-7. And they've forced away the early presence here with, as you said, beautiful utility and a very nice approach.
The retake though coming through. Actually rolling finally catches Giuliano. She still gets the kill though.
Yeah, Benita left feeling a little silly with that, but luckily KP's on the case. Gonna find two, but Mary, Mimi in combination. Looking to secure that side, and finally they do. Where are these final players? Where are they coming from? Sure, Petrus, yeah, 100% aware of this now. 9 seconds
Great
up for the
reposition
horn.
actually.
Nasty angle to
To nedaj. To nedaj. Možná, že.
The consideration of that, and that's a rifle to upgrade to.
Ne, podle mě to pokryjou.
They want to secure this round. They do not want to make any more mistakes. Stamping their authority here on the game as Flowerful has been posing a problem, being a danger, being a threat.
Nice, to bylo dobrý.
Mimi's got it, and G2 again clawing onto these rounds, Mike.
Shopify looking to fight fire with fire though. Like I said, sending that roll
Bude 1-1 určitě.
so early. Yeah. I mean, if Giuliano doesn't find that kill, a headshot nonetheless, fully stunned up. All could have got a miss for G2.
Jdu echo, jo.
Maybe that's a fantastic follow-up with the aftershock and then the flash from KP as well. But it's just spammed out on the site.
Now Sheriff's frenzies. Shouldn't be too much threat to this round, but we wait and see. Second towards showers.
Very quick challenge here.
Yeah, Giuliano's got to be careful in this. A little bit more present. Oh, Giuliano! Oh no! It's horrible. Sonda definitely getting the better of her there. And now the next challenge, Mary. Quick with it. Started to work.
Si vzala ganu, že?
Ult's gonna come in, yet they're all here. Laurie now swing bullets.
TP,
yeah, decides to get out of there with a life. And why not? And honestly, probably the best call. TP taken as well over towards the other side. And a quick swing. Mimi's gone down. It's fallen to pieces. It's a 2v4. Mary and Petra put to task.
Tyjo, teď dostane. Teď dostane! Tam čaruje.
How much more can you do? Nothing. Shopify Rebellion. This was never meant to be the round.
To bylo dobrý. To šli eko. Hodně dobrý.
It's such a crazy exchange early on here. Unfortunate for Mimi as well. She avoids the boom bot the first time. The second time around does a ton of damage. And yeah, even though I mean, this is tough. We even have to watch that back, but immediately though, Mary responds in kind to that kill on the other side of the map. The things from that is such a weird round. Giuliano's expecting to create a ton of pressure with his showstopper over towards Showers. Just so happens it's an absolute disaster and she falls.
Tak já si jdu vycikat. Já se chce cikat zase. A vezmu si další pivíko.
To really commit to pretty much every fight going on across the map.
Yeah, you're right. 9 to 8 now, Gap stepped back a little closer.
Jdu se vycikat, jo.
In here. G2 fans still believing. Need something to believe in now. Do with a round here. Deny that momentum. Shopify Rebellion, fantastic at utilizing that momentum though to build back in. Confidence brimming, and they've broken the money from G2.
Well, confidence brimming, yes, but maintaining composure as well, which is something we noted so many times yesterday. Yep. Really, really high pressure scenarios, and the clutch factor for Shopify, I gotta say, it's leaning in their favor with some of these rounds. Orbital strike available now for Benito. Flowerful one away from the tour de force. On the flip side, G2, Nightfall, an orbital strike of their own. That gets invested here, just the one weapon brought into this. Other than the Headhunter, glance with the Spectre. Early rotation from Benito, actually.
Okay, pressure now, Sonda. Should she stay or should she go? She tries to stick around a little longer here, trying to slow down Giuliano, who you gotta turn around and pay attention. Oh my god! Sonda! Oh dearie me, leaves him in tatters! But how the hell is she doing that? What's wrong with her wrist? No bullets in the mag.
Show me those two headshots again. What was that from Sonda? Under a ton of pressure.
Play it back right now.
That is ridiculous.
I mean, that's one way to shut it down, I guess. Here we go. Right. No, okay. Out of charges. Spike down A. What sensitivity does Sonda play on? Bloody hell.
That's a wrist breaker right there.
The benefit of youth. Yeah, same.
Yeah, me and you both.
Yep. 9-9. Buyback out though, and all the silliness aside, this is a huge round. Double digits now could be garnered from this, and G2 making early progress.
Mary's got to be careful here though, because Shopify is switching things up a little bit. Mary none the wiser. Just creeping out of line of sight.
She's got to know what she's about to do. Sonda, deep behind enemy lines.
Face your fear.
Issues, the spike was left back by long. There is a chance that KP could catch that.
Well, KP's here so early on the back of Mary falling that I don't think G2 are going to have the timing down.
But Flowerful stopped Petra. They've lost a little bit of that validity, that springboard on the side. They're starting to dwindle in numbers. They're down to 3. Laurie, dependent on the flash, tries to slow down Giuliano, but they're now going to be standing together, standing tall. G2 win out. At least one fight towards elbow, but they still need another player to...
Is Mimi going to slip through the smoke?
Does Mimi do this? Does Mimi do this? Mimi does this. Okay, she's seen enough. She's going to call out to Giuliano. You're under pressure. Takes one with you. Mimi's on the run. She's getting the hell out of here. And the other two, Benita and KP, have to respect it to a degree. Don't know if she's still lingering around on the site. She has clutch potential. Mechanically, one of the best there is.
So here the TP. Fault line back as well.
Here's the steps. She wants one, and it gets denied. Benita runs in, runs through him, and takes the lead in this game. It's going to be 10
shit,
now.
Už hrajou 9-9,
just
jo?
as we mention it again, the confidence and composure, those two factors here, so decisive on this round to dig Mary out of that lurking position. over towards Showers. It hasn't even felt problematic for Shopify. It's almost that spin the wheel, find somewhere on the map, and then immediately remove it. But then, like I said, KP, the timing for Mary to fall and immediately be on that trap, or past that trap even in market, actually puts a fault line in motion towards elbow. It's these little things that they go unnoticed. Just the pressure being able to come through and actually support that site hold. It's fantastic work from KP.
No, 90. Tak jestli někdo zrovna pijete, tak na zdraví. To bych se dostal. Jak to, že vždycky zmizí, že vidíme za tou zdí a pak jakože už je nevidíme. Nějaká chyba, no? Ty vole. Ty vole, jak tam pochcípali. Tak to dostali pěkně na prdel teda. Chudáci. To měla asi savenout, ne? A ona jde Eko a má ultimátku. Tak to asi nemá co saveovat, no.
Double swing, there it is, it's 11. Great response. I can't believe this. Shopify Rebellion, they are not just
tyhle, oni to otočí, jenom to vyhrajou prostě. Už nebudou hrát třetí.
Consecutive rounds. G2 unable to really get a firm grasp on most of these rounds, to be honest. Like I said, Laurie here happy to stand her ground. Beautifully done. And Benita. Fantastic support to come through with the stim as well. Shopify, dare I say it, looking better than yesterday, which is the wildest concept. I'm with you. The level they're starting to hit is unthinkable, and Sunder's starting to feel confident. There's so many different variations for Shopify in terms of proactivity. Just keeping G2 guessing.
Budeme pak hrát Valorant. Hraje někdo Valorant?
Two have sent all the way up towards 8, so they're ready to greet G2 ahead of this hit. Mary is swinging a miss.
Už tam nevykukuje radši.
Now gonna be a little bit problematic. You can see already that little consideration of a rotation coming in. Sonda coming back over towards the A site. A bit of a re-clear here for Laurie. Does not quite get any information. Sitting a little bit deeper there on short.
To jak tam řvou, já jsem si myslela, že to je někdo venku, ty vole.
No way. Oh, they're just getting in their faces, KP. Deletes Juliano. Look at this flash, Laurie, that nastiness.
To je pěkný.
Like a nightmare. And now it's just Mimi in a 1v4. This is going to be 12 surely. Mimi can't do it.
Ty vole.
12 rounds for Shopify.
Tak to je hodně napínavý.
Reputation is real because this could be 0-2. This could be Shopify Rebellion somehow taking map 2 off of G2. I'm extremely worried.
To daj.
How composed Shopify look.
To asi daj, kámo.
So happy to get proactive. Like I said, just not even. There's no games played, right? G2 are left second guessing themselves from the get-go in some of these rounds. Unfortunately, there's just the fights aren't going their way this map. That's been very obvious, very apparent in some of these rounds. Forced now into a position where G2 are playing very slow. G2 fans still standing behind their team. Happy to will them on here. Cautious approach. You can see Petra trying to take a little bit of room, instant damage and big game. Benny's back.
Já ani jsem nekoukala, odkud jsou ti druzí.
KP noted Petra on the retreat and Flowerful. Again, Giuliano getting nothing done from
Shopify Rebellion.
They've already got 2 players to the good here. This is fantastic, even with a plant.
Shopify Rebellion.
Shot work from Mary. Needs a little bit more of that. Spike now down. Prowler. Oh, and
no!
still! Big trade for Petra. And shot in the back. Benita still standing, still
Ty vole,
breathing.
no
Mary
tak to
with
daj.
all- Oh, Mary trying to do it all.
Oh, dali to.
Game. Benny is in the building.
Dali to.
Shopify Rebellion. I cannot believe what
Takže
we're
už jsou
seeing
fakt
here.
už vyhráli.
Maps to the good. G2 left stunned by what we're seeing.
Hustý, to bylo easy, ne, jim dali na prdel. A druhý místo je taky hezký. Ty jo, pěkně to dali.
Constantly in that recovery mode. I'll say that aspect of the game has just looked better for Shopify.
Need to refocus here. See G2 having a chat. Gonna work it out now. Maybe more of a challenge than most of us expected here. Mike, I can't believe this.
A už vyhráli, ne? Už nebudou hrát. Proč tam nedají na pódium?
The number of times they're willing to commit to this proactivity is so good to see.
I just, again, you can chalk up yesterday to, you know, one of those days where it all lines up, it all goes right. Your best team you know so well. You
bubbled over to today,
bringing the same elements
that look so damn good. And there's players like KP, even though numerically not reflected, so much value on that support role. Laurie as well, going huge in some individual circumstances. And like I said, these are the sorts of things that we want
American
to play.
organization.
Usually things we're crediting them for. We're crediting for players, coming up clutch, looking damn good in gunfights, and it's just not there today.
The Titans are being challenged. It's not over yet, though. There is still a little more to do, and it ain't over till it's over. G2 will put up a performance here. They're going to have to, because Shopify are about to potentially...
Americká organizace, no.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot for G2 to dig
Up
deep
next, Ascent?
We can come back to the veto discussion a little later on.
Proč jako budou hrát další mapu?
This for me just got so interesting with the start 2-0.
It absolutely did. Let's head back to the desk right about now.
Proč budou hrát další mapu? Kolik jich jako budou hrát? 5? Já myslím, že jde na 3, ne? Se to hrálo celou dobu. Aha. Jakože na 2. Ne. Nevím. Proč hrajou další mapu? Už vyhráli 2. Možná dám... A... Grand... Počkej.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Valorant Game Changers. Je final. Grand final. Grand final schedule. To nevím, na kolik se hraje. How many games? My máme reklamu, jakože.
Go beyond the frame. The new Instax Square Link printer.
Quando il nasino è chiuso, la poppata si blocca. Metodo Marinelle per sbloccare il nasino.
Nevím, není to tady napsaný. Ale jakože celou dobu se hrálo na 3, pokud vím. A to by nedávalo smysl hrát ten poslední 3, ne? Když už jsou 2 kola. Jako mají výhru.
Shopify Rebellion, they lead 2-0 in this grand final best of 5 against G2 Gozen. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm back here with Koukáme, Potter and
Bez to chtějí natahovat a dej to jakože ještě jednou.
Shopify, are we about to witness a 3-0 in a grand final here?
I can't even believe it. I can't even believe we're saying that out loud. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, we were looking at the stats as well of we were theorizing.
Jako fakt budou hrát 3-0, jo? Nebo 2-1 prostě. Nebo musí být o 2, že když vyhrajou... Jo, jakože musí být o 2. To znamená, že když vyhrajou teďkon 2-1, tak budou muset hrát ještě jednou, aby to bylo o 2. Jasně. Asi takhle to mají teda. Že mají ještě šanci to otočit, no. Tak to bude dlouhý večer asi. Jestli to nevyhrajou. To by byly hodně unlucky, kdyby to nedali, ne? Protože oni tady píšou, že to je o 2 právě, takže hrajou jakoby 3. A musí to být o 2, no.
Not 100% sure, but yes, I also want to give props to Venita because there was that one round where she used her Brimmal and then her Brim Molly. Then what was the quote again, Yinsu?
Hraju zase Bind.
Yeah, like, you know, we literally saw that happen. Venita coming in with the clutch. Like, I think a lot of these small plays are just things that are kind of like in their blood at this point with Shopify. Like, they have these reads ready, and I agree. I think G2 is getting maybe a little bit sloppy on their side.
Ještě jsem si dala to pivíko, když to bude dlouhá hra.
I think it was a fine risk to bust out the pro first, but a lot of questions because when you look at Shopify, they're starting to build up that confidence, and it's scary to think that if Shopify are that confident on those eco rounds, if they're able to tap into those eco rounds and convert them and have that confidence for their gun rounds, then I'm so terrified for G2 moving forward.
You know, practice makes perfect. We know that Shopify has had a lot of matches. We were talking about G2 only showing up a couple of days.
No a fakt je to Shopify, že si vytvořili svůj tým.
The composition that they've shown, again, new for G2 hasn't worked. It's not the surprise that we expected. It's not the innovation that they've shown in
Jsem teďka viděla na Google.
But also the first time I saw G2 without the smiles when they lost.
Yes.
Oh my god, that looked way harder than it did against Cloud9 White.
Yes, that is such worrying signs, especially, you know, talk about the experience of G2, the captain, the leadership of Giuliano. I saw Mary on the side kind of looking down. Yeah, it's worrying signs, but again, being able to bounce back, and we've seen it before, right?
Yeah, tak budou druhý, víš co. To přežijou asi.
grand finals and has been in these positions before, it's immense, right? So definitely going in the back lines and just resetting yourself is going to be so crucial for G2.
A lot of that is going to come down to Juliana, who did have a really good
To má
performance.
hrozně hezký hlas.
High speed moment. And Athena, what a 3K from her as well. She kept them alive in this match. This was literally insane. I mean, she just missed her satchel and we were laughing about it, and then she just turns around and does this, like absolutely taking the round into her own hands. This 1v3 was insane. I mean, the timer was running.
Boďa, ahoj Boďo. Čau, jak se máš?
Yeah, the correction is beautiful. We hear that last player send and you see Juliana and she doesn't even bat an eye. That is the kind of performance that we need to see from her again. I wanted to ask you, Potter, like in your experience, you know, what wise words would you give to the G2 girls right now?
Oh man, I would say I don't even know what I would say.
Preo man. A tam všechny holky, ne?
Making the moves, making the plays that you would do in your own home, in your comfort of your office or your living room, wherever it is that it may be. Sure, you're on stage right now, but at the end of the day, you're still playing the
Skvěle, co vy? Teď jsme 4 hodiny pařili Sea of Thieves. To bych si taky zahrála, kámo. Je to dobrý? Je to dobrý, nebo ne? Tyve, to se nám hodně líbilo, jsme koukali, jak to nějak jako zrovna launchlo, že jo, tak jsme koukali právě na stream a vypadalo to hodně dobře. My se máme krásně, děkuji za oftání, máme se krásně, akorát dneska foukalo, pršelo, pořád teda fouká, už neprší. Ale jinak máme krásně.
Is she like that at home as well when she's practicing and playing?
Yes.
How do you get around to do your chores? Like it must be difficult for you to focus. Yes. That said though, now Shopify Rebellion, nobody expected this, but they're currently in the lead 2-0, one map away from winning the championships for the Game Changers here in Berlin. What are the emotions going through your mind right now to support your daughter?
Sure, will be continued.
Your daughter? Dceru?
And with that, I want to know, is there any other
Já myslela, že to je ségra. To vypadá, jako když má tu roušku nebo ten respirátor, tak vypadá hodně mladě.
Thank you very much, fans. I think Tiffany's been yoinking KP strats. Sonda, go, 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 go. That is pretty much what's been happening, but imagine if she's able to lift that trophy in front of her mum today.
Oh, don't even come at me with that question because I'm gonna get emotional very quickly. If she's gonna cry, then I'm gonna start crying, and then everybody's going to cry.
That's how it goes. Yeah, I mean, but it's not over yet. This is a marathon. It is not a sprint. And one stat I kind of want to bring up to you guys is this is a best of 5. G2, they've won a lot of best of 5s. Shopify, not so many. And the other thing is G2, they have never actually been 3-0'd. So the likelihood of 3-0, I don't know how likely that is. But do you believe in a potential reverse sweep, perhaps?
I do. I mean, G2 have everything they need to make this happen, right? Ascent, it's very 50-50 across the board, but I think, yeah, the experience of G2, I don't think they're going to be as shaky coming into this third map.
I mean, so their team has veterans, and I think this
tohle má taky pěkný
one of
hlas.
those wake-up calls that they need to really step it up for the rest of this tournament. I think that
tohle má taky moc hezký hlas.
stamina for this. They've proved it to us time and time again that they do have the stamina for this BO5. And Shopify, like you said, like we haven't really seen them kind of win one or like a couple. They've only had that one win under their belt, so. You know, I think there's definitely potential. I think Ascent is one of the maps that if you fix your fundamentals on, it should be a pretty easy map from there on. And I think that just in general, like G2 definitely has that kind of ability. And if they just, you know, take a second to look at themselves and calm themselves down, and you know that dark cloud that we saw over their desks as they lost, like maybe just, you know, clear that out. 2 is all they get. 2 is all they get. You know?
I just know that you say that to your team.
Literally
I know you do that.
Yeah.
Like the Athena voice,
is all,
in the Myrna voice.
No, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about that voice. But yeah, I think, you know, once they kind of like reset mentally for sure, like you mentioned, clear that space, clear that area, and kind of just realize that, you know, Ascent is a map that once we have the fundamentals down, once we
No Boďa, dej nám vědět, jestli si máme taky koupit Sea of Thieves.
This is the map that they can definitely come back on.
Protože bych si to chtěla fakt zahrát.
We were talking about how surprising it was at the beginning, and now everybody's like used to it. Like Shopify did not have a doubt into how to attack and definitely overcome. So I expect something different from Ascent maybe. And I don't think it's only about the stamina. It's also the mental comfort of just thinking that it's not over till it's over. That you can bring this back. Yinsu, you were talking about it. They've never been 3-0'd. We need them to literally turn the tables around and be like, you know, we want it. We want this more than them.
Yeah, and I think for G2
je to celkem fajn ve více lidech, ale jako na nějaký tryhard to asi není dost, se toho tam opakuje pak už. Aha, no, ono to je o tom, že máš jakoby tu loď a objevuješ ostrůvky a robuješ jiný lodě, jestli se nepletu. A jakože tam máš nějaký poklady a tak a můžeš se upgradeovat tu svoji loďku. A jakože za ty 4 hodiny, jo, jste to pozorovali, že už je to takový jako repetitivní, nebo? Žádný upgrade ani levelování. Aha. A je to early access? Že ještě na tom makají, nebo už je to takhle finální verze? Tam není, jen si tu loď zkrášluješ. Aha. Ne, to už je dávno vydaný, OK. OK, no. Tak jako jestli po 4 hodinách máš pocit, že už to tam opakuje, tak to na moc dlouho není asi, no.
Doing spikes now. Just asking you get out. Yeah. I only have one spike.
To je zajímavé, jak mezi sebou mluví. Ty ale mluví strašně hodně, ne? Jakože potřebuješ poslouchat tu hru? Zajímavý.
Wow, Athena, I definitely want to ask you as an IGL, do you feel like those comms were kind of clean coming from G2? I mean, those were super clean with such a chaotic round, you know, the fake, the TP, the ults, the, you know, like pushing, the retaking, everything is all going on at once, and honestly, both teams had really, really good comms, but G2's were just so clear, and you can tell that they had that round planned ahead. Like, they were ready, they knew the exact game plan, and that's why the comms were so fluid and so calm and just smooth.
I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised to see the comms being that clean and that smooth. You know, when I first saw that round, that was the first Yoru play that we saw coming out for Giuliano's side. Everyone was confused. I mean, there was just so much going on across the board. So that's pretty impressive to have those comms be so clear and concise, because things can get so hectic in those moments. So that's definitely a plus for both teams, for sure.
If your players did that, you'd be loving it,
right?
I'd
be loving it. I'd be like, give me some more.
I'm taking notes.
Like, better comms, please.
No, but we definitely need to see that from them coming into Ascent, especially if we talk about those plays, like for example the Yoru one. We're talking about a month in the making. They knew that they wanted to.
No a zahraješ si s náma teda Valorant? Nebo pořád jenom CSko? A nebo Rust, aspoň jsme říkali, že bychom si mohli zase zahrát nějaký. Že bychom našli třeba nějaký dobrý server a zkusili ho. Co?
Was in the lower bracket recently against Misfit. That was a 3-2, a labored win. Again, that wasn't an upper bracket or grand final best of 5 that they won. So Koukáme, if you were in their position right now, you got to get into a headspace.
I'm on top of the world.
Yeah, but you don't want to overheat. You don't want to give G2 an opportunity to come back.
Rust teď hraju. Na komunitním serveru o Konde. OK, no a co to je jakoby za server, nebo co to znamená komunitní server? Že se tam jen tak nedostaneš?
Even when things get out of control and they get like merged in the chaos, they know exactly where they are and who they can rely on.
Yeah, and I think that's the key point, right? And when we think of shop...
Jak se to zaseklo? Mirku, nestahuješ něco?
They've played so many games,
Už
so
to
many
dobrý.
practice matches almost on that stage, and that means a whole heck of a lot, especially when you're looking at the youngsters in Launder. Lori and Sonder. I just got it. Launder, the duo of Launder. Yeah, I mean, okay, it works. It works apparently. But yeah, that match experience, it's, you know, money cannot buy that, right? So for sure, for these two, being able to have those reps on that stage, it should pay off. Certainly here in the third.
I can't tell if that money coming was
Klasický server PvP, akorát raid je tam povolený on víkendu asi. A je to tam celkem friendly občas. Ty vole PvP? Jako raid jenom o víkendu? Jako nevím, no. Ty vole, kolik toho budou hrát? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ještě 5 map? To se posrali, ne? To bude do půlnoci až. Já myslím, že si zahrajou 3 mapy max. Oh my fucking god. Ty vole, proč to takhle protahujou zbytečně? Dobře, no. O víkendu, no. Já nevím, no. Jako, to je jasný, že tě raidnou, prostě, víš co. Jak dlouho tam hraješ, už tě raidli? Mě to prostě vždycky nasere, když prostě se tam stavíš s tím, víš co. Máš z toho radost a pak prostě to máš raidnutý, je to tak na hovno. Nebo běžíš prostě se svýma věcma, pak je po tobě, nevím, no. Ani jednou? No ale za jak dlouho?
Okay.
For Sonder, that is interesting.
This
you know,
is Juliano's on the race.
With the fade sober. They're doing the fade sober. They're actually
You're the one having the script. I cannot believe
Give me the script right now.
Wait. So we're seeing changes on the other side. We see Sonder. She's having a good time. She's laughing. She's seeing the reaction.
Přežil jsem 3 víkendy.
You have everything that you want from us, definitely.
I'm excited
Tak to je hustý teda.
The triple initiator, you know.
Tak to je hodně dobrý. To je hodně dobrý, ty vole. To mi, já nevím. Mně přijde, že vždycky druhý den jsme raidnutý, víš co, prostě. Tak já nevím, no. Jako zní to lákavě, no. A tam jsou nějaký podmínky, jako že tam můžeš jít jen tak, nebo ne? Když jsi psal, že to je komunitní server.
Yeah, it's certainly a tantalizing prospect, Mike. What do you make of this? Because you know, you're meant to be the brain of the bunch, right?
This was one that yesterday we were noting. It was the composition switch coming into Icebox, right? Sonder coming away from the duelist. Thing is here, Shopify have so much strength in terms of the mid round, in terms of the audibles, right? If they're not able to kind of slow down the early round for G2, I think this is going to be a big ask for G2 to come back from where we've seen so far in this series, to actually come out, play that super aggressive, kind of controlling, almost oppressive play style that we're used to from them. Shopify should be able to run, in terms of the fact finding, in terms of the information gathering here for Shopify, that mid round should look damn good.
But also, let's not forget Juliano has switched here as well. We do have a different look in that
Absolutely,
aspect as well. This could be the last stand. We are now at the third map, which could be.
Hele, ale mají tam jenom ty 3 tečky. Takže můžou maximálně 3krát vyhrát, tak třeba vyhrajou a už bude konec. To mi mohlo dojít, no, že to mají ty 3 tečky, že musí zaplnit všechny.
Sunder though just exposing herself a little bit from that angle. KP also found out here. Big paranoia, but nobody to follow up, and Mary actually finds the kill.
Yeah, Mary maybe just avoided that for now. You can see Laurie has been seen as well, marked as it stands, so not able to get too active in this. Should allow for the plant to come in here, but it is 5 against them. But there is some good chip damage done. You got Mimi down low, a glance a little low, Petra as well.
Ty vole, jak se míří skoro na hlavu.
The first one you want to find though, but Mary able to TP away, fully safe all the way back into A main.
A my plant.
Next bit of contact going to come in. You see Laurie starting to build up a little here.
Ty vole, ty vole.
This was going to show for Mimi to make the most of.
Ty vole.
We got the Prime Gaming Flawless coming out here with a strong start.
If I'm not mistaken, again, the second Prime Gaming Flawless we've seen in the pistol round. I believe Bind started off the same way. G2 get themselves on the board.
Doufám, že to dohraju rychle, protože si chci taky zahrát.
Anticipated being punished from that position. Actually, even here the reveal on the backside of the paranoia. There's no chance for KP to find value off it. And just coming back to that sort of that composition change once again, KP coming away from the initiator here. Still possibilities on the Omen, yes, to set up some of these plays, but that's a part of Shopify's performance that has looked fantastic, has been KP on that role. Laurie, yes, as well. Bit of a stack towards B here. A couple of shorties in play.
Yeah, starting to see Mimi as well getting quite vocal. To have a little bit of that influence, get that positive atmosphere going. Quick beginnings. Benny can sit out the round.
So it's almost kind of pulls G2 towards B site though, with where this kill has come. And the spike is fairly committed here.
This is dangerous.
Maybe still far back as well. Glance still pretty
Surely
far
you're
back.
worried though at this point. You're like, how is it not here?
Here
we go.
Zrovna jdou na site, kde je hodně, no.
Jumping down, Sonder's got 2! KP's got 1 as well! This is a tragedy in action! It's falling!
Ty vole, to bylo rychlý.
Make it out of the massacre to tell the tale of do not go to the B site.
Hey, I mean, the only saving grace there is that these weapons are on lane, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they're not retrievable.
Yeah.
A ještě to nic neznamená, protože předtím taky vyhrávali a oni to potom dorovnali a vyhráli, takže...
Really to write home about for Shopify just yet. We'll see what progress you two can make in this round. It's, I mean, only the 2 weapons retrieved across. Headhunter, yes, but 2 sheriffs in the hands of Petra and Mimi. The other thing just to note as well, with the proactivity we did see on Bind, like I said, this composition, it doesn't really lean in that way. Big trade-off of damage. Actually, Mary coming out the worse off here. 2 HP left.
Yeah. See what that happened though. There is a player creeping middle.
Nemají healera, no.
Petra. Taking a little bit of space there. They're being given a fair amount of map control, so you're kind of...
Ty vole, jaký míří na hlavu.
Over towards short.
Ty vole.
Build in towards the safe side, but again the spike isn't here with them. There is no full commitment just yet.
Taková náhodička, ne?
Out of position here. Petra trying to capitalize on the backside of it. Great awareness from Laurie, but gives up the angle. Benita there to pick it up, but caught with knife in hand.
Well, that's a fumble.
Didn't retrieve the weapon though. The second fumble being Flowerful falling.
Yeah, side's open now. Spike is still on a bit of a journey. Petra tries to go for the smoke, but Sonder just feeling it, just seeming to line up there for her. Maybe still on guard duty in middle.
Giuliano has to get ahead of that smoke drop in, and she absolutely does. So Spike will come through. KP still a million miles away from this. And yeah, 5 HP for Glance.
Mimi's timing can be atrocious. Yeah. KP went for the smoke instead. And they might have just missed each other like ships in the night. I think, yes, they know where she is now, but Giuliano's still going to find Laurie. Sonder does isolate Mimi, so now it's just the players on the site. Pushing towards stairs, Giuliano not going to let another one slip. KP now.
Maybe going to get caught off guard there, but
be
inside the smoke.
This could be nice, give them a fair one. And chance. 5 HP, more than up, but it's Giuliano to find the critical ones on the site, converting the bonus here.
And a big indicator in terms of the composure coming into this map, right? A comfortable start for G2.
No, to je napínavý teda. To podle mě otočím. Giuliano asi hrála CS-ko, jak má roztaženou tu obrazovku.
Pistols, couple other bits going their way, and then once the gun round comes in, it starts to fall to pieces. This is not even that moment. This is a dangerous buy because it is Shopify Rebellion. Very good at these kind of like, you know, slight purchases, a little bit of a mini investment here, not too much. Just that Judge and Marshall coming through. Good start, Giuliano. Clean. Taking one away, above a minute.
Má roztaženou obrazovku.
Pop on the back posting up. We'll wait for Petra's utility to clear through. Still two members to deal with. Laurie to an extent.
Pojď, jestli jsi tady pořád, tak mi napiš, prosím tě, už se ptám asi po třetí. A jakoby, jestli tam můžeme taky hrát na tom serveru, nebo jestli musíme splnit nějaké podmínky, nebo tak.
Overwhelmed, but what's remaining? A 3v2. Mary and Petra, and yes, you're right, they absolutely. There's a firing squad on the other side. Petra 1v3. Detected and denied. This is a tall task. First. Back on board. All goes in. That's both players. She knows
Ty vole, pěkný.
This could be everything.
Ty pěkný.
Judge comes out, 20 seconds down, Petra's making the play!
Ty vole, tak to bylo hodně pěkný teda. To bylo pěkný.
Get past a very dangerous, threatening round, but it was with so little.
Absolutely. I mean, actually, almost a carbon copy of the start of Bind there, where Shopify
to ještě otočí, ne? Já se chci zase cikat, ale...
Waiting. KO to fade, yeah. Bring that nightfall in. Love it.
Tak já se jdu rychle vycikat, jo. Jdu se rychle vycikat a pak jsem tady, jo.
Challenge dealt with. That's a double stack. Only noting one though. You can see where the spike's heading. You can see where the rest of G2 are heading. This is a quick change. This is a different look.
Trap gone, so a little bit of space or opportunity opened up on the B side of the map. No progress just yet, but yeah, on the back of this utility, Shopify looking to clear through.
Yeah, they're in. And the paranoia was sent, but bear in mind there are players ahead of that, so that would be a punish on KP if she decides to push. Spray comes in. KP gonna pop one smoke down. There are now players coming back in from shore. This was the double stack that pushed her on B main, making it back around towards street. And it's actually Mimi and Petra in perfect unison to deny two fronts to make it a third. G2 looking fired up now. Laurie and Benita, the last two, like lambs to the slaughter. G2 firing on all cylinders now.
Again, this is where we can maybe open the discussion of this comp change. And some of the rounds that G2 weren't able to get the advantage in was because Sondra and KP were so good.
Yeah, they were.
Laurie was so good at supporting Sondra as well to get into these positions to really actually take these scrappy fights. We noticed on Bayern a number of times where it's like, you look back and you think, that's a round G2 should have won. And embrace that chaos here. G2 absolutely run away with it.
It's good seeing them getting a little bit more into it now. You could see
a little more vocal on stage.
Yeah, you could see even Potter kind of discussing it as well, and the desk noting, I think all of us did. They looked very sullen, of course, at the end of map 2. Don't blame you for being upset, of course, but it's that correction. They've come out, and it's always been the case. Don't piss off G2.
They were left baffled.
Yeah.
They were left absolutely baffled,
Stunned.
as were we watching some of these rounds back. So it's absolutely crucial they get off to a good start here on Ascent. Much harder as well, just coming back to that conversation, what is Shopify going to be able to do to kind of disrupt the early round from G2 the same way we saw on Bind? Much wider default from G2 on most of those rounds.
Yeah, certainly a predicament. You can see KP there having a conversation about it. Maybe discussing the best options available. This map, it doesn't sit well within the wheelhouse, I feel, here for Shopify. It has been also somewhat of a vulnerability for G2 in some aspects as well. It has never been their stronghold, I'd say, in my mind, but they're proficient at it, and you're seeing that here. A little bit of that comp change. Looking okay. How are you feeling about that raise now coming out for Giuliano? Are you happy enough with what it's achieving so far?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen G2 have to rely on it too much just yet. It's not as if some of these rounds are going out where, you know, G2 are required to clear a load of space to get onto site.
Ooh, the pace, hold on.
This might be the one, we see it.
Certainly could be. A little bit of info found though, and actually maybe some of that presence and willingness to commit denied.
Flowerful's actually got a Spectre here. So, possibility to do damage. She's desperately trying to figure out exactly where she's positioned. I'm not sure if she was noted, the reveal was shot, so...
There.
A little panicky there. Unable to get the Spectre. Positioned to do damage. Drone denied as well. Mimi has been positioned deep here in A lobby. There's a double stack towards main.
Does she hear the jump spot? I think she might do.
I think it's all to just kind of bait Sonder into a position to find a flash.
KP's getting curious about short as well because they are so committed to this. And Mimi so far safe from Wine. Spots out one, but where's the swing? Sonder, they're coming for you, Sonder. Petra's got it this time. Now the sight's on a platter. Available. I quite like this as well from G2, making no mistakes in this one. Didn't over-push the issue towards B, but it ain't over yet, of course. Still a couple of sheriffs, and that's Spectre to work through. Not clean, but it's job done. Petra finds Lori. Benita and Flowerful.
Oh shit, už hrajou 5-0, jo. Už by měli otočit. Ty vole, 6-0, kámo.
Diligence shown as well. Like I said, Mimi was sat deep on A lobby, not really giving anything away. You even noted actually whether or not they were in range to hear the audio. But again, no hesitation from Petra. You see there on the replay, just barreling towards Wine. Making use of that time.
Watch party. Tady máme taky watch party.
Yep. Good change here though. We do have another buy coming out for Shopify, and they do have ults to play with.
Můžu ti to podat?
And Flowerfuls. You can hear that invested at the very start. So G2 looking like they want to keep it simple.
Hello.
Just loose a hold here on A. I'm sure actually if you see on the
good.
Yeah. Well, big info.
Tak na zdraví.
Found a whole lot here.
How does that change the round though?
Because it's early.
Yeah.
They can still dismantle this now. Obviously, that.
Mary's actually I think spotted Flowerful on that. Yeah. The smoke will go up, preventing any freedom here in mid for Flowerful.
I like the way they're still trying to utilize this and being very diligent on the way back through, noting they probably lost some of that map control, having to build back in diligently towards B, but it's a double pump looking towards A. KP. Petra so vulnerable, and now that contact from Mary, they've got to be ready for this, they've got to know what's coming their way. Double stack, oh no! The timing, Mary's got Sonder dead! And now KP can even get out there in time, makes a mad escape. Giuliano clearing the site. Will send this deep towards CT if she has to. Or to buy some precious space. They have no idea. Laurie's waiting.
Laurie pinged it.
Yep, there it is. Delivery. But losing a lot of space. Glance gets it back. Mimi shuts it down. KP was trying to make a bit of an account of something. And you can see the G2 mean business right now. Flowerful's naive.
To se vyhráli prostě.
Need to go above and beyond there, but doesn't get it. I mean, this is... You might have just woken the beast, right? Like, this is G2 looking mean.
Giuliano taking all the space and actually glanced to backfill that as well.
Yep.
Ale ještě to může otočit až slapnou strany. Pěkný, no. Let's go!
This time around, Flowerful not being rewarded in terms of some of these opening engagements, even given the opportunity. Wide default once again. Shopify, it doesn't feel as if they're able to pressure it whatsoever. KP taking a ton of damage there.
Yeah.
KP.
Giuliano meandering through middle. Flowerful does actually get glanced with that before TPing away. Laurie goes to show a little bit of the hand there, but doesn't find the connection, but does make it harder work to hit this cross now.
A preemptive rotation coming out here. Sonder.
No, je tam.
A little more defensive here, the fragment to slow things down. There's 3 members of G2 headed this direction.
And Petra's got the cross straight over Giuliano with that.
I
Looking towards the site, it's KP. And KP was already down so low, it need a miracle, and it's not gonna happen. Mary and Petra in unison, walking through them. And this buy just ain't looking
Kámo, to prostě dají zase.
like fruit. You're just seeing Benita left alive. 4 to find. You a believer, Michael?
I mean, yet to get on the board, we'll need to find 4 with the sheriff here. We'll spot the first, but
Ooh.
actually we'll close it out.
Ty jo, škoda.
Concern being, I'm starting to see a couple of things. Laurie throwing out the ult there. It's that composure, that game plan kind of being thrown off kilter just a little bit. Shopify, we noted, actually, on blind, G2 looking rattled in some of the rounds. That's the sort of thing that
Mary má taky roztaženou obrazovku.
Starting to feel the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, starting to wake up here.
Just desperate to have an impact, do something.
A little worrying for Shopify because it has been exhausting.
Jsou nějaký smutný.
It all catches up to you. And this game could be potentially the one that brings them back down to earth. We'll see. It is 8-0 for now.
Juliana and Petra looking to pressure immediately towards Market. Petra desperate to try and find a KP though, punished on the other side. First time Shopify have looked to get a little active, challenge this A main control. Actually previously it was just
Yeah.
Somehow glance there in unison. It's a 4v3 though. Juliana down to 10 HP with that early engagement in Market.
Mary finding it. Trade comes in, and this is getting a little messy now. 2v2.
Laurie's got to stay standard here. I'm going to give away really even any damage.
Doesn't really have to either. Still has a want to invest. Still has information for the post plan. Working back in with Sonda with 2 flashes as well.
Mimi has 2 flashes. Glance has the paranoia. That's the null command. Going to prevent all of that from being put to use.
This position though is so hard to clear. Do they have something to dismantle this, to dissuade it?
Ty
No, they don't, and
vole.
it's brutal to walk into.
Hej kámo, ty to dávaj na nějak.
On a way back into this matchup.
Ty vole. Prostě z ničeho nic takhle začnou hrát. Ještě budou teda měnit strany, jo, takže ještě to můžou otočit, ale stejně prostě.
Nice little setup as well. No risk from lane. Yeah, both posted up on the same angle.
And it's good to see G2 looking alive. They've been looking, you know, heads down low, and hey, I don't mind it. Oh, we've got a very aggressive commitment down the back of this. Hold on, it isn't just all posturing. Benita posting it.
Big damage.
Huge damage. The frag already coming as well. That's glance gone. And you can see KP in the meantime.
Jsem se chtěla podívat.
Leisurely stroll up. Middle might be rewarded. That's one. The Spectre good in her hands. Finds Petra and Juliano, and this could be the first round in a while, but Mimi doing anything she can. 34 HP and a bit of a dream right now.
Oh my god!
Mimi! Out of nowhere! And now maybe Mary wants a little bit of that action, and look at what she has. Spike and a minute to play with, and it's Mary.
A nebo si dej první round.
Fire in these rounds. Gets the composure. 50 seconds to play with.
Good read from Mary here. And the double stack towards mid from Shopify.
Tvé má prázdnej side.
No smokes just yet.
Utíkej.
But with KP still being alive, Mary almost needs to commit to finding a kill. Can't reset towards main. Almost forced into playing site here. All gone down. Yeah, I think KP is in range to hear it.
30 seconds left.
Už běží.
What does Mary go for? Quick handling of the door though. This is hard.
Teď ten skin mám taky.
Readjust towards dice. TP potentially taken. They did.
What?
You hear the TP? She turns. She fights.
Kámo.
Such awareness from Mary.
Hodně věcí.
Incredible stuff from Mimi as well. The one to really flip that round on its head. Make it doable for Mary.
Look at this round. It's the first one in a while that looks hopeful.
It's heartbreaking for Shopify. It's another one where they're looking to challenge, looking to create some threat. That is ridiculous from Mimi. So the awareness here, though. Massive plays coming out from G2.
Bahrajn.
And they're right back into it. Hold on, the pace isn't ceasing by any means. It's not
Kámo, ty to daj teďkon.
Over towards B we go. Shopify Rebellion on the receiving end. Floutful, are you ready for what's coming your way? You get one. But Benita's got your back. Sonder there.
To potom bude těžký už jenom.
They finally get one.
Aha. Počkej, jsme to nějak, já jsem to nějak nestihla ani.
Actually, a big ultimate investment here. Mary will bring the tour to force
Jsem to ani nestihla.
It is a 10-1 scoreline for G2. Even if they get a consolation second round here. G2 almost just wanting this half over and done with.
Jsem to vůbec nestihla.
They are running through him a little bit here. But you want to close the account cleanly. First contact made. Benita. Go Flowerful. And there's
just confidence time and time again.
It's what's been missing, Mike. This has been a very quiet performance from G2. This time looking way stronger. Wow. Well, that's the first half.
To bylo strašně rychlý, kam.
Done?
Yeah.
Calling this one?
Yeah.
You ready to be wrong?
I mean, the concern being we come into the next half with a triple initiator comp, right? And the Death touched on this, the inability to comfortably create space. And you know, I was talking about just this adjustment.
Nějaký rychlý ne, ty hry teďko.
With these sorts of comps we saw on Icebox previously, it's not working out here. G2
hrozně rychlý.
Absolute control of these rounds.
They're waking up, they're firing up. G2 looking a little bit different here this time around. 11-1. Let's hand it back to the desk to talk through what we've seen.
Pauza.
Holy moly, I'm scared. Christine, I think G2 might be a little bit pissed.
Just a little bit, man. When you're looking back at that first half, you just look at the players' reactions, their faces, they are dialed in and super focused. I mean, and that's great, right? It's great. It's either you cry or you get pissed, right? And it seems like G2 are pissed and they're really leaning into that, and we're looking well. It's looking really good.
Yeah, especially doing the first two maps and with the reactions that we have been getting, them being sad, that definitely not being 100%. At the beginning, you know, the rounds, they had this hunter look on their faces, being like, it's either do or die, literally. Yes. And I don't plan on dying here, so we gotta do something. But I also think that we're talking about their attack. You know, when you pick this map, most likely you're gonna start on the attack. We love that Giuliano pick, and honestly, I am not that convinced on the triple initiator from the defense. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I mean, going forward, Shopify really has to pull out some magic tricks out of the hat here. The triple initiator, it really just means that, you know, they have a lot to work with. They have a lot of util to take space. They have a lot of util to play post, to deny retakes, retaking space away from their team. I think one thing that they're really going to have to focus for here actually going forward is setting up Flowerful in those spots that she can be really good at. Flashing for her, setting her up, or literally just leaving her, letting her do her own thing, setting her up for first kills or setting her up to lurk, and just really depending on her, because honestly, looking at it, there is no space maker. There's no way that they can get onto the site other than dumping that util, or at least denying them from getting, like, you know, the first kills and just letting Flowerful really take the number advantage.
Yeah, and that's so important, especially considering on the first half, they didn't really do much of that, right? They're really going to have to lean into the strengths of this composition, start utilizing those utilities to regain that map control. We always talk about, we want to see these little small hunting parties, either a hunting party of 2 or 3, go out, go sniffing, go look for little skirmishes across the map and start utilizing that utility.
Well, this is going to be a tall task. Pansy and Hypok, over to you.
Yeah, let's waste no time, because this could be a blink and you miss it sort of deal, Mike. We are at 11-1, and we did doubt the comp anyway, and I think we may not even get to the point of seeing those issues here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Des hit it perfectly, right? They need to really rely on some of these choreographed
executions to make use of this competition.
And with a couple of the individuals for G2 standing up, though,
one
of them challenged immediately here at the start. TP's away. This information relayed here.
Yeah, it gets noted, though, on the readjust, so they will know the position. Sonder quickly gets to business, as Mimi wants to overwhelm down by main, and she's not alone in doing that either.
That's huge, actually. They have 2 towards main.
One towards CT. They're both going back through from middle, which is the interesting part. I wonder how much KP's going to read into this. Obviously, they don't know how much space they've got. Now, with the contact on towards door, they're questioning.
So have lots of utility for G2, though. Petra and Giuliano. Paint Shell Most notably.
Votokaja, ten nůž je pěkně zrádnej. Hlavně to, že ti zruší jakoby už abilitku, kterou máš, ty jo. Třeba když hraju tu Sky a dám toho Wolfa, tak tenka hodí nožík a zruší mi to. To je takový docela nepraktický. Tohle je fakt pěkný skin. A tohle taky.
It is classics.
Maintaining pace though. Again, Shopify, no secrets about this on the way in. Nearly a big combo though, but Giuliano is very going to find kills.
Okay, Laurie, Benita, Flowerful, you're absolutely right, and they're just going to swarm it. Mark it now, his body's put to it. Benita put to it. Okay, finds both of them. No shot, does she keep going? Giuliano can't close it down now. Flowerful's there on the case, and now it's just Giuliano. Picks up a bulldog, but loses it.
Ty vole, oni to fakt otočí.
By Rebellion, get to 3.
To fakt otočí normálně.
Benita goes huge with the Spectre just to deny that, but damage done. And really, you'd want Shopify to build up a little bit more in terms of a bankroll here. They almost have to, I mean, they're forced to consider purchasing into this round. Just how it settles, they'll be able to maintain a little bit. Bulldogs.
Napínavý normálně. Kdo vyhraje prostě. Ale i to druhý místo je krásný.
This crowd's actually fun. It's weird. Sonda.
Proč jsi se měl takhle?
Remove the alcohol from the venue.
Yes.
3 to 11. Little bit of damage done. I'm ignoring them now. Mary down to 15.
Yeah, forced so deep as well, all the way back into spawn here. Committing to just jump spotting mid. Double stack towards short here.
Tam nikdo není.
Almost looking to get behind this. I mean, Laurie noted outside they might even be able to backstab. This could be huge.
Oh,
taking matters into their own hands.
Yeah, Mary though so vulnerable here. How are you alive, Mary? 15 HP in a dream keeps her standing. 3 agents noted as well, so she'll be very aware of how many players are present on this. Post plan could have some potential with Benny in position. KP. A little risky. I see the smoke going to be committed towards main. And the retake utility starts coming in, pouring in towards the site. 3 towards heaven. It's gone to one son that can only deny so much through. And Mary shuts it down. It's now just Sonder alive.
Teď to daj.
It's going to be 12. G2. 1 round away.
Ty vole. To je napínavý. Ty vole, mi to fakt daj. Jako už se nám taky stalo, že jsme hráli 12-3 třeba a otočili jsme to prostě. Že fakt si nedali ani jedno kolo, ale jako nevím, no. Jako je to možný pořád to otočit. Rádio, díky za like, ahoj. Podle mě jako je docela dost možný, že to klidně otočí, ale myslím si, že spíš to prostě vyhrajou.
G2 have their reputation for a reason. Mimi first to get contact here, noting that they're close, has to be careful. Does have support as well. Glance trying to pull all that attention. Prowler goes in, does not like it. Mimi is now just going to teep us up in the corner. They don't know.
To bylo pěkný. Ty vole. To bylo hodně dobrý. To bylo hodně dobrý. To už daj, tu jednu. Tak to bude jedna výhra pro ně, no.
Well said.
True. And time to face some music for Flowerful. This one doesn't get Mary.
Ty vole, 2-1, kámo, prostě.
In terms of the rhythm in this game so far, like I said, Shopify embracing that ability to really control this series from the get-go.
To bude ještě hodně napínavý.
Total spanner in the works. Completely throws things off kilter. Mimi stepping up. I don't want to say I don't want to say underperformance, but definitely a quiet start to this series. Her and Glance in so many positions, looking like that dynamic duo that G2 needed.
Yeah, they certainly needed something to come through because it was getting a little quiet and getting a little uncomfortable for them. They have found a little bit more validity now going forward, maybe some confidence there. Giuliano did have a quiet game. We have seen them sign a hit here. She needs to fire that
tak
up.
pauza na cikačku, jestli někdo potřebuje.
There wasn't times where Giuliano was having to, you know, completely open a site single-handedly. G2, like I said, is given so many opportunities in the first half to create advantages.
Yeah.
Like I said, a couple of these players for G2 starting to fire up just a little bit. Petra with his clutch as well in the first half was fantastic.
Absolutely. And a reminder to themselves as to who the hell they are.
Absolutely.
You know, they are the ones to be, they are the ones to look at, to look up to, that half these players have been inspired by. So we're starting to see a little bit of that show finally.
Ty vole, jaký dala.
That did go Shopify Rebellion's way. G2 finally mark one back on the board. But we have to talk about Icebox now on the horizon as well, Mike. Where does this now sit with you?
I'll come back to what I said before this map, right? When we see this composition change, yes, on Icebox, they're able to really mix things up versus C9 White. I'm concerned though. That's the thing. This moving away from Sonder being on the initiator, not really having that same pop, the ability to challenge the backlines, be proactive on defense. I don't know, G2 now with the kind of benefit of momentum.
A to je teprve 8. Máme času dost. A long day? Spíš long night, ne? No si myslela, že si ještě zahraju Valorant potom. Ale Bůh ví, kolik hodin už bude potom. Zásek? Dobrý. Tak dobrý, no. Lolko jsem ještě nehrála, jo. Nebo respektive hrála, když mi bylo... Civé, kolik mi bylo? To bylo ještě na základce. 15? Kolik je mi na základce? 15? 14? Nevím. Tak to jsem asi zkoušela lolko. Ale nějak jsem to nepochopila úplně. Ale ráda bych to zkusila, no.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zkusím a uvidím. Nebo možná, že to byla Dota. Je zásek, nebo to běží? Vypadá to, že to běží, že se zaseklo na video, dobrý. Možná, že to byla Dota, já teď jako úplně nevím, jestli to bylo lolko nebo Dota. Bych kecela. Možná, že to byla Dota. A lolko bych chtěla zkusit, no. Tvé, proč dávají Barbie reklamu?
Quando il nasino è chiuso, la poppata si blocca. Metodo Narinel per sbloccare il nasino.
Tohle moc hezký intro, mi se to tak líbí.
G2 goes and they're down, but definitely not out today.
Kámo, ale to je rozsekali. Mně si dali jenom 3 kola prostě. Tady v té hře.
They did, and you know, I wish I could give all credit to G2 here and say this is it. They're bringing it back, but all I keep thinking about is Shopify's composition and the failures that they had in the first half. Look, that was looking like a 0-12 first half for a long time, and I think Shopify are lucky to even get away with that one round. And looking back on that first half, they were just too stale. There was just not enough information across the board early on in the first half to get those pieces moving. You know, Myrna was talking about, let's get Sonder involved. Flowerful has been so impactful in maps 1 and 2. Find Flowerful some sort of a duel, some sort of a skirmish towards that B main, get some map control. Something like this should have made that first half look a little bit different for Shopify, but again, too many questions going through my mind right now.
Yeah, and feel free to disagree, but I do not think that I've seen G2 bring in something to the table that is mind-blowing, that there has never been seen before on Ascent, something that I expected, you know, Shopify to react to in some kind of way. And this opens a very dangerous wound and a very difficult possibility here, and is that you're giving G2 the room to recover from the 2-0 that you just planted on their minds. You were the winner until we got onto Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, watching G2 just kind of like fix their small little mistakes, they definitely didn't give anything crazy original, like you said. And I just felt like Shopify kind of just let them take this space, even though they had so much util to kind of counter that and to kind of push them off of angles. They weren't playing it exactly the way that that comp is supposed to be played. So I agree with you. Like, there was no seesaw, there was no back and forth, kind of letting them push and retaking that away from them. It just kind of felt like they were playing Ascent, but not as a triple initiator comp.
Yeah, Sonder as well. Pot, I know you wanted to speak about her too, because there are so many agents that she's been really impressing us with, even the KO, but on Ascent it just didn't look like the Sonder that we know and love.
Yeah, exactly, and it just kind of comes with the territory. Being on that initiator role, that knife in the mid-round, those flashes are so crucial at setting up your own teammates. So like we talked about, it's a little bit restricting. And what we know and love of Sonder is having the freedom to just be decisive in those skirmishes. So I think moving on to the Icebox, though, as we can see in games 1, 2, and 3, these stats are ridiculous on the Raze and the Neon. The KO, the stats are still good, and so Icebox, I think that's what's
jo, Icebox se bude hrát, jo. Tak to by mohli dát.
Yeah, but it's going to be complicated, you know, because I feel like
Ti, co mají už 2 body.
that we definitely learned to love, and given them the trust and the confidence to keep pulling rounds, to keep behaving in the server the way that we've been seeing from them. So as you said, moving into Icebox, maybe we need to give Sonder a little bit more freedom. Even if she's playing from the KO, we want to see maybe more of those individual plays, maybe 2-woman pushes that have worked so well for them.
Yeah, well, G2, they're coming back into this series now. We have another player from EMEA actually in the studio with us today. It is Nello from 10 Star Nova, and she's standing by with Vansili.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. We are indeed with Nello from 10 Star. Nello, thank you for your time. Now we've seen a great series. Looks like we have a game on our hands, and I want to know your thoughts. It seems as though G2 really came out to play in this third map.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Shopify Rebellion are 2-1 right now. I think like this map, Ascent went on the G2 side, and they like gained a lot of confidence because of it. But I think Shopify just gonna go next, and I think 3-1. I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh, okay, the spice. Even EMEA is going for NA. I like that. But let's talk about Shopify Rebellion, because it's not Cloud9 at the grand final stage. So what is Shopify doing that's so great that we are impressed about?
They're playing together. Like, they just are a team. Like, there is Sonder who is like just going crazy and just go kill. But like all the team is like playing around it, but not only around Sonder. They're just playing around everyone. They're supporting everyone. There is refrag every time there is someone getting killed, and it's just impressive.
Awesome. Well, last question for you as well. So Leo earlier on today on the show was talking about how we're going to have great support for Game Changers in 2023. 10 Star has won the first series for EMEA this year. What does this mean for you all for next year for Game Changers?
More occasion to win, definitely. It's also like more exposure for the scene. That's what we're waiting. But like definitely more like exposure for like show that 10 Star is the best. And
Awesome. Well, with that said, I apologize before to the G2 fans. We do have a game on our hands. So do we have any G2 fans in the house? We do. So we got a game. Let's pass it back to the desk with the Yinsu.
Já si taky myslím, že to bude 3-1 nakonec. Zase nějaký zásek.
Really liked it, and they learn from their mistakes fast.
To mají docela skoro stejný, ty.
As a team, they are strong on this map. They understand the fundamentals of this map, not like Ascent, as we just saw with that comp. It's just kind of weird. And so I do think that this is going to be a mental reset. And I also want to touch up on what you said about Lori, because Lori actually made a tweet saying, I actually hate playing Sage, but I guess I'm insane on it. You know, like she made a tweet, something like that. And it's true, like, Sage has been really, really impactful. I mean, both Mimi and Lori have been playing insane on these stages, so I'm really, really interested to see how this goes. I think that both teams have super, super comfortable comp picks on this map. And again, like Sonder with the KO, just flashing for herself, making individual plays. As soon as we see that coming out, I kind of think it might be a 3-1 here as well.
Well, Shopify, they have a chance to close it out here. Pansy and Ibok, let's see if they can do it this time around.
Yeah, that's the plan. See if they can actually pull it off. It seems like the desk is tilting a little towards that 3-1 favor here. Do you echo that sentiment, or where do you
I'm concerned if you had the ability to sit back and watch those games and see the manner in which Shopify were able to employ this composition, the conditioning, you know, forcing errors out from both C9 White and Liquid on this map. I'm not sure if they're going to bite, right? G2 like to lean heavily on almost playing very fast and loose here on Icebox, but with that very recent tape, if Shopify bring the same thing to the table, it almost relies on, and actually noting Sonder and Flowerful on the desk, those are the two power players of Shopify here. So, yes, there's definitely a chance, but I'm hoping that G2 bring across that
To by byla prdel, kdyby to fakt dali 2-2, ne?
These early rounds and really set the precedent early here.
Let's get into it now. G2, can they pull this back to a 2-2, or will this be that 3-1 to the desk? Thinking quite likely at this point.
To by bylo hodně napínavý.
We were thoroughly impressed by the look by Shopify Rebellion on this one. Incredible work. Some of these reveals from KP were just out of this world. Giuliano with the early walk up towards Tube, and to deal with the trap quite early on.
Here, though, to Greta should be in.
Oh, picking.
None the wiser. That P coming through. Second, though, Giuliano equalizes here. Flowerful desperate to try and respond. Doesn't get it.
He's being ferried over towards B. Does actually catch Mimi, not Giuliano here. So, going to be noting at least one more player around middle. They should have the fight on the site.
That's the heal gone, though, as well. So, Giuliano going to have to ride this out on 19 HP. Visitors here will find the first.
Still got one. Hey, worth the value at that point.
Definitely.
Do get the plant down. Let's see what Glance. Petra can do this. Never seems to work out. You play CT, it always seems to go terribly wrong. But hey, you know what? I'm down for a new outcome.
Glance will catch the cross, though.
Petra.
Pop and B and KP upstairs in kitchen.
Needs to make this clean. And actually now it's problems for Petra. Oh, she got another KP. Great work. But a 1v1 and Glance is ice cold with it.
Beautiful post plant setup there. Glance's position enabling that swing on site to come through.
Ty to děje napínavý teda. Pardon, ten mikrofon.
G2 almost doing the same as what we alluded to. Maybe Shopify doing show presence towards kitchen. These sorts of things are what pull players out of position on the defense. So Giuliano even finding the first here is massive value.
Okay. It's getting tense now.
Mary watch part.
I was really impressed with the balancing act that they struck between, you know, kind of Benito almost soloing that B site when they pulled Flowerful over, and we saw so many teams struggling with getting a grip on what Shopify Rebellion were doing on this side as well. So I wonder what G2 have extrapolated from that, being able to watch it. At this point, Sonder.
Double shorty set up here.
See how this gets cleared.
Asi si půjdu dělat nějaký jídlo, mám nějaký hlad. Ona tam nekouká.
No questions asked. Challenging just yet. The very late wall coming through.
Takovou mesírku tam nechala.
Further here for Shopify in this 2v4 retake. Actually, but he just stuck the other side of this wall with a shorty. I think even spotted here with the ping coming through, yeah. Nice and easy clean up here for G2 Benita.
To si nedá.
I rarely talk about it, but because it doesn't affect, I feel, G2 in the same way as others do. But having a clean start here, you know, let's say they get the gun round 2. Bonus, not so much worried about, but it should be pretty solid considering why they're playing with. But assuming all goes well,
Yeah.
Okay, just wait a second. But
Ale tak zkusila to, no.
But I think, considering how the first two maps went, having a clean start here could actually get the mental for G2 in the right place. Or Shopify Rebellion, they still have, you know, maps to play with. You don't want to go the distance, though.
No.
You want to win here. Like, it has to be here.
Mi to otočí určitě, no.
I think
Ne, ještě,
most
tebe.
important is talking about
Brzo
establishing that momentum, right?
předbíhat.
They like to maintain that level of pressure in terms of the pacing of some of these rounds.
Ale jako oba týmy hrajou fakt dobře, teda.
That's what happened on Ascent, right?
Okay, pacey beginning. Giuliano turning the screws.
Yeah.
Identifying Benita's isolation over towards that B site. But there is support here. Not this time around. Flatful with the follow-up, but his glance with the trade out. It's still all effectively in favor to G2. Noting additional players towards Kitchen early on as well. They've got a good read on this positioning. Mary, stunning shots. The last two now. Not quite a formality, but feeling somewhat like it.
Comes through Mary looking sharp
Yeah.
at the start of Icebox. So on to the last one.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Kámo,
crispy shot
si
from Mary.
dávaj.
As 4 to survive here in round 3, so a big boost to
Co
the
si
economy.
nedali prostě.
And I absolutely love the pace change there as well, Mike. That just right up the guts. Giuliano just straight in there.
It's key as well, you notice as well, identifying that Benita's sort of on this island. A much better start, I think, well, I don't even want to quote the numbers from the previous, but
Yeah.
already here 6 and
Outdoing it,
1.
maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
6 and 1 here on Icebox. 1 away from the showstopper. Now be online for the buy round, actually, potentially.
Big, yeah.
A massive tool at G2's disposal. It's like Flowerful might get a little curious towards mid here. It's only Giuliano noted outside B. That seems enough of an indicator for Shopify to force their way through. Petra got to be careful on this crossover. Because Mimi doesn't actually have the information on mid here, but Shopify
Petra.
drifting away from it.
Okay, diligent peek. Not lazy.
Mm,
There it is, nice
to
from
bylo
Petra finds
pěkný.
Zonda. Shopify Rebellion not really finding their footing in this round yet. Normally quite deadly in these though, so don't completely rest on this. Giuliano.
To jo.
One, Mimi again. This is clean. This is looking more like Ascent than anything else. There it is, Laurie. Could do a bit more damage here. Glance needs to be careful, not overextend. Do not give opportunities because look what's happening. Yes, there is a flank on the way, but still, keep it clean. Do not make it costly.
Yeah.
Mimi is there. G2 shut down the round with 3 standing.
This first whole cycle is going to look very
Mm.
for G2. Res online as well.
Napínavý 4-0, to jo.
Petra 2 off as well. It's just clinical from G2. Like I said, even the diligence you noted from Petra drifting back across.
Napínavý, napínavý.
Shopify actually. They call the time
Pauza,
here,
jo.
into round
Tak
5.
já jdu rychle
Again,
na
lots of
záchod
considerations
a
to make.
něco k jídlu si seženu.
Actually, if it does slip in favor of G2, that snowball effect comes into play.
I do wonder how this feels for Shopify Rebellion.
Když to tak, když tak.
Outdoing a lot of expectations, being the underdog here, time and time again, and they get off to the perfect start. They kind of put themselves finally in that favorable spot, right, where you're expected to close to a degree, and then now you're starting to get a little bit of a fight back.
Perfect start, yes, but it's always such a crazy dynamic to see such a one-sided map come through.
Yeah.
In a best of 5, in the grand finals, it can really throw things off kilter. A real confidence killer, right?
Can be.
Number 2, yes, Shopify felt cleaner on the first 2,
Yeah.
but it definitely wasn't, you know, exceptionally one-sided.
No, they weren't blowout games. They were still quite close. And I think a lot of us noted a couple of players being a little bit quiet for G2 here and there. They did build up eventually throughout those games. But hey, if they turn it on now, what does it matter?
I mean, even last map, Giuliano looked absolutely locked in.
Yeah, the focus is there.
Ferocious.
Yeah. We are getting back underway though. Shopify Rebellion with a purchase this time. Ult's not too far away. Benita 1 off from hers. And then 2 mostly throughout apart from Laurie, who's 3 off still. So, Benita getting a little proactive here. Did that get noted? Apparently not. Benita getting away with a little bit of murder there.
I think maybe the shots were noted though. So Petra should know there's 2 stacked up here. Benita's still walking. though.
Dangerous Benita.
So risky.
I don't know if the reward was high enough for that one.
I mean, this composition as well, losing Benita so early on in the round, gives G2 so many options.
Certainly does. You can see that just pumping the brakes here, G2. Just going to pause for thought apart from Glance, who's making a little bit of progress towards shoot. Beyond that, everyone else holding somewhat of these extremities. You can still see that trap in place as well. Petra the one to build towards the A site.
That feels like map control gone, right? Trap down, Bonita gone, no possibility of smokes or that wall going up. It's really going to pull Shopify into an awkward position, but Glance caught off guard.
Yeah, just as she was about to move away, KP takes that space back, but it is still eyeing up towards his A site. One player seen, but still two there. Laurie on the site itself and Sunder not far away. Giuliano gonna have to deal with this one. High flash comes in! The ult comes out. Petra in unison as well, clears the site. SKP made it there eventually, but by now Spike's gonna go down. KP do anything about this one. Where's Flatful in this too? Red's gonna come out and maybe a quick punish on that, or at least a consideration of it. Not gonna happen. Mimi's there. Back up to 4 standing and Flowerful. Oh, well, not looking so good now. Giuliano offers herself up to that almost. Creeping out. Finding 3 here would be near on unthinkable.
Mary's deep position makes it even harder as well, so Flowerful just considering holding on to this. I mean, even if she dies here, got the tour de force regardless. I think Petra will look for it.
5-0, Mike.
Yep, that's a very concerning round to see G2 close out convincingly. And like I said, it's Bonita just drifting so far ahead of the mark. Then the trap being dealt with, and like I said, it forces Shopify to act. They have to do something. I mean, actually, after finding the kill onto Glance here, there's just so much progress made towards A already. It didn't even matter. You didn't even need the Viper on this execute.
G2. 5-0 now, G2. Giving us potentially a very long evening. And ideally a very good game. Now we need that wake-up call to hit for Shopify. Yes, you did well in the first 2, but this is a matter of a marathon. It is not a sprint by any means. You have to be willing to go the distance. Show that longevity and discipline over time. And Bonita tested now.
Finally backing away. Mimi just coming through now with the wall. Actually, a trade-off from Ultimates here, but Mary finds a kill onto Flowerful.
Oh, the ping though. Complimenting KP about this previously, and so much damage achieved, making these pistols so much more deadly. Even the Bulldog still in play. Petra down low, Mimi down a little lower. Petra looking on the chopping block. Yeah, so much invested. Petra, can you get something? No, gone down. Bonita's there. 3 now alive. Viper's pit just came through, I'm pretty sure as well. Yeah, absolutely. And Giuliano's just going to walk it through the icebox, through the ice. Can't quite melt Bonita, who's still alive, but only for a moment. And KP with it all to do. Oh, and she's done it. Catching off guards in the end, around with nothing, making something of it.
Yeah, it almost feels like another round we noted previously in this series, almost hitting that panic button on a lesser purchase here, but converting the Thrifty. And Shopify have had a great track record here in Berlin of doing so. Another one to add to this. Massive damage done by KP with this Hunter's Fury. Even with Giuliano barreling into the Vipers, but you think it's all going to fall apart for them.
But I do want to be, bringing it back down to earth here. That was heroics from KP.
Yeah.
I mean, that was beyond what we'd seen. Maybe enough to instigate something for the rest of Shopify, but we need to start seeing that soon. As G2 will be right back to business now. A little bit of a difference here for Laurie. Let's see what the protocol list looks like for G2 to clear close.
Glance going to post up early in this mid lurk. KP now wise to what she's been up to. Kind of doubling down on that trap. G2 just waiting to see if Mary gets an opportunity.
Oh, the Boombot.
Boombot's massive, but Sonder great for the counter peek.
Big trade though for Mary there. Finding Sonder quickly going to quell that threat from building. Laurie's position did take that damage early on, had to fall away from the angle of playing up towards pipes, but back towards the side they go. No harm, no foul at this point. One apiece traded out. Giuliano on one side and Sonder on the other.
G2 just on cutting sound. Maybe waiting for an overstep here, or maybe for the toxin cooldown.
Welcome to my world.
So the Viper's pick going to be employed. Should give them decent access towards site here. So forces Bonita a little bit deeper, and like I said, Laurie A little disconnected. Petra's ahead of the wall though.
You could read lips. I think you know how they felt about that one. Benita has to back away though. No one able to actually punish off the back of that. Could have been a problem, but it isn't. For now, they're down to 3. Benita, Flowerful, and KP trying to work this back through. You got Benita, who's been lingering on this side for a while now. Takes those first couple of steps in the positions. Ratty, but she's seen it. And she finds it. Petra goes down. Now an even affair, 3 apiece. But bear in mind, that ult is still in play. Oh, Mary, eyes from above. Keeping watch on the drop over. But Flowerful's trying to meet me. First glance at this. Oh, she's fine. Glance, no sweat. But Mary with another big round.
Yeah, key time for that swing to come through from all the way back on belt. G2 answered back, and even with actually flipping the Thrifty, Birch is going to be fairly uncomfortable here for Shopify. Might just be the hero rifle. So there's a moment there, if Benita didn't give up some of this space, could have capitalized on Petra being ahead of that wall. Been very, very unfortunate.
Let's go, high five.
G2 in another position now to convert around. Oh, Shopify have another good shot at this Thrifty. See if they can convert another. Well, no, actually, G2 respect it.
Not this round. Shopify, not really much to bring in with. You got that hero rifle and Flowerful, but beyond that, it's really scrappy. Benita left all alone on B. You can already see that she's making good progress here. Benita now spotted. Nowhere to really go on this one, nowhere to fall back to. So, Plan going to come in. Nice shot from KP. That's a rifle recovered, I'm pretty sure. So that's 2 rifles in play, KP. I mean, I can't make jokes.
Yep.
I can't be making jokes today. Petra! Maybe I'll get fined, who knows. That's the first verbal warning. For now, we have the 2 rifles, Sonda and
Tak
KP
jak to
with theirs.
vypadá?
Classic with Laurie.
1-6, jo.
For threats,
Ty jo.
try and get to the side. They're trying to cut me off, folks. They've heard me. KP found, second, found, Mary. Want to do it all herself. Doesn't have to, though. 3 behind her.
Jsem se
And
musel
time
dělat
running away from
týma.
Sonda here. This is going to be 7. Not much else to say. G2 running this game back so far. 7-1.
Pěkný, no.
Shopify need to wake up here.
See that decisiveness come through for Shopify once again, and not Benita. Seen her drift a couple of times looking for this first engagement. So there's just no weakness, it feels like, for G2. There's nothing really for Shopify to try and exploit. Mary back on that operator. G2 stacked up once again outside out. Maybe glance or Giuliano towards mid, maybe even just relying on a little bit of that conditioning early on. Has drawn 3 members of Shopify here. KP, Laurie, and Sonda, all desperate to try and negate some of this pressure early on, but there's nobody on the other side of it.
Můžu ti to dát?
Quiet so far, not really having to give away too much on the way through. Benita just back of sight. At least there's no Yoru around the side of the head this time. Gonna get the best of Giuliano. So not for free here. I'll have a fight on the site itself. Spike gets collected, and a lot of presence now noted over by screens.
We're all gonna go up. Last gonna try and put the snake bite down slowly. Shopify's advance. Being Mary's back in that power position with the operator this time around.
Já myslím, že by to měl vyhrát. Ať je to 3-1.
This position from Petra could be huge as well. Yeah, it's stunning from Petra too. But they are answered. Glance takes a step further ahead though by 410. Finding Sonda on the way in. Glance pulling all that attention to try and play Mary on this position. Do they clear it? Do they not? It seems like not is the answer here. A little bit messy, and Flowerful can't get to it to survive, and G2 striding through the game now. There's a reason they are the team to beat.
On to fakt vyhrajou. Ještě teda neotočili strany, ale hrajou dobře.
Glance and Mary just slipping into this crossfire here. Glance actually bailing out Mary with the 2 final kills. And a massive gap now. A 7-round deficit for Shopify. We did see them find a lot of success on their attack. Like I said, those conditioning factors, the mind games they were able to employ.
Takhle do smoke.
It's all going their way now. The game feels hard to lose almost when you have some of these moments. Just feeling it out.
Ty dostávají na prdel.
Already playing with the player advantage. Benita going down.
Nechápu to.
To maybe explore the B side. They feel like maybe Flowerfall's over there. What can they read into this? Taking their time here, G2.
Maybe feeling as if they've created a little bit of a gap here. 3 members of Shopify looking to explore outside A. All the timing, G2 are going to be able to backstab Flowerfall here.
Ty vajíčka tam.
What is that?
I don't know what just happened. Flowerfall somehow got 3 within the split second. We didn't see it. She got 4. Show me it again. Could be 5 here.
That's the ace.
Flowerfall on for the ace.
Oh, that's the ace. Kámo, hustý.
Now give me that damn replay.
I was staring at the minimap, but I was thinking if they drift under tube here, holding the angle towards Boiler. This is ridiculous.
Hodně dobrý.
Flowerfall is so damn good.
Yeah.
What a way to flip this again. Bringing nothing into this.
No, nothing. They had absolutely no right to do that.
Think.
So we have to go back into this. 2 rounds. They need to close with it, whatever they can. And Flowerfall off to a start. Observers, stop watching anyone other than Flowerfall. There you go. That's your lesson. How
it's another
dare
Prius
you?
moment. Petra though will respond. Sonder will fall. Giuliano now with the showstopper, trying to create a little bit of space towards A site. The follow-up actually with the Nightfall. Not going to tag anything at all.
No.
Glance picking up Benita on that lurk.
And now look at so much of the space has been taken over here. Laurie's found Mimi.
Tady mačka takhle se k tomu stolu.
Lovely shot from Glance, and they are going to be invested just to really deny any access points. That choke is under wraps. Glance has it. What can KP and Flowerfall do with this now? Trying to clear close, but KP not given any chances at this. Flowerfall need more of what that round was just now. They need to find 3 here. The time is really against you, and look at the utility in the way. Just gonna get melted down. Glance. See her in a second. Yep, got her. And Glance having a round right back at you. KP, not gonna happen. G2.
Dávej to prostě.
Yeah, Shopify unable to build anything on the back of a thrifty flip once again. Luckily though, come into this tour de force available.
Hodně dobrý.
Rifles across the board.
Down A.
To Glance, so impactful in this position. As the ultimate just seals the deal.
Enemy remaining.
And even here, she's staring down.
To bylo pěkný, no.
2 horrendous outcomes regardless of how round 12 ends.
Anyway, KP gonna spot contact quick. Gonna know the player going on towards the top of tube. That's gonna be Giuliano. Outdrone right back in. Sonder's there, not far off it. Giuliano has to respect that. Has to pull away. Big exchange here at the start towards middle.
And Mary almost hanging around here to wait for this poison orb to drop. Drifting ahead of it, actually.
So far ahead. Sonder had no idea. Trying to wander back towards A. Absolutely pulled astray. And now we're looking towards B. Wall still in place.
And this was a good setup as well. The wall towards B main and the Viper spit on A. The fact that G2 find value in mid.
A to mě tam nechali, ne?
Okay, Flowerfall position found.
Let's play.
What a force invested too. Monta's Fury going to be sent through on this, and Petra swinging deeper towards middle, trying to clear it. Flowerfall still standing, KP still alive. It ain't over just yet. 2 players, Benita and KP up against 4.
1 enemy remaining.
Make it just 1. Benita last player standing here.
Seconds left.
And what more can she do? The reoccurring nightmare of Giuliano in finals, Petra in finals, Mimi in finals. She's faced it before, and she's facing it again.
To možná mohla savenout teda.
It's looking like G2 are back in the building.
Absolutely, and it requires Shopify.
Jo, to bylo poslední kolo vlastně. To by bylo zbytečný.
This is where that conversation comes back towards this comp. Whether or not the switch up really does look good for Shopify.
This is getting scary now for Shopify fans and for the desk who backed them here. Let's find out if they still stand by that.
We will indeed in just a moment at Pansy, but first, again, Koukáme, it might have been even worse if it weren't for another thrifty from Shopify.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to take a look at this round because
Nějaký posunutý zvuk, jak o něm mluví.
I wanted to come in here and say, oh my god, Mary mode activated for having everybody going crazy, but it was actually rounds like this where we see sloppy mistakes. Petra goes in to plant the spike, but Mimi's on the back, there's still no wall, and then everything starts falling out of piece, and we can see that it is not Shopify that is completely disconnected from the game or just not even trying. It's actually G2 going on a different gear and just maybe losing control of the speed that they're applying onto the game. Still, it's a 2-10 half, and you know what they say, 2 is all they get.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like G2 kind of like lose the eco and then they like quickly fix themselves up. They're like, okay guys, wait, let's not do that kind of stuff again. And so like, funnily enough, Shopify only won the 2 rounds on eco and one of them was Flowerful getting an ace. So, you know, it's definitely rough, but I think like, yeah, going forward, Shopify is definitely going to have to pull out a lot of stops for this one.
They really are. I mean, the confidence that they need on those ecos, they need them on these gun rounds. But thankfully for Shopify moving over to the attack side, we've seen their Icebox, we've seen their B main protocols coming out and really rewarding them. The layers that they have and the way that they utilize KP and Sonder
together.
With this utility, it's so crucial that they get the right information so that they know when they can actually press the issue and move forward, gain the ground, and actually use Lori so that they can put themselves in those post positions, right? And yesterday, they also had some interesting looks where they sent KP across map all alone, solo, and with that distraction, they're able to send Lori in and get a quick plant as well. So a lot of options for Shopify.
Teď se mi to zaseklo. Taky to vidíte zaseklý, co?
But a huge mountain in front of them.
It's so important that you mentioned that because in so many instances
we've
seen Lance, Mimi, even Giuliano sometimes just going on the flank, just being so cheeky and unexpected. We need to see the same for Shopify if they want to close this out. Otherwise, I guess we'll go to map 5.
I mean, it's a hard hopium here. Pansy and Hyper, let's see if they can make that comeback.
Biggest question there is, but at 2-10, Mike, I feel we are going all the way here. I think it has to be all the maps. And at this point, you've got to feel there's that sinking feeling in your stomach if you're Shopify Rebellion, right? You had map advantage, you had 2 maps up.
Třeba jim řekli, jak to napínají.
We've got them on the ropes.
Aby to dali 2-2 a potom. To asi ne. Ty vole. Dobrá hlava.
To slow things down here. Quick push towards mid. Nullified here by the slow orb. By seemingly looking to commit on it though. Lots of damage done. Giuliano posted deep below belt.
Ty vole.
Turns around and spots Flowerful. Tries to dip away. 22 HP and gets healed up as she does slip away from this. G2 are here though, not alone. 4 players making away over towards that A site.
Great damage control as well in mid. Glance already posted up deep outside tubes and has control of this rotation here. Just gets up the angle.
And spotted 2 though.
Hlavně, že ty nejsi zasekla. Jo, Jirko, asi jo, no. Já právě vždycky se radši podívám, jestli zasekli celý stream, nebo jenom jestli ten obraz toho streamu. To fakt bude 2-2 prostě teďkon teda. Teď to potvrdili to, že i na druhé straně budou vyhrávat. Let's go!
Shopify only going to bring
Vždycky zakřičíme.
in the hands of Flowerful here. Want to try and flip round 14 in their favor.
Warshank, so you are live on Twitch as well? Yeah, I am.
To achieve on the attack, dealing with that trap, pushing and pulling rotations.
They just don't even have the rounds to really
I'm live on Twitch, Facebook, and
Can't
YouTube.
really employ any conditioning because I don't think this half's going to go long enough.
No, you'd have had to have won the pistol and give yourself that little bit of a buffer to try and do that fact finding, get those results in. Here it's we got to make something happen now. It's got to be kind of working in the dark. Juliana, they want to be disruptive.
Oh.
Get in their face, and she does. Drags two away and spins off into the distance, trying to find Flower for Benita. But by that point, they're left in tatters, down to just two.
To už daj.
12 is about to be etched on that board, and G2 might be breaking
To daj.
Shopify Rebellion in half with this.
Petra and Mary still here, deeper hold, but two players on the front.
Hele, jak tam čeká.
Petra with.
Oh! What? Ty vole. Vůbec neví prostě. Vůbec neví.
Bitter of losses if it does come down that way for Shopify Rebellion. Two blowout games, two blowout maps after really clawing it forward, after facing so many hurdles, getting to this point, and then G2.
She's multitasking at its peak. I don't think it's multitasking, because you are just streaming on multiple platforms, and you think that you are streaming at one.
Petra, ready, waiting and willing. Does get overwhelmed in the end, with the chip damage done, but they make it count. Shopify.
Which region are these matches going on? Well, it's in Berlin, in Germany.
Still gonna claim two of them with her. Down to a 2v2 now.
And there are teams from all over the world.
Mary and Giuliano. It's Giuliano to pull out KP, but it's Mary to find them.
And these two are the...
now, last one alive.
They are competing to get first and second place.
This is devastating to watch.
So demoralizing for Shopify as well.
Lepší je dívat se na tebe, než nahoru taková kočka a pije pivko. Kdo nepije pivo v České republice, mi řekni. No ale hlavně ta hra je zajímavá, že jo? Kámo, prostě to budou prodlužovat 2-2 prostě. Budou to prodlužovat. Ty vole. A to si všichni myslí, že to bude 3-1 prostě.
And unfortunately, there's just so few positives to bring away from not just this map, but the last two maps in this series.
They need to have a chat. They need to be able to regain that focus, pull this.
Jsem fakt zvědavá, kdo to vyhraje nakonec.
So I would say the other scary factor is now we are going into Breeze next. One of those that Giuliano has been exceptional on. We have seen great things from G2 on this map.
Well, again, just to counter that though, this is one that actually might see Sonder back in that role that Shopify can enable.
Oh well, this stream got recommended to me. I didn't even speak German. Well, the champion, what is it called? The match is in Germany, but I speak Czech, so I'm not sure why it got recommended to you, because I'm speaking Czech.
Finally, looking like G2 again. Yeah. Taking a little bit of extended break in now and taking a moment to compose themselves and coming back stronger now. We have one more map to go, Mike.
I'm so glad it's actually ended up on Breeze now. We were talking about the veto earlier. We had our reservations.
And where are you from,
the stage
by the way?
Is set for a banger map 5.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Jot, I don't want to wait with us too much longer. I think the fact that Breeze is on the horizon.
Breeze! Oh my god.
The desk really wants to delve into that too.
Oops.
Wrap up this previous map and get to that final one. What a grand final we have on our hands. Let's jump to that break now to get it back underway as soon as possible.
Cool, cool, cool. Tak to je hodně napínavý teda. Nemohli to udělat easy a vyhrát 3-0 prostě. So you are from Germany as well? No, I'm from Czech Republic. But I don't live there anymore. But I speak Czech. I think the champions are in a different country every year. And this year it's in Germany. Do you play Valorant?
Well, this grand final is going the distance thanks to G2 stomping Shopify on Icebox. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Koukáme, Potter and Athena. I feel like we're getting to a territory where you are going to tell us consistently that you were right.
India.
I'm not gonna pull that card, not just yet.
Si ze mě dělal prdel, prostě.
But Christine, yes.
Fakt trapný.
Maybe G2 screwed up a little bit with the veto.
They did. You know what?
Takže nepiju spíš vínko, také si taky dám pivko, ale ve společnosti slečny piju víno.
But I can't believe that Shopify Rebellion are allowing this to happen. I'm so everywhere.
Možná.
My emotions are everywhere.
Podle mě jak kdy a podle chuti.
I mean, 5 rounds total over 2 maps for Shopify. And you're going into the last, like, most important.
A já nejsem ve společnosti hlavně, že jo.
Really hard to recover. It's going to be really hard mentally as well. Like, I think that's definitely going to be like one of the biggest obstacles for Shopify moving forward is just being able to.
Je to staknutý, jo.
You know, this is the last map. Let's play it like nothing else has happened, and I think that is going to be the most important thing.
It's a complicated situation, right? Because we're talking about a team that is used to being on that second place, and for them, they couldn't so close to achieve the big win. You know, the second we can call it even because they got forward and past Cloud9 wide. So this is like the closing for their Salco, something that they definitely need. But at the same time, they've been in this position so much and getting so close, but not actually achieving the series, achieving the final moment that will give them the victory. And for G2, all those nerves, all those mistakes that happened during even the 3 first maps, even if they won that ascent, I didn't see anything out of the box. For Breeze, it has to be something else. Good thing, though, that when we talk about Shopify moving into the next map, we're talking about a Sonder that goes back into being the duelist, but we'll get into that.
Yeah, how much of this do you guys feel like is, Potter, I'm looking to you here, is a land experience diff? Because we talk about, you know, nearly 40 years on the side of G2 Gozen, the fact that they're able to claw it back in this fashion.
Pořád je to staklý, co asi?
Oh, absolutely. You know, as soon as the camera panned over.
A já už vím, proč jsem si to nedala nabíjet, totiž. Já jsem debil.
G2, they're looking like they're on a revenge tour at least right now. So definitely experience leaning into that. Certainly, it plays such a huge role, especially on that big stage.
Yeah, I think also when we saw the stats with G2, you know, they've played VO5s a lot more and they've won a lot more. So I think that also might.
Já jsem si to nedala nabíjet, totiž, no, já jsem debil prostě.
I think Shopify for sure, we've seen them kind of only winning the one VO5 and like that kind of stat is just it's hard to not look at it and not see it as somewhat of an indicator of maybe they won't be able to recover it as well. And maybe G2
tak já tam dám takhle, že tam jsem za chvilku, jo. A budu vám jenom povídat. Stejně pauza teďko. Už to mám na nabíječce.
Every single player is stepping up. It's not only that Mary has good runs when she's on the chamber, it's not only that Glance has good lurks, it's a little bit of everyone coming together and actually acting like a team.
also, I think Laurie showing us why Chamber, and Flowerful even showing us why Chamber is just getting so OP on the server. Speaking of Chamber, we have a cosplayer and streamer standing by right now. It's Crunchy Cupcake with Van Silly for a quick interview.
Chamber cosplay jako holka, hustý. Čumte na to.
It's been amazing here, as you can hear. Like people are cheering for the teams, and I'm like living the moment and enjoying it.
That's awesome. Well, let's take some time to look at the cosplay. It seems as though it's taken a lot of time. So
jak má i tu gunu?
Fun crunching for like
wow.
a week, but I think I needed like 2 weeks to make it.
Because not only that, I think you also came with a kill earlier on this week as well. So you had a full set coming out too. But now we do have a 5th and final map here between Shopify Rebellion and G2. Who do you think takes the cake?
Since I'm from EU, I'm rooting for G2.
Tak když otevřu bílé nebo červené, jsem velký romantik, adresa Praha. Ne, to mě ten stream nebaví bez toho. Já jsem v Itálii, takže sorry. Yeah, I know my face cam is stuck. I do play Unplugged too, also a fellow streamer, and if you replied to my indie thing, you will have to type and so that I can translate and understand. Oh, okay. Did you use Google Translator or what? Well, I didn't put my webcam to a charger, so I need to turn it on again. I put it on a charger.
And I'm wondering if maybe G2 has just warmed up.
Už nemáme Jo, máme loď, já jsem si jenom nedala nabíjet prostě mobil, na kterém mám kameru, že jo. A už to zapínám.
No, of course I want to talk about the duelist because I think it's very important that we bring it back to the biggest thought that we've had, which is experience. Not only the land, but also the amount of matches that they've played preferably.
Musíme to nabít totiž.
We do not see Breeze. We talk about a lot
We need to charge my phone so I can turn on the camera.
Of course, they decided to not pick it before, so that brings a little bit of a question to our heads into.
Well, I'm using Streamlabs, and it's very easy. You can read the chat together.
You know, the neon that we want her to be. We don't even know if she's going to be in
Is it charging or not?
We do not know if she's going to recover from the last 2 maps.
A lot of questions, but I don't think though Breeze is going to favor G2 as much as it looks like on paper.
Tak přijedu do Itálie o nejletenku a jsem tam za chvilku a romantika může začít. Tak já ti budu objednávat letenku. What the fuck?
Off guard, but I think at this point now we're kind of getting used
to
we're kind of getting used to Giuliano being that lurk in that A halls area. So I think for Shopify, they should have a pretty good idea at how G2 want to approach this.
How do you know it's Samsung, by the way?
Gaming agent select Giuliano, as you said, with the Reina pick has done a lot against their opponent. Athena, what do you make of the fact that she's going with this even again?
Charging now.
Ignore that question, Athena. Sonda, Reina, go.
I literally think this is just a battle of egos now at this point. Like, Shopify is trying to push themselves back into this game. She's like, you can do that, I can do that too.
Listen, I am so happy that this is what we get for Game 5. If you're in the audience, I do not care who you support. I do not care how your throat is going. I want to hear you scream for your team and give them everything.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see. Well, look at that smile. Let's just get back into this game. Pansy,
no, tak už to asi nabijím, já nevím. Taky divný.
You couldn't ask for a better final map here. We're seeing Sonda coming in on
Ne, já jsem chtěl napsat, že já objednám letenku. OK, to už nezakecáš, hele.
Giuliano here on Breeze.
God damn.
I mean, this blows the entire decider wide open, right? We're talking about Neon leaning back on that more
Nabíjí to nebo ne? Ta věc.
I guess considered and looking to put
Jo,
in those
už to nabíjí. Už to nabíjí. Ano, tam bylo totiž ještě blbě plugnutý.
Here up against Giuliano, it's the final map. Berlin, you've been incredible so far. I want to hear you throughout.
Už to má 0%, celých 0%.
Starting this off with the upper hand in my mind, bouncing off the back of the
I've got 0% on my phone right now.
And now Shopify Rebellion better be ready. Sondo quick to business here. Flash in hand for Lori, and they look ready to go.
By the way, I'm bronze 1 at the moment. So if you are plat 2, that's really good. Good for you.
And now we already have 3 players standing for G2. Powerful in middle, gonna spot out a whole lot of information potentially. KP, a little isolated on the site here. Has to dip away. Mary's found Benita. It's down to even numbers and then traded back through. Petra still firing. Petra and Mary working back through, but Flowerful goes unnoted and finally shows their hand. It's all on Mary.
Who are you?
This young gun do a 1v2 here. Spots out. Flowerful gets them down. KP noted earlier on. Trying to get the defuse, going to get at least a halfway. KP called, has to check, has to look. Mary toying with the timing, 2 more bullets, finds the shot, but does she have the defuse? I think she only just about does it. Mary, how is she doing this so often?
Už mám 1%. Tak já to zkusím zapnout. Jak nebudeš do 1 minuty na obrazovce, tak mizím. Přišel jsem za tebou a ne na stream. No tak já za to nemůžu, vejt. Že jsem blbá. A nedám si nabít mobil. A nechám ho vybít chudinku.
G2 up, 1 to the good, but we do have a force coming back in for Shopify, getting the plan, getting plenty of kills, everything that they kind of needed in this one, excluding obviously round conversion.
Jo, zapl jsem to.
Lean towards the B site.
This is huge as well, considering only success coming from 50 rounds. This force in the second. Shopify obviously feel comfortable about that aspect of their strat book.
Oh, 2%, dobrý.
To overcome here though. Is that ranged engagement going to feel a little more comfortable for G2?
So difficult on this map.
Jo.
Make it work in the timing.
Nice, chytlo se to. Tak to jsem nečekala teda, že bude takhle jednoduchý. A že se to takhle hezky chytne. Oh.
Has to respect that. Actually, weapon retrieved here for Sonda, so Spectre in hand. Again, a possibility actually even to catch the overheal. She finds another Petra.
She's been seen. Absolutely been seen. Mary wants to try and help her out here. She is very much alone, but still going to find one. Expects the second. Oh, the third just slips between her fingertips. Flowerful finds Mary. That's the site open. And now Mimi a mile away from Glance.
Okay.
Grab on towards the Bulldog. And Flowerful is low HP. Glimpses. Anyone out of place? No. High flash comes in.
Se to chytlo, jo?
Glance is getting there slowly but
nice.
Surely. A lot of attention being drawn towards Mimi, noting 1. They have to expect the rest to be pushed up on site. They didn't expect the angle from Glance. Now they need to clear the pillar and maybe consider Flowerful. Oh, it goes back to
Už jsem zpátky. Už to funguje.
Being purchased, 80 HP and Flowerful's got a huge round there. Brilliant contact piece in middle.
There's no priority, but I'm a little bit confused, you know?
In this sort of round, bringing just sheriffs and an SMG or 2 in here. And that's crazy as well to come into the decider. G2 haven't lost on Breeze at a Game Changers event since October 2021.
Well, I have been there, nothing to laugh. Have you been on Bronze 1? Really?
Shopify back on the board in round 2.
Nejsem blbá, ale pěkná a sympatická kočka, tak až budeš na obrazovce, tak napiš. Okay. Tak beru to jako kompliment.
Heroes of their own fate at times. G2 don't boast the similar sort of numbers here. But a pressure being released towards that A side. Cross should be facilitated. Sonda with a freebie there almost. Glance goes down. The spike should go down scot-free.
Makes it difficult as well with this vital.
Až jsem se začervenala, jak jsem tě viděla.
Stacked up on site though.
Chceš, abych se taky červenala, bej?
Really nice work, clean from Shopify.
Ty jo.
Prime Gaming flawless.
Tak komu fandíme teda, když je to 2-2 teďkon?
Even coming into this next one. Almost level pegging here. Flowerful actually has the
I have started from Iron 1 now at Platina. What? Wow. Did you play any other game before you played Valorant? I played CS:GO, but it didn't help me.
Mary went for a walk in middle. But in the meantime, Giuliano did push up as well, playing by the double door. Quick trade though. Flaffle gonna punish. Big info in middle, but do they keep dipping in towards this, or do they respect the space taken?
Mary definitely doesn't respect.
And by the way, I don't believe you that you are from India. I wouldn't be recommended to you. Because my title is in Czech, so I think you are Czech.
Incredible work to try and even this one out. At this point, surely
And you are making fun of me.
Right, they'd have fallen off this, but it's Mary.
I think a KP should just about get a recon back, whether or not they invest that towards mid. No. A hightail it towards A, which is wide open right now. This time around, Glance not falling early, so that retake wall set up here. Information on backside as well. The knife onto default. They give them a good indicator. Laurie actually popping the null command.
Yeah, taking absolutely no prisoners this round. Flash through the wall, but no one to swing it. But it's KP creeping up tube. They can be huge for this. That will be checked on by Glance in a moment's time. And actually Glance wins it though. How was Glance so quick to even expect that? Still considers it well. And now Laurie has to find at least two here, I feel. Dips away to the wall and now needs to depend on the others. The post plant set overwhelmed. And Benita's got to buy the time here. She needs to commit to the angle as well. This is not enough to leave it to tick away. Has to try and shoot towards it. They've done it.
Wow. Wow. Poor Viper. Nope, I didn't follow. Was my first FPS game. Well, no, I'm not from Czech. Okay. But do you speak Czech?
A slight overstep here in tube. Even here creating a bit of a distraction. Both shock darts available as well, so if you're going to rely on those snake bites, it makes it even more.
Let's also remind ourselves how that round started with Mary going walkabouts in mid twice.
Double dipping in mid.
You don't see that every day.
Exactly. Finding so much impact.
It looks like it's just brute force this time around, at least for the beginnings. Straight up the gut, straight up tube. Sonda, no subtlety to this.
Mně se líbí ta Mimi. Ta blondýnka. Tajta, no. Teď není vidět na kameře. Tahle se mi líbí.
Might be close enough to handle this. No, Lowry is a little too quick with it. Glance has to respect this now. The site's been overtaken. This is good from Shopify. Really nice work. Glance are still going to find one. And Giuliano on the trade. What do we have in the post plan here? Flaffle, Benita, Sonda still alive. Defending the site though. That's the difference there. Giuliano going to find Sonda this time. Benita on the quick flank. Petra has the fright of her life as she turns around. But the spike's still ticking. They still need to work on that defuse. Mary wants to try and get this towards half. Almost down. Mary with a shot of her life, and Benny once again in that undesirable position to try and keep that composure. Try and do something. It's happening now. Giuliano coming alive here.
What a clean up from G2. Even the setup here. Like I said, putting the poison orb down on the top of steps just to deny any possibility of that pop flash coming out.
Musíš česky, já ti nerozumím, tak si rozumět nebudem. Já nemůžu za to, že tady mám někoho, kdo mluví anglicky. A nepij beze mě, to není blbě, a mně se líbíš ty zase. A ty nepiješ, nebo co? Tak si otevře pivo, ne? Pij taky. You can search Varshank on YouTube, you will find me, and I'm not from Czech. I don't speak or even understand what you are speaking. Usually I get diff-link streams getting recommended. Okay. I will have a look. On YouTube. Are you streaming on YouTube?
powerful, and Sonder almost just posted up, anticipating a little bit of
Let me
aggression,
see.
maybe on the back of this exchange outside A.
B site. The goal here. As they slowly work their way back through. Giuliano is quite far off, still more dedicated towards the A site here. So we'll be down, as you noted. Mary.
About.
First real utility now noted. They're going to be on red alert.
Oh, you are from India, really?
Contact made as Petra finds Sonder here.
Okay, I'm sorry then.
Frag comes in for Shopify, and there's going to be the counter Viper's Pit coming in.
And how do you know my phone?
Giuliano's here so early though. She can actually get a kill somewhere on the outside there. She has to dismiss the play around, but they're passing each other here on elbow.
Yeah, but that's
Laurie
quick.
just none the wiser of how early Giuliano was.
I feel
so fast, Benito fully
confused.
Mimi's taken over the site. KP has Hunter's Fury. The diffuser started.
Can't rely on it here.
Yeah, not enough to work with. 3 players, 3
Okay,
targets,
we've got
3
subscribe from
victims
me.
wanted, and none to be truly put through. 4-2 now. G2 starting to
Ty vole, to ještě žije? Ještě bydlíme v autíčku. Ahoj, Glacius. Ne, teď už bydlíme na Plachetnici. Čau. Ale autíčko ještě máme, ale už tam nejsme. Ty vole.
Still with a purchase.
Still able to scrape it together.
Yeah, I mean Bulldog in the hands of Benita.
4-2, tyjo.
Deal with the trap nice and early here.
No, not right now. It's 1:40 AM here, just visiting random stranger streams. I mean, in general, if you stream on YouTube or Twitch. Plachetnice kde? Fitále. Oh shit. Fitále, Plachetnice. Oh. To jenom prodlužovali určitě. Vyhrajou to nakonec prostě.
Even here, somewhere in the backlines, Benita finds Mimi. I think on the rotation.
Ty vole.
Just outside double doors.
Tyto Giuliano má prostě roztahnutý monitor, říkám.
Shopify timeout ahead of this round. Again, it will only be potentially Sheriffs.
And lol, you showed the camera software on screen. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, because it was turned off. Okay, now I feel good because I was like, oh my god, some kind of dark web in here or something. Jsem si myslel, že to hraješ ty, no tak to fakt ne. Takovej skill nejsem. Já furt chcípám. Tohle jsou champions, poslední 2 týmy hrajou o pohár už. A hrajou to holky. Hrajou to holky. On YouTube, Twitch is not as big yet in India. Okay. Well, if you use Restream or Streamlabs, you can stream to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Also, there is Trovo. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a Chinese Twitch, I would say, and it's very easy for you if you don't sign the contract with Twitch, of course, because then you are not allowed to stream on other platforms. Já jsem si říkal, že jsi někde na lodi, to tam bydlíš, nebo jste na dovolení, jinak odkud jsi jinak včera? A ty jsi co, kluk? What? Ne, já tady bydlím normálně. Jsem bydlela v dodávce na celý 4 roky. A teď jsem na lodi. No ne, ale jakoby v e-sportu je normální, že hrajou jenom kluci, víš? Takže to, že hrajou holky, je fakt jako úplně revoluce prostě. Kraxas, ahoj! Můžeš říct ahoj Buffy? Ahoj Buffy, už jsem to řekla. Nebo Buffy, nebo nevím. No, jak jsi říkala, že to hrajou holky. Jo, Buffy. Jo, tak ahoj Buffy. Sorač. Buffy přemožitelka upírů. Prej taky pozdravuje, děkuju. Jo, přesně, tak jednu mám doma. Hezký. Co máš? Jo, dík. Dík za follow.
Good safe pair of hands here, normally good for one. Could be tricky, but still gets it. Petra has the bailout from Giuliano as well. There's a reason she's a legend in her own rights. And these sort of games you're seeing as to why.
I don't have any connection with the dark web. I'm not a hacker or something. Okay. I'm glad you're not. Yes, but it's like Twitch does not have viewership in the country, but there are other Indian-only platforms. Okay. Okay.
Good question.
Jirko, díky za like. Díky. Tvé 6-2, prostě to vyhrajou. Ale vyhrávali ty druhý. Vyhrávali ty SR, Shopify, Rebellion. Vyhrávali. A my to otočili prostě takhle. Prostě to takhle otočili. Myslím teda, jestli si to pamatuju správně.
Giuliano's looking deadly. It's grand finals, Giuliano. She has had highs and lows, and I think she'll say herself, she'll play her game that she needs to.
Kdo pijete pivíko, tak na zdraví. Nebo jaký jiný, nějaký jiný alkohol. Tak na zdraví.
Investment. Mary, quick to handle it. Sonda is not finding the success we were hoping for here.
Again, with this sort of composition, there needs to be some pressure towards Mary. Posted up in this round. Lesser purchase.
Anyway, keeps grinding, long way to go. Had a nice time here, although didn't understand what you spoke other than English. Subbed and liked Let's Play Sunday. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that you've been here even though you didn't understand me. Well, we can play together if you like. We've got Platina 2, I think, or 1 in the team. So you can join if you like. And thank you.
Careful now. They've done nothing to... that pause in time has done nothing to change the outcome here. Even if you do the initial damage, Giuliano's still waiting. That's big though. KP finds Giuliano. First lifeline in a while. Platform and KP, can they make something of it? Need the plant. It's been the retakes that have been tough. Petra's angle is going to make this trickier as well. Can slowly build up here, but when does Flowerful start exploring? Just about now, so they've missed each other in this. And now the advantage sits with
to nedá
Shopify
zase.
until then. Mary beheading KP, and it's all in the hands of one. Flowerful with it all to do here. Shot's gone. The second shot goes as well, and it's absolutely falling to pieces. G2.
Ty to tak nedávaj prostě.
G2 have been here before, and it looks like they'll be here again.
It's the first time actually in that sort of situation we haven't seen Flowerful landing those sorts of shots.
I have alt accounts which are silver and gold, so we can play. Okay. Sounds good. Ty jste tak krásně stvořený, jak se krásně začervenáš, když se podíváš do té kamery. Jsem nečervená, co kecáš. Tak sexy koška, jdu si tak něco k piči podpořím tě. OK, běž. A dej mi vědět, co piješ. Já si půjdu ještě pro pivo.
And there's no flex through middle. You still have 2 players posted up from G2.
Mary's all the way past pillar. She has a deep angle towards spawn now. And she's posted up with an op as well. I mean, the point of weakness is tube.
Sure.
And that's why we see Shopify.
Petra's already...
Rightly so, yes.
Yeah, Petra's already... Yeah, okay, oh dear! Scatter and run!
Pěkný.
Petra gets one, Sonder goes down. But the chip damage is massive. Lori and Benita down to 70 now.
No a teda vždycky chcípnu, když Sova dá ultimátku, ale dobrý. Ty jo. Hustý.
Didn't move a muscle, didn't blink, didn't miss it. KP and Flowerful, the last 2 alive, and the problem is that bit's still in place. They'd need to navigate around that, but Petra has been a rock for this team. She's still very much in this.
Proč jdou tam, jakoby, když tam jsou s tím spikem? Proč to nerotatnou? To jako fakt nechápu, proč tam jdou, jako s tím spikem. Hej, proč tam šli s tím spikem, když tam měli skoro volný site, jenom s jedním prostě. To nechápu, proč tam šli, jako. To bylo fakt blbý. Till then, at my main vertex. Okay. Okay. I don't remember my, but it's Verčina, the same as here, but I don't remember the number. But I will write it down. And I will add you, okay?
Confident play.
All the way towards cannon, actually.
She's got incredibly far.
She's crossed. She's making noise, though. But the A-site hit's coming through regardless.
You've got to feel Flowerful has that kill in the backline. Yeah, it does. Brilliant work. Okay, 2-player advantage here.
Okay, I've got it in my keep, and I will add you.
With everything they can muster. Flowerful again, another challenge. Succeeds it. That's 3 in the round. That could be the wake-up call, enough to rekindle that fire that started to dwindle.
Tak nic, tak jsem neuspěl a nepotěšil tě, no nic, tak jsi škaredá a nesympatická holka. Jo no, já vím. A už jsi šel pro ten drink, nebo co? Ty vole, 9-3!
Ride that curse copium, because that's about all there is to do here for Shopify. Again, very few positives to take away from this half, and that's been a recurring theme in the back half of this best of 5.
It has, and it's scary times. This is when you truly have your mettle tested, that capability to carry on.
Credit where credit's due. Flowerful in a 9-3 deficit is sitting at 17-8. If they can build upon that, Flowerful still delivering numbers here. Maybe, just maybe, there's hope.
That's what we're going to hold on to, and let's see what the desk has for us.
Pauza. Tak já jdu cikat a jdu si pro pivíko.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely looking rough for SR. I think G2 was just playing their game. I actually wanted to go
Tak za chvilku jsem tady, jo.
Because we just saw G2 like retake this amazing round, and SR kind of looked a little lost. Like here we have the post-plant, we have the entries, they have the numbers on site. Benita puts down that Viper pit, but then here Giuliano just manages to lurk up and no one is aware. They are completely unaware, and just like that, the retake, the flash into the smoke, the util used, and every single trade is just perfect here for G2. I think G2 really took a hold of the mistakes and the loopholes that SR just kept leaving in their gameplay. And so going forward, like, I'm not exactly sure how they're gonna recover from this, but I still believe in the 9-3 curse.
Yeah, and you know, that wasn't the only round that SR looked a little confused either. Towards the mid area, it seemed like Shopify Rebellion from the agent select locking in that Reyna, which was exciting, but that is a telltale sign. They're kind of playing G2's game, right? They want to have this Reyna diff, Reyna on Reyna, and the game plan, the pace also was in G2's territory. It seemed like Shopify was just playing G2's game, and Giuliano's gonna eat that up.
Yeah, completely. I love that you bring it up. As you see on your screen, this is a kind of versus Giuliano versus Sunder. To me, the biggest mistake on Sunder's side is definitely the first death that she's accumulated. I think it's definitely too much. I don't think that she feels comfortable. She doesn't know how to move Mary out of all the positions that she's been so free in. We're just seeing running around the map, and she's just falling. And she's going up against the Reyna that knows exactly how to play this map. Watch out, because this last round that we saw on the half, number 12, that was the first gun round that they gotten, that Shopify got since Ascent, round 11. So it is a lot. It is a lot of disruption coming in from the side of G2. I believe in the curse. I don't know what you guys think, but I would like to see it at least in overtime. Come on.
Well, Shopify, they started the day really strong, and they're going to have to finish strong as well if they want a shot at that trophy. Pansy and Hypog, they believe in the 9-3 curse. What about you guys?
I believe that G2 have been in a whole lot of finals and won a whole lot of them, Mike. I don't know about the 9-3 curse.
I think with just how the last two maps go, I mean, that is terrifying to hear Koukáme even verbalize that. The last by-round win was on Ascent.
Yeah.
That's just
That's
such
been a while ago.
terrifying prospect. And unfortunately, we need Sonda to really be the driving force here with this composition, the faith put in her to deliver. Mimi noted early on, but look at where Giuliano's got to so quickly.
Oh dear, they're down middle, I think is the call that Mimi just made. There's 4 players pushing Mimi.
Don't even challenge, get out.
If she can buy time and make them work for this, the rest of the players can turn and pay attention, but it's Benita to find Mary. So still, navigating a little past Mimi here, finally turns and finds it. Petra and Mimi in unison. Flowerful, not going to give this up. She is fighting with everything she has to stay in this final. This would be the start, but Giuliano could be the end. Spots Benita, insta-dink, and the follow-up clean work. Overhealed on. And the spike's down.
Flowerful's 2 HP though. Sonda has to hold down the fort here and still has that overheal.
Giuliano. Oh my word, they've got her, okay. They've done the first step, Mike. First step achieved.
That's the first tick in the box. Can they build upon this now? See if G2 are going to respect it for the time being. There's going to be any investment here. Big positive for me though, this is a confident play here from Shopify.
It is.
And that's, again, I don't say that lightly, with how the last few maps have gone, to still kind of pull this out the bag is a real positive to see. It's literally 4 walking down mid, off the rip.
Takes a lot to do that, to have faith in the call, to pull it off. Feeling like you're potentially walking to your death. Now for G2 though, no hurry for this. Shopify Rebellion, you want to see it clean, you want to see air, ticking all the boxes. Crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's.
Oh, už hrajou 9, jo, 9-4 hustý.
It's nice to peel away for now and wait for that retake.
Not taking any chances.
Jsou nějaký dobrý, ne? ASMR. Doufám, že to bylo slyšet. Se omlouvám, že ta loď je teď hlasitá, že to tam je asi slyšet docela.
They're just giving them hope to tear it away from them. KP 29 HP. G2.
Ještě neležím a půjdu, teď jsem tě chtěl podpořit, ale už nemůžu, když jsem objednal tu letenku. Objednal nebo neobjednal? Tak já už mám pivíko, tak běž taky. Yeah, sure, yeah. Thank you for follow. Cheers. Na zdraví.
Agony though. Shopify Rebellion had that first step and it just gets kicked away from under their feet. They're down to nothing.
10-4. Oh my god.
Still so devoted to doing something. 21 kills for Flowerful.
YouTube brought me here. Okay.
How quickly Mary will spot Flowerful. Actually finds the taxis even lower now.
Tunnel visioned on it though. Desperate to find it. KP trying to catch
Did you find me on YouTube then?
KP and Flowerful. How they both died?
I thought on Twitch.
Plant coming in soon.
Sheriff in the hands of Sonda. That's about it for Shopify to work off here.
I think you wrote that Twitch is recommending you
now the last two, Laurie gonna get the
different streams.
ball in teammates' hands. Doesn't find it on the first, and now position noted. Benita closing in. Spectre. Gonna probably catch one, and Petra's got Benny. It's all down to Laurie here, and that's gonna be 11, surely.
It got recommended on YouTube.
No one else giving her much opportunity.
Wow. I didn't know that YouTube do such thing.
It's 11, G2 closing
It surprised me actually.
So quickly that buffer for Shopify is removed. G2 finding a second round win here in the second half. So it's perfect to find this double kill. Like I said, a crucial tag coming through from Mary, where Flowerful insta-dies off the fragment. And for me, I mean, yes, Thrifty success apart.
Oh, it was 2-0.
2 off the tour de force.
And they did come back and they will win, actually. Bylo to na mé 2-0 prostě. Otočili to a vyhrajou. Pravděpodobně teda, vypadá to tak. Is this monetized? I don't think so.
And now Giuliano in a 1v3 herself. Spike is within grasp, but it's a minute on the board. Aldrone clears close, but the plant
I didn't monetize it.
does have the ult, she wants it back.
Oh, you mean on YouTube? No, I'm not monetized yet. I don't have 1,000 of subscribers yet.
Absolutely outrageous. Like I said, it was almost a bait setup here with Flowerful. An ult command comes through, she can't TP
Okay,
away.
bye. Thank you, bye. Have a good night or day. I don't know what's the time there.
Like I said, this
No,
is the
I'm
one
asking about
Shopify
Twitch.
build upon this.
No, I had the opportunity to sign the contract, but I didn't, because if you sign the contract, you can't stream on other platforms, which I like. I want to stream on YouTube and Facebook as well, because I can reach more people. And I don't want to support Twitch because they are ripping the creators, because they take 70%, and I don't think that's fair.
Oh, it looks boomed in this, sadly for Sonda.
So I better will be without partner and stream on other platforms, basically.
Just use the Aldrone.
Timing of this is quite curious because they are exploring on the other side of the map at the same time. So they're well aware the trap gets broken. They know that the flank is coming in.
Spike, I was going to say, maybe considering the possibility of pushing his Viper Spear.
KP's got to be careful. You don't want to leave Benita on her own here. Oh, and the flank's good. Laurie does find Mary. That's big, but the Spike is running back towards A. They made a mad dash for it. I think he got spotted. I'm pretty sure Laurie's seen that, so they've got to know it's going back to this A side.
Instagram, they take 40 and we get 60, whereas YouTube takes... Oh, really? But no.
Just ahead of it, Petra playing a little closer up. The nade goes in. Petra annihilating two.
I don't think YouTube is that cruel.
She has to try and stand and fight and will fall. G2 making it to 12.
I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure, but in general I think it's better to stream on different platforms and be free. Už jsem chtěl jít spát, ale dám si s tebou pivču zlatého bažanta, tak na zdraví! Tink! Mají timeout, se bojí, jsou posraný, prostě to prohrajou! Ještě jedno kolo a prohrajou, prostě mají smůlu, jako timeout jim nepomůže asi. YouTube has 30. Really? Oh, and creator got 70. Okay. Yeah, that's different from Twitch because Twitch got 70% and the creator got only 30. And they did like a secret contract with some creators that they got 50-50, but it was like a secret. And I don't like that. I don't think it's fair from Twitch, you know, to publicly say that they got 70 and the creator got 30, and then secretly give a contract to 50-50. Also, it's 2 in the midnight here. Okay, good night. Good night. Thank you for being here. I will have a look on your videos and streams as well. Good night. Good night. Thank you.
Former pressure back into this. KP try and shift walk through tube here. Aldrone going to clear out most of side. Benita unnoted as of yet. No flower falls position here, Mary.
But they are gonna win.
Breathing down her neck.
Okay, Mary.
And they will get the.
Oh, she checks it.
Oh no my God.
Heartbreak for Flowerful with just 2 remaining. Benita and KP.
Už to máš nalitý, nebo už máš bažanta a piješ?
KP is still trying to fight the good fight for them. Spike now in. Try and send Hunter's Fury. Benita on the chopping block is Giuliano. Hunter down once again, but she succeeds.
To daj. Poslední. Oh, vyhrali. Kámo.
Forged in finals like this. And the Game Changers Championship winners.
Aby měli to 2-0 a otočili to takhle prostě. Hustý. Hustý, hustý. Hustý, hustý. Jak brečí. Já bych taky brečela. Ona brečí, že je smutná.
Let's take a moment here because obviously it is G2's win, but credit has to go out there to Shopify Rebellion for putting on one of the best finals we've seen in a while.
Still, the Titan Slayers in my heart.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, to make that lower run, and Sonda, honestly, the headline.
Chudák, jak tam brečí.
Absolute animal.
It's one of the best we've seen come out here.
Ty vole.
To play in this tournament, an absolute highlight for North America Valorant. Brilliant scenes. And hopefully for Shopify, once, you know, get back home, watch it back, they can be proud of what they've achieved here. I don't think anyone would have put them in those finals. A lot of people underestimating this side.
Absolutely.
And they fought with absolute heart. They overcame Cloud9. They overcame Team Liquid. They pushed G2 further than anyone in this tournament.
Exactly. Really turned heads on the way here. Round of applause for them. A fantastic run from Shopify.
Jak brečí, chudák, oh my god, teď druhý místo je taky krásný.
Like you said, it's such a short list of teams that have really tested G2. Talk about obviously Gil closing out the grand final, a blip on the radar for them. Very rarely miss a beat.
Oni to malem schodili, kámo. Oni malem schodili ten pohár. Dělají si prdel. Ty vole.
It's not seen. We all tell the tale. We all talk about it. But they are legends in their own right. There is no one else in any of these games like G2. You have some of the best in the business. Those who set the trends, who made this possible years in the making. Truly legends in their own right, and I can't imagine a better team to win the first Game Changers Championship.
Nice.
He's got to close out so comfortably as well. Like I said, just slipping back into that.
A to jsou první holky prostě takhle jakože udělali zápas a vyhráli. To je super. Už piju s tebou, nenechám tě v tom, aby si nebyla večer sama. Tak na zdraví, ting.
It's going to be a moment for some of those players on the stage. A lot of doubters when they first came to Valorant. I know a lot of people had their own opinions. Didn't think that they'd be able to come across so easily, keep that pedigree. Exactly. There was a lot of question marks, but for the likes of Giuliano, Petra,
je to prostě o mapě, o náhodě lehce. Samozřejmě o skillu. Ale otočili to pěkně, no. Nevzdali se.
Can you not enjoy watching her play?
Absolutely, and what an achievement at such a young age as well to slot into this big shoes to fill.
The biggest.
And we were talking about a number of times these interviews, talk about no sweat.
Kolik je? Ani není 10, jo, tak to se ještě budu zahrát asi.
And it's shown here in Berlin this week.
Yeah, incredible, and I'm glad you're right. Big, and you highlighted it probably there in my mind. Talking about the likes of Zaz when she left that roster, there were.
Mám hrozně opožděnej ten zvuk od obrazu, jak mluví. Nevím proč.
I don't even think I can pick so. Do you know what? If Mary's name was up there, I would take it. Actually, is. I thought it was Mimi twice up.
Well, look, we are done here, but what we need to hear from are the players themselves down on the stage with Golden Boy.
This team was created not just with the intent to win, but to dominate. They looked at all challengers and welcomed their advances, knowing that when it mattered most, those 5 competitors on that stage right now could take it all today. They grabbed onto their story, they etched their names in the history books, and they are forever champions. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 goes in!
Už mají ten pohár! Nice. Tak podívám se na tebe, jak hraješ. Dobré mimo stream, ale už streamuju dlouho. Já hraju špatně. Já jsem jenom bronz 1. Nebo 2, možná, nevím teďko. Asi 2 možná. Jak se to předávají, ne? Jak dělám jenom na pohodu, víš co?
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for G2 goes in! An unreal
Takových konfet.
In honestly dominating fashion, even being taken to the limit on a map that
strašně se ti to seká. Já jsem to taky měla teďko nějaký rozmazaný. Už je to dobrý, ne, teďko? Já jsem to taky měla úplně nějaký kostičkovaný.
Surreal to me, like when we were up 12 rounds, I was just looking at Petra and Mary and we were just smiling, like we felt it coming, you know, and still when we won it just hit me, like I cried.
Yeah, I don't blame you, I don't blame you, and very well deserved.
To nevadí, jak budeš hrát, já jsem stejně přišel za tebou. Tak hezky.
Always are so consistent every single time. What does this moment mean for you amongst this crew and amongst this crowd?
Nebrečí, chudinko.
Give it up for Glance.
Já budu taky brečet asi.
I will just say it means everything.
Yeah.
We've been working so hard and we did so much. Oh my god.
You know what? We're all very proud of you, Glance. Mary,
Yes.
at the start of the tournament, Koukáme told me that she had a vision of you lifting the trophy over your head.
Yes.
And here we are. And you also had that same dream.
Yes, I did.
Is the dream matched to reality?
Yes. But I didn't cry. Not yet.
Thank you. I love you, Elsa. Anything you want to say to the Mary party as well, watching at home?
Shout out to my country, Bahrain. I'm so happy to represent the Middle East, like especially my country and all the other Middle Eastern girls.
Bahrain,
Can make it.
That's
damn right.
If you put something in your head, a vision, a goal, whatever it is, you can always do it. Just believe in yourself, because I made it today and I can't believe it.
Petra, you're a champion.
Yeah.
And you looked incredible doing it. Dominating performance through and through. You have been unreal this entire tournament. Obviously, this has been a journey for you guys. This team was built to dominate for this moment. Does it feel real to you?
Yeah, it does feel real now.
Yeah?
First we were napping a little bit and then we dominated so hard, and it felt like the closer we came to the end, the more real it felt. I was like, yeah, we belong to win.
What changed after map 2? You guys look like it might have gone a little south there.
Detektiv Myšák, ahoj, děkuji za follow.
We always know we can come back from anything, and we've been doing it so far in every game changer. We always starting really slow, and once we wake up, we're just unstoppable, and that's what we did.
Ta hezka, budu taky brečet asi. Čau, ahoj.
Congratulations.
Tahle se mi líbí, tahle se mi moc líbí.
Enjoy out here on the stage, but an absolute beast in this server.
To se mi líbí nejvíc. Piješ italský pivo nebo český? Rakouský? Z Lidlu, Perlenbacher.
So much this year. We could also not
Italsky není moc dobrý.
So thank you so much.
Hele, italský po italským buď je mi špatně druhý den, jakože třeba vypiju 2 piva italský a ráno se cítím, jako kdybych jich vypila 10 prostě, jakože fakt strašně. A nebo mi bylo špatně od žaludku, víš, jakože fakt prostě nejsou dobrý. A Heineken je dobrý, ale Perlenbacher je prostě dobrý. Ten jakoby jsem pila i v Česku. Ten nesklame. takže tak, no. Jinak v Česku jsem pila Sviany nebo Plzeň. Ale toho Bažanta, jak jsi psal, tak toho jsem asi nikdy neměla ještě. Jak se vede? Krásně, děkuju moc. Byla jsem dneska trošku unavená, protože pršelo skoro celý den a fouká. Úplně celý den furt fouká. A bylo to takový trochu jako pochmurný, takový jako docela podzimní počasí, nebo jako zimní počasí. Takže jsem asi trošku z toho byla unavená, ale jinak si mám krásně, děkuju. A co ty? A to piješ tolik piva na co? Na prsa? Jo, no. Na prsa, no. Ale nějak to nepomáhá. Asi budu muset jít na plastiku. U nás je sníh, hustý. A hodně, nebo ta je jakože? Jak se tam fotí s tím pohárem. A hlavně jsou úplně první v historii, co vyhráli jako holky, to úplně luxusní. Úplně luxusní prostě. Krásný. Krásný. Ta je to. To škoda, no. Nebo jako nevím, jestli to je škoda, ale když už nasněží, viď, tak je to takový hezký. Než jako přečka. Tohle je moc hezká. Moved into Valorant, Tom was like, get ready for G2 goes in because they're gonna win everything. So I know Tom is really smug right now, but I think even though people doubted them, this result was kind of expected, right?
It was. I mean, this squad just has so much history. I've gotten beaten by Juliana.
Takový mladý trenér, ty vole.
So I think, especially for Shopify side at least, there's that shining light at least that
Nina's gonna be able to see
the positive of this and come back next year and be able to hopefully start some sort of crazy American revenge tour.
It broke my heart a little bit to see Sonder like that. I think that it also meant a lot to her.
Aspoň to nemusím uklízet, no to máš pravdu. Já piju kozla 11 nebo Excelenta 11, Holbu 11, Bernarda. Co to je? Počkej, Excellent? Počkej, to není Excellent, to musí být nějaká značka, ne? Je to Gambrinus možná? Holbu neznám vůbec. A Bernarda znám. Ale Excellent? Pro mě to je možná Gambrinus, není? Ale fakt nevím. Oh my goodness!
I do want to talk about Carcass as well real quick. Of course, he was a professional player in the beginning of his career. He was kind of on the fringe tier 1, doing well here and there, but never kind of broke into the international scene, moving into
Jak ona brečí,
a world championship title. What a story.
Yeah, I think it's also the first time that he's like coaching, right? If I'm not completely mistaken, he went, as you said.
Já piju vše, co teče. Já taky, když je to pivo nebo víno, ale jinak jako žádný tvrdý alkohol nebo tak to ne. Jako maximálně, když je to nějaký koktejl nebo tak. Proč ona se s tím fotí, když nehrála, jakoby? Co to je za člověka?
Yeah, and what a way for her to just kind of continue her legacy without kind of playing is getting
an easy win.
Ona nehrála, co tam dělá?
Step down and she saw a youngster in Lil Mary and figured that this could really elevate her squad. So I love that sort of selflessness coming out from Zainab, and what just legends on the stage right now.
Yeah. First name basis, I love that.
Yeah, you know, I know her like that. I had to throw it in there. I had to throw it in there a little bit.
To flex.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I just one thing I love about this team is how much support they have for each other. You can tell, you know, especially that they're on their home turf with all the fans in the crowd. Like, there's just so much support out there. Zaz is staying around, you know, really showing up for her team. That's just something I love, and like seeing those girls win is just, it's a pleasure.
Jo, bylo to hezký.
One last time, we need to, you know, think about how much this means to, for example, Mary. You know, she's 16, coming from Bahrain. She's going to be such an inspiration for so many girls out there. The message that she was
Kámoš, ono je 16.
Go get it. It's waiting for you. Like the things that we can learn from this young guns. The same goes for Daiki, for example.
Ty vole, mě když bylo 16, kámo. To jsem si hrála, ty vole, na Xenu, víš co? Ne, to asi ne v 16, ale jako ty vole hustý prostě. Jo no, prostě. To je jiná generace v dnešní době, ty vole, ještě 16 a seš úplně takhle wise. Kámo, 16? Chápete to? Chápete to? 16 let? Pluj s tou lední do přístavu, strašně se to kouše. Teď já jsem v přístavu, co děláš? Já jsem v přístavu. Ale jsem na datech teda. Na Vodafonu datech jsem. Hej, já, ty vole. Se musím asi nad sebou zamyslet, kámo, když jí je 16 a je takhle prostě úplně hustá nejvíc.
Yeah, she's definitely in her comfort zone, and I really wonder if it's, you know, the G2 environment that's making her feel so comfortable, including obviously her own confidence, because she does.
A teď je tě plus minus 20 až 25. Tak určitě. To už mi dávno není.
Middle East representation hasn't been that big recently, and obviously it is starting to go up there.
Ale děkuju.
She has put herself in a lot of titles and a lot of first positions, and I just think that overall she's been doing awesome, especially for her age.
Yeah, we've had some incredible representation, I think, all round as well. But sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Shopify Rebellion. But I don't see this as a negative note whatsoever. Yeah. They're the runner-ups. Nobody, and I challenge you guys at home, show me your pick'ems. Nobody thought that they could go this far in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly, and the way that they did it as well. I mean, they showcased so much growth over these last couple of weeks. The Shopify Rebellion we saw a couple of months ago online is not the Shopify Rebellion we see today. I think this whole squad moving forward into 2023, it is exciting for them. It's not exciting.
Ještě neumím plachtit, by the way, jo.
From tomorrow, it is up and up and up.
Ještě nevím ani věc v přístavu, jo. Že jsem fakt v přístavu.
But also against all different regions, I think that we were mentioning that this is probably the squad that has played the most. So if we're talking about where you're getting out of the tournament, this girls are getting a lot of reps.
Yeah, Shopify definitely kind of showing what they have. I think it's just been an amazing
tak do 30 víc, ale nebude. Jo, je mi 30, no. Už skoro 31.
But again, they definitely showed themselves today. I think they showed their true colors this tournament, and I really think they have so much to look forward to.
I mean, they set the bar so high. Next tournament, C9 White, they want their revenge. Team Liquid, they're gonna want their revenge. So,
everyone wants their revenge.
Everyone's gonna want to take a shot at Shopify next time. And before we leave you guys, and I know Sonda looked like she was a little bit hard on herself, and I don't think she needs to be, because look at this HyperX reflex she pulled off earlier today. Not just today, throughout this entire tournament, Koukáme.
Yes.
She's been one of the best.
HyperX sluchátka.
I think that this is an amazing play. What is that bullet? And she gets the second one, and then she gets the ult out. She's going to die, but she gets one with her. Like, yeah, that's me. And she even knows how to count. Jesus Christ.
And I really like the way she uses her showstopper as well. I think Ray's showstoppers, it's getting a lot more complicated to get success out of this ult. Ray Saunders does it, and the way her team reacts around around her as well is fantastic. And she's able to quickly just use it in these pickle situations where it's like, you just have no other options, but all of a sudden, just with pure, just natural instincts, you're able to pull the round out like that. So it's just, it's a flex having a player like Sonder on your squad.
Yeah, I think Sonder for sure is one of the players that I think mechanically, in terms of movement, has really, really put herself out there. Like, her movement is insane. Her reactions with her satchels or her neon zooms, like, she genuinely puts an emphasis on movement in this game, and I think that her like mechanics and natural reflexes with those kinds of abilities just shows how good of a player she is.
Tak na druhý pokus dobrý, a kolik myslíš, že je mě? Tak já jsem tě ještě neviděla, tak to je těžký hádat. Jako fakt těžký, no. Podle toho, jak píšeš, tak je těžký soudit asi. Ale myslím si, že více jak 20 bude určitě.
You know, it's a very deep feeling to get to see that finally we got some kind of closure in our scene, because, you know, we've been part of this for so long. Not as players, obviously, but actually getting to put faces onto players means a lot.
Yeah, I think for me, honestly, I'm going to be pretty cliche. I'm going to go for the NA versus NA, like, kind of turmoil, the rivalry. For me, it was so fun to finally see both these teams play at LAN, because they've met so often. So the SR versus C9 game, I think that was just something that everyone has been waiting to see, because obviously of C9's dominant victories and SR kind of coming in, looking really good. So for me, I think once Shopify won, it was kind of like, oh, anything can happen. Like, this is really interesting. So I think for me, that was definitely like the height of this, really.
I don't know how to package this in a correct way, but I'm going to say that the thing that I like most is that NA lost. Shopify came out, destroyed Cloud9. Cloud9 just, they're just non-existent this tournament. But the reason I like it is because 2023 is going to be so insane, especially for us over in America. I mean, there's so many question marks coming through for next year. Is Shopify going to be able to handle online white? Are we gonna have more? I mean, so many questions coming out, but these are all good things.
Ne, to bylo ze srandy a 20 už mě dávno není. No, tak jsme na to stejně. V Itálii u moře asi žádný sníh nebude, ale na Etně je normálně. A tam lidi prý normálně jezdí lyžovat a snowboardovat. Ale tam my asi nepojedem. Tam už sněží prej asi, no. A to je docela kousek. To je třeba... počkej, nechci kecat, třeba 2 hodiny? 2 hodiny autem. Na hory. Kde je sníh. Good night, tak už jdem spát. Hustý. Škoda, že už jsem tak stará a že nemůžu hrát v týmu. To mě je tak líto. Bych byla nejlepší. Ne, nebyla tyhle, jsem bronz 2, omg. Ale kdybych hrála jakože od mladého věku, tak bych třeba byla dobrá. Ale bohužel, už jsem to promarnila. Tak se aspoň dívám.
You're insane. In the hand. True.
Tak je to mezi 30 a 40. No, tak to je krásný. A nebo taky nebyla. Já myslím, že jo. Hej, oni si normálně nalepili na čelo nějaký lepenky, to jsem moc nepochopila. To jsem zrovna viděla.
game changers here.
The stakes of the next match are pretty simple. Win and your dream of earning the
A teď už si stará slepice. Přesně tak, no. Teď už můžu být maximálně coach. A nebo streamovat, no. Ale hrát v týmu ne. Teď mě bylo 40 v říjnu. Tak to je krásný věk ještě. No. Na nic valím, tak se mě a pozdravuj. Ahoj, jo, měj se hezky. A Vodě, ještě jsme nenapsal, jestli můžeme hrát ten raz taky nebo ne. Jestli tam je jako nějaký special vstup, nebo musíme něco splnit, nějaký podmínky, nebo prostě můžeme hrát taky na tom serveru, jsme ještě nedal vědět. Už jsem se ptala po čtvrtý, abys věděl, jo, po čtvrtý se ptám. No, jo, vidíš, je tam whitelist, stačí mrknout na Discord, ale na jaký Discord? Tak mi to pošli, prosím, ať se na to můžu podívat, ok? Tak jo, tak děkuju všem, co se byli podívat na dnešní stream, takový pohodovej. Moc jsem nemluvila, spíš takový jakože pohodička, oddechovka. A já si jdu asi zahrát Valorant. A zase se uvidíme někdy příští týden. So stupid. Co mám říkat, já jsem potom starý kohot. Boďo, prosím tě, asi tady mi to neposílej. Pošli mi to, nebo já si to najdu asi. Ale jako ideálně do zprávy, nebo na Discord mi to pošli, please. A hlavně, že jsi pila, jo, to je hlavní. Tak jo, tak se mějte hezky, moc děkuju, že jste tady byli. A příští týden se uvidíme pravděpodobně u Little Nightmares, protože to mám rozehraný a musím to nějak dokončit. Na metro jsem se vykašlala, ale Little Nightmares to hraju. Tak jo. Jak příští týden ještě dnes? Ne, teď je 10, to už jen nedělá. Takže až příští týden. Tak jo, tak děkuju moc a dobrou noc. Ahoj. Čau. A příští týden teda u Little Nightmares, tak pak.